Okay. Hopefully we're back. I think we've gotten my mic to a place where, if nothing else, I can tweak it. There is... I'm not even going to give you the lore. The lore doesn't matter. I'm going to turn RMC here. RMC, why don't you give me a volume check here while we dissect this series?
Okay, you know what? I'll just start dissecting the series, and you can just adjust it as we go along. Because for game one was definitely very one-sided.
Yeah.
And it feels really bad for Lev when they got sort of all the meta champions. And because it is full Fearless as well, them getting that many actually warps the series. Because now... yeah, Gwen, Neferi, all off the table. And for Greftar as well, getting the Annie was phenomenal. It just fits the style really so well. Decision-making, SSS. Mechanics, a little bit questionable. So Annie fits that to a T.
Yeah, exactly. There's
no other champion which kind of does exactly the same thing. So I'm very curious to see where Greftar goes to next. Ari felt like his fallback champion for being able to roam out and support Aegis. Well, that got played. So what are we looking at now? Like a Rise that needs to scale and doesn't have quite the same AoE as the Annie, at least not for the CC portion of it. Or do we go back to old things like Sion Lilia? It's been a while, but Sion's meta.
Sion is meta. And Greftar loves himself a Sion. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that come out. Yeah, okay, it looks like my gain control is holding. I'm going to be keeping an eye on it no matter what. But yeah, so should be good here. Yeah, but I think as we get into best of fives, right, this is going to be a much more fascinating discussion. But even here in best of three, right, because Leviatan, right, they've proven, right, like we talked about going into the last game, if you mess around, right, they will punish you, right? They're not just completely hopeless, right? Especially with a team like Red that tend to leave themselves some pretty glaring holes sometimes. I will be very interested to see. Yeah, the spotlight is on Greftar's champion pool. It has been pretty much his entire career, to be fair, for better or worse. But look, now you're back, right? This is like the nuclear option behind the nuclear option, right? The only thing worse than making a roster swap mid-split is having to go back on that roster swap mid-split. And this is the timeline that we find ourselves in.
And yet they're doing fine with it for us. As many questions as we've had with it, it's not the issue. Instead, it's Leviatan who's being faced with the tough decisions right now into game two. And Leviatan has opted for Red side, so they want counter pick for themselves. And I actually don't hate this. When you got all the meta picks and couldn't execute it, then that's fine. Just go for specific counter picks. I want to see at least one, preferably two winning, like dominating lanes come through from Leviatan, because that will give them the space they needed to play through, even if Scary and Pro Delta aren't on point.
We'll see what they're going to grab. B1 Jace for FNB. Okay. All right, so you're setting something up here. No Ezreal. You want to go full poke. You do have some other options here. The Corki is on the table. Jungle Panth makes me very sad, but that does seem to be what we're playing. A lot of early game indexing here. Blind Callista is what we're going to see. And on the other side, it'll be the Ashe. I think you can kind of de-prio the support at this point. But unless you want to save, actually, or maybe you grab the support right now, right? Grab yourself that Braum, like you said, and leave yourself counter pick for one of these two lanes, right? Because you're going to get counter pick on blue side for one of your two solo laners. So yeah, grab your support right here. Rel, great.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah, that's a Prosty special. I was thinking even maybe grab the Renata away from the Callista. And with the Jace as well, you have that sort of pure Leviatan with the Sion as well. And this is kind of important too, because Jace is actually a flex pick. Greftar, I think, has played Jace this split as well in Academy or in CD, and he was known to play Jace last year as well. So with the flex option, you know, they could have flexed it somewhere else. But yeah, Leviatan just straight up taking away the Sion. That kind of lowers the Lilia priority for the side of Red. Aegis can still play it, but I don't know if you necessarily want that or whether you can pair it with something from Greftar quite as well.
Yeah, it's like you said, it doesn't completely take it away. As the rest of the bands look like are coming through here, taking away the Skarner. Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of that today, but the Alistar are going to be taken away as well. That's fair enough. Yeah, you depending on what other champs you're going to grab yourself, the Rel. Yeah, that's a great denial into the Rel. But I'm a little. I mean, it's kind of sick that they took away the Sion like that. How do you see that going as far as the matchup into the Jace?
So the idea behind the Scion into the chase is not that you win the lane, it's that you negate the lane. And then you have kill threat at 6, especially with jungle pressure. So he actually deals with chase better than a lot of matchups. So yeah, it's a good idea, and I like it in terms of just being able to team fight as well. I think tanks are underrated in the current meta. If you can get a tank to the top lane and you get a carry in the jungle, I think that fits potentially Scary and Aegis' style a lot more. We do see Nico being taken away as well from Pro Delta. Again, Renata is on the table. We've seen Pro Delta go with Bard in the past as well, with Kalista if he wants to get a little bit spicy. And then we see the Nocturne and Skarner take away. So Aegis still has the Maokai and the Sejuani if he wants something tankier, utility, and engage.
So will be that Renata. Okay, so you don't get to take that away. But now you've got counter pick for, well, actually, you don't. You have no counter pick actually available. So it will be the Victor. And this, again, a bit of a Grevthar special as far as like not the most mechanically intensive champion. You do have to, you have to be aware of your spacing and whatnot. But I feel like we've seen Grevthar pilot this to very good success.
Yeah, I guess mid lane counterpick, right? Cody, and I do feel like that's the person you do want to give counterpick to, because Cody has been one of the biggest carries for this Lev roster, for better or for worse. Even when Lev is doing poorly, it's still the Cody show, and especially this split more than any other, it has felt like the Cody show when they can't seem to get their act together. Now, Fizz would be spicy, but I do feel like they want something with a little bit more team fight ability or sustained damage throughout a fight, because I'm looking at this Kalista right now and this Pantheon. Pantheon's great for burst. Kalista is also kind of bursty. Are they just doubling down on burst?
Let's see. I mean, this has got to be a statement game for Cody. I think the Akali was the better kind of safer pick here, right? You've got a ton of damage, right? You do have that burst, but you've got mobility. You've got team fight ability as well. You draw so much pressure. The Shroud does work as well. So actually, you've got yourself a pretty decent team fighting composition here. It'll be Maokai in the jungle. Got yourself a decent... the team fight, team fight's actually all right here for Red Canids as well. You don't have a true tank. We'll see how the Maokai gets built, but you've got a ton of CC. You've got some sort of quasi front line here. Leviatan, this is win or go home for them, right? You're done until split 3 if you lose this game, or the next one for that matter. But Red Canids looking to close it out and at least send themselves to the lower bracket. Well, they'll have it where they will have a shot at going to MSI, where, if I'm not mistaken, one representative from the north, one representative from the south, correct?
Yep, that is how it is for MSI 2025. And for looking at the composition as well, I do think Red has set themselves up very well to try and clinch this one in a quick 2-0. They've got a really strong team fighting composition front to back. The Jace is actually going to be very effective as well, because in lane against the Scion, sure, it's going to kind of suck. But once you get out of lane, there's a lot of squishy people without a lot of healing or sustain, so any poke he lands is going to stick. Whereas Leviatan, I do feel like they've gone for the higher execution composition to come through. It's not dissimilar to what they did in game 1, where it's a lot of damage, a lot of squishies, and sure, if you play it right, you can theoretically outplay a team fight, especially something like Victor, where his damage is all clumped together in that Chaos Storm, and if you can kind of outrun it or split up, he doesn't do as much damage. But we already saw Lev try it in game 1. It did not work. Do I have faith in game 2? I don't know. It's down to CEO and Pro Delta for me. You've got that Kalista bot lane. I need to see it pop. I need to see Lev pull a red and send their mid and jungle roaming down to that bot lane.
Yeah, real. No, you got to get that bottom lane going, because that Kalista can be absolutely the thing that takes over this game. And Red Canids, they are not good at kind of playing from behind. They are the ones that usually throw those types of leads. But we shall see as we get loaded onto the Rift here. Red Canids up 1-0 on Leviatan, trying to send themselves into the Split 2 playoffs. Leviatan, they are the team that, again, the two LATAM teams, it's Isurus Estral, that has the next split. We're going to see the stakes get a lot higher for Isurus Estral. They have to face whoever comes up from the Circuito de Zavianchi. RMC, how many teams from the CD do they have to go through? It's not just the champion, right?
So no, it's CD and LRS. So there is an LLA side as well that will be competing up.
Not LRN, or I'm assuming just like...
LRN goes to the north. Along with
makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, I made the mistake at first as well, and Lunar corrected me where I thought all of the LR and NS were on the south side, but no, it's just LRS and CD. So I've not been following LRS. I'm not sure what's happening on that side as well, and I'm not sure the exact amount of teams from each side that qualify into that, but they're entering the playoffs, I believe. So yeah, that should be interesting as well. And it bears noting that Lev is not a guest team. They are a partner team. So regardless what happens here, they will still be here next year. Well, barring the whole organization falling apart, they will have that slot.
There is always a 20% chance of that happening. Always. Whether it's Lev, whether whether it's red, whether it's loud, whether it's paint, there is always
Sure.
a slight chance that your team just doesn't exist anymore next year.
Look like INTZ. Others have tried, but nobody's fizzled quite like them. I know that's not the chat, but there we are. That one's kind of weird too. And for Leviatan, we shouldn't count them out yet. Yes, they're in a tough spot. Yes, their draft looks a little bit tough to execute to me. But if we look at how Leviatan has gotten where they have, it's always been with these comeback games. If they can get to 40 minutes, we talk about Loud coming online at 30 minutes. We talk about Isurus Estral scaling. Well, Lev is the one who kind of counterpunches people at 40 minutes. Just one good team fight and the game suddenly swings. And with a Pantheon, with a Kalista, with an Akali, if they can win a team fight, if they can ace at 40 minutes, they have enough damage to actually push it in end games. And it's up to Red to make sure that, one, they don't let that happen, and two, that they don't throw any leads that they do develop.
So we'll see how that dynamic plays out over the course of the game. FNB taking quite a bit of early damage here from Zafi. Both these champions happy to stack up their grasp as well, right? Jace not going, definitely taking some scaling options here as far as that Keystone is concerned. Bit of a CS discrepancy in the bottom lane so far, but not too much to read into just yet. I think I'm looking at Grevthar a lot this game as well. I mean, especially in this early lane matchup, right? Pre-6, how much pressure can you put onto Cody? You've got an immense range advantage. You've got to be using that to your advantage. Not that you have to get a kill necessarily, right? You went airy, nothing like Electrocute or Dark Harvest, right? So it's not imperative, but Cody should be 10 CS down by the time level 6 hit.
Fair enough, or just straight up kill him twice. And among champions that Grevthar actually does play, I think his Talia and his Victor are the two that actually tend to win lanes. So now somebody can stat check that. I actually don't know. That's just the eye test, it feels like. But his Victor has traditionally been pretty good. So if there is a champion he can use to try and shut down Cody and get those advantages you're talking about, it would be on this Victor.
Yeah, like I said, no, this is a champion that he actually knows his way around. I feel decently confident in Grevthar. The Yone for Grevthar always sticks out as the disaster picks. I think there was that one game that
it was one game, yeah.
There was only one game. To be fair, nothing was quite as bad as that. I thought he consistently poops the bed like that, but there was a game where he did like 10,000 damage and just did absolutely in like a 40-minute game, just did like less damage than his support. It was awful. It was oh my goodness.
There's always that one game for players, right? Like Robo's Rise caused generational
he will never
grief,
live that down. But yes, 100%.
But it was only one game.
Yep. Fine. That's what people remember, man, right? Aegis just hugging Scary there in that jungle. Grevthar a little low on mana, gonna get a little bit of backup from his best friend in the whole entire world, Aegis. It was unfortunate we had to see like two breakup posts essentially when Aegis and Grevthar got separated when Grevthar moved over to Cade a couple years ago, and then when he got Mago'd this split, it was just like the most sad I've ever seen him. X2. There was a great Ida Das Lindas clip that I'm going to relate to the chat here as ProDelta going to eat the Ignite here, and he gets a flash as well, but flashing forward to grab the kill is CEO. They don't need the jungle help, RMC. They're doing it all themselves.
Yeah, they're making bot lane and Ida Das Lindas, and Isle of Legends down in this bot lane. Aegis, though, wants to change things. I don't think he can do anything, though. Even if Aegis gets in there, Brunsey doesn't have enough damage this early on, and he doesn't have enough health. I think CEO just doubles down on that.
So the clip went kind of as follows. It was Grevthar was on their show, just kind of. I don't know if it was DDC, Depois do Crime, or if he was just on a co-stream for another something or other. I don't know, but basically they were kind of grilling Grevthar, look, why didn't it work the first time, and why is it kind of been sort of unconvincing the second time? What's gone on, right? And he's like, bro, he's like, it takes time to, we still, Zafi, we still gotta, this team still needs some more time to gel, right? And then I forget who it was, but they were like, look, but you had time to gel beforehand. This isn't the clock doesn't restart when you get booted and come back. And he's like, and Grevthar was like, well, guys, if you when you say, let's say you're in a relationship and you break up with someone and then you get back together, does the clock restart then? Right? Have you been together for, 1 month, or do you count the 6 months you were together beforehand? And they're like, okay, Grevthar, in this hypothetical scenario, how did this breakup end? And Grevthar was like, bro, it was like you walked into your own bedroom and saw her in your bed with another man. That's how that felt.
Wait, but Aegis, it wasn't Aegis' call, was it, to bench Grevthar?
No, but it was Red. It was Red. I guess that was in that metaphor. It wasn't Aegis himself, but. I thought that was really funny. So it just like it didn't answer the question at all, but we got a nice little clip out of it.
That is hilarious, man. These interviews, I wish I could understand. I remember was it last week or yesterday that there was like an interview with Grefthar, one of the Red CEOs, and I would love to understand like that looked like the most awkward interview ever. I think it was Takeshi was interviewing them, and I was just like, yeah, that's hilarious. Oh, Frosty,
that is a lot of damage. Oh my goodness.
We're not even seeing the damage items built for CEO just yet.
Yeah,
but hey, let's talk about this bot lane for a second here, because first of all, props that they got the kill. Ashe is actually the counter to Kalista because of her slows, so Kalista can't hop around as much. And CEO and ProDelta have played around that phenomenally in this bot lane, getting that kill, getting that CS advantage. And it's because of that, Scary's getting free reign right now too. Scary got that dragon solo, uncontested, and will have enough time to actually rotate towards those first grubs as well.
Yeah, so he's feeling really good about things, and so far Leviatan in a pretty good spot here. I mean, they're only up kind of a 300 gold here, but like you said, RMC, the first this counter pick, and it was a counter pick. So I think the Ashe was picked after the Kalista, because Kalista was R2 and the Ashe was B2. Getting 2v2 killed is not it's not how you drew that one up. So they've got a win condition going here. The 0-0-0 for Scary on the Pantheon still makes me a little nervous, but we are only 7 minutes in. I do want to see more from him, because Pantheon, he makes me really sad. He just falls off a cliff after like that level 12 mark. So you've got to get that advantage for your team beforehand if you want to make this pick really cook. Cody, meanwhile, we talked about the mid lane as something to watch here. He's doing just fine. Grabbed that null magic mantle early, went D shield, perfectly happy to just sustain his way out of this lane matchup.
I actually do kind of want to see them. Level 6 have been hit, right? So for both Zothvi and Cody as well, with their D shields, like they can actually start firing back a little bit, especially the top lane. Because you talk about Pantheon falling off a cliff. I would argue Pantheon falls off a cliff at level 6. It's called Grand Starfall. He falls down and has massive impact in lanes. So I would love to see Scary look towards that top side where you can kind of chunk down this Jace who isn't that tanky. For now, though, everybody's kind of looking at Grubs very menacingly. There was lane swaps from both these teams. So Zothvi's down bot, whereas Grefthar is answering from the side of Red. And that makes this topside fight a little bit more chaotic. I actually don't know if Red have enough damage to win a 4v4 without Grefthar up here.
Yeah, I don't know that they do. I think they are going to need him. He's got his ultimate. Well, actually, it's not back up just yet. Hawkshot goes out. Full vision of the gang. Cody looking for a flank. I don't think they know that the Akali's there. Twisted Advance goes out. Brunson able to get a little bit of slowdown onto Cody. FNB looking for a way in potentially here, but yeah, just not quite enough here without all the members of the squad. And even with Zothvi with no tank, that's okay. Yeah, Grefthar provides a lot of damage early on. I think you hit the nail right on the head, RMC.
Yeah, well, you take what you can get. And I love the coordination Red had with that. They use the Nature's Graphs coming through from Aegis, and everybody just piles in together, very organized, lines up in a row, takes the one grub, and then backs out in clean order. So Liv can't find any sort of way to be able to punish that, find anything else in the back end, and there was no chance of sort of the counter steal to secure all 3 grubs. And when that's said and done for we just go right back to lanes. Aegis on this Maokai is like night and day compared to the Xin Zhao. He's not ganking early. He's just farming up, and it looks like he might just play for objectives.
Yep, 0-0-0 for both these junglers. 10 CS up is Aegis, but Leviatan, like we discussed, grabbed themselves the first couple grubs. 2 out of 3, so not a complete sweep.
Yeah.
But then grabbed himself the dragon as well, only up 200 gold. And a lot of that advantage, or I should say a lot of that kind of comeback, if you will, that disadvantage is coming from what FNB is doing up in the top lane, because in the bottom lane, boy oh boy, there is almost a 700 gold deficit between AD carry and support going towards the side of Leviatan.
And when you consider that the Jace Sion matchup, Jace is strongest sort of in that laning phase early game, him not getting that big a lead might come back to bite him. I actually feel like the skilling might favor Leviatan a little bit, not so much because of the champion skilling. Like Victor skills incredibly well, and Ashe, will be a good answer later on into the Sion to be able to shred him. It takes a while, but she's not the worst tank shredder. It's more who gets to scale. And we've talked about Leviatan and the fact that, sure, Scary Pro Delta, that's what wins them games. That's when they look best. But their best individual performing player is probably Cody. And Cody on this Akali, as he gets more and more items, when he starts being able to one-rotate, one-shot the Victor, the Ashe, the Jace, that's when things get really good for Leviatan. Because even if the team screws up, Cody can still hold them in the game.
Yeah, and I think he's going to have to be the one to do that, especially as this gets later and later. But again, I want to see these 5v5 team fights. Frosty and Pro Delta both looking around here. As CEO and Brunsey happy to take their fight to the mid lane. Nothing really doing here. Dragging it a bit for another 30 seconds. Leviatan looked like they've got a good first purchase onto that. Again, just trying to create that priority in the mid lane, especially with the way the CEO and Pro Delta have been dumpstering whoever comes near them. But it's okay, small sample size, but still, that's the lane they feel is worth putting it in the mid lane, getting the advantage through that way. And that looks like what is going to happen here. Aegis looking for his jump onto Cody, playing patiently, maybe a little too patiently as Greftar pushes the wave out away from Cody. That far side alteration not going to find anybody either. There goes the sentry, but Scary going to grab that scuttle crab as well. On the top side,
back with a little bit of vision.
Yeah, teleports have been unleashed as well, so the topsiders could be coming down should they want to, but neither side feeling like they have enough of an advantage to be able to get onto this dragon just yet, RMC.
Yeah, and it's very different from the Grubs, right? Last time at Grubs, Greftar didn't have Chaos Storm, and he was in the wrong lane. This time, he's actually there, and so Lev is approaching this carefully. There is a ward that spots out the base from Pro Delta, but it's too little too late. That's a Kalista with the Rend. It's already secured, and Red, I don't know when we kind of go from caution and moderation, like holding back and knowing when to do things, to just passivity. And it feels like Red is starting to hit that point a little bit. Like I would have loved to see them actually try and contest for that particular Drake instead of just sitting back and not doing anything. You've got the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. At least throw the arrow and see what you can find.
Yeah, no, I think you raise a good point, right? You don't have to be super committal because you have that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, right? Because you have that Hawk Shot even, and obviously it's not engaged, right? But and actually, to be fair, I don't know if the Hawk Shot was thrown out there, but to your point, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow wasn't, and that's something that definitely you can do. You feel a little bad for Red because it's like, okay, damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? We get on this team all the time for being so ooga booga, just like all hands, no brain. But like, but this is being a really good team in League of Legends. You have to find that line.
I have never blamed them for being aggressive. I blame them for the throws that come in the mid to late game.
And sometimes those come from being too aggressive. We saw, right? I mean, I've got FNB, right? I think it was FNB on the Gwen, right? There was like a dragon punch, right? You remember exactly the game I'm talking about. And you decided, I'm actually going to go by myself here, guys. I've got a side quest to finish. It gives really good XP, and I get a really cool companion out of this later. Some cool cosmetics as well. And he just died.
Yeah, because that turned out to be a party instance, and he did not have a party with him. So,
no, exactly.
Yeah, definitely
the wrong
bit
shard
for that.
Exactly.
Yeah, but this game, though, like it does feel like we're sitting back a little bit more than we have to. And you're not even helping the Jace get a hit necessarily. Like FNB, even if you might not result in a kill, you could get him more lane pressure. This bot lane as well, I really feel like you should have tried to stabilize Brunsey. And Brunsey did that anyways. He has pretty much balanced out the CS differential. It has not grown whatsoever. And the Ashe does get to scale. But you're giving a lot of objectives for free. And in game one, we criticized Lev for the exact same thing. So I think it's only fair now that we turn around and criticize Red for the exact same thing.
Yep.
Red got every single objective but one grub. And this game, looky what we have here. Lev got everything but one grub.
Oh, how the turntables. Yep, I trust Red a little bit more to be able to close this one out. I think both these compositions are going to scale all right here. And again, it's a little bit easier to fight front to back for the composition of Leviatan. You have a true tank. But Aegis and I should say Zothia and FNB, they have been just, speaking of side quests, they have been all alone up there. And FNB, is it too critical of me is it too harsh for me to be critical of FNB for not being locked in a room with Sion for, with no jungle attention either way and only being up 17 CS, 300 gold?
I think it could be a criticism. I think it's fine. I wasn't expecting FNB to dominate that matchup anyway. Sion just wants to sit back, and I think Zothvi, as much as we say Zothvi might not always be the huge carry that we're used to seeing in Brazilian League of Legends, I think he's done a fantastic job weak siding when he needs to, and I think that's what he's doing right now. It's just weak siding, and he's perfectly fine. One thing we should note when talking about tanks is Aegis. Aegis is not running Liandry's first on this Maokai, which is what we had seen a lot. Just sort of Liandry's into tank build, and I like it. Liandry's got nerfed. Also, I do think having a true tank on the side of Rid makes their front to back a lot easier. And might actually make their front to back better. Flash blown as well as a Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yeah, double flash. Frosty going to follow that up. You cannot escape the CC chain. A little bit of time with the hostile takeover. Kalista ult goes in, Kalista ult goes right back out, but he can't do anything. It's the bailout, actually gets something back there, but FNB shows up at the right time.
Oh, the
handshake. Very nicely done by Pro Delta, able to flash away, get this vision down as well. So it is a 3 for 2 there. Red Canids. Actually, no, it's a 2 for 2.
Yep, 2 for 2. Pro Delta barely limps out alive, but does limp out alive, having burnt all their summoners. However, Aegis Live Scary does not. Smite advantage to red, and they are going to start up this Herald. Leviatan, I don't think will actually be able to respond in time. Zothvi is alive, and maybe he could be an annoyance, but he just doesn't want to risk it. And the fight breaks out kind of out of nowhere. Like, they were facing off, and Scary's the one who actually flashes in, but he doesn't get in range for the stun. And that is where everything horrifically backfires. CEO and Prods had to pull off a minor miracle to make this one work, and it is that stun onto Brunsey. The bailout coming through clutch for CEO buys him just an extra split second, and it matters. Like, sure, CEO still dies at the end of it, but if he doesn't live for that extra split second, Prods probably goes down as well. So by the skin of their teeth, Lev go 2-2, but Red get their first full objective.
All right, and I don't know if you can compare it to the last game when the other team got their first full objective, but I don't think it was. Maybe Leviatan got a dragon last game, but like we said, that was pretty one-sided, and Red Canids with their first gold lead. Now, actually, RMC, I missed this in the patch notes. What do the little Spirit Blossom icons mean?
Just how many Spirit Blossoms teams have picked up on the Spirit Blossom.
And that's just some sort of just 0.02 adaptive force or something.
I don't know the exact amount of adaptive force, but basically that's
okay,
most of it. Yeah.
All right. Hell yeah. Bard enjoyers rejoice. You've got another reason to roam around the map and just collect shinies. Another Enchanted Crystal Arrow is scary. Gets caught on the wrong side of the train tracks one more time. The bailout will do absolutely nothing. And when your only piece of engage goes down like that, the ripped, oh my goodness, the Liandry's damage. You know who did build Liandry's is Grevthar. That Chaos Storm was just sitting on top of Zothvi, just ripping through his health. My goodness. They get the mid-tier 1 as a result.
Yeah, and Zothvi building armor to deal with FNB in lane. Wasn't expecting Grevthar to just kind of rip right through like that, and sat in that storm, I think, a little bit longer than he expected. He's fine. He does get away. He doesn't have teleport or his ultimate available, though, so walking back to this dragon is a long, slow walk. And I love that Red have finally woken up, and they're coming online. Cody trying to make a miracle play. Does it backfire?
Yeah, miracle is exactly the right word here. I don't think this is going to go too well for him. Luckily, he is an Akali, and he could get out if things go wrong. Frosty opting to drop the ultimate here just in case. And now Cody going in. It will be just him. Went a little too early. The coordination with the team wasn't quite there. Now goes the Nature's Wrath going forward here. Able to wrap up not one, but 2 members. Hostile Takeover going to buy a little bit of time here. Actually, might be crucial. Grevthar and Frosty poke each other, but that is not the 2 champions you want to be targeting with that ultimate. Big old shield comes in hot with the lockout of the Iron Solari. Bailout, is it enough? It's not. He dies just before he was able to get the rend off. Red Canids. Leviatan threw a Hail Mary to try to rescue that dragon fight, rescue the game, but instead they give Red Canids a huge pile of gold. The ace cleans it up for the Machilla.
And you know what, for I'll give them this much credit for both these teams. They've woken up. They are looking for action, but one team drank their coffee and the other still looks a little bit sleepy. Brunsey, the Enchanted Crystal Arrows, we talked about non-committal engage. He's willing to burn that right away, and that's what facilitates the pick. And Lev, they want to go for that second fight. For a second, I thought it might work, but when Cody went in and got absolutely popped, yikes. That feels really, really rough, and I guess that just highlights why Cody and Lev has struggled as a whole. When Cody's on point, he cannot 1v5. He cannot just hard carry a team on his back like that. Teams are prepared. They are ready for it. And Red, they get a huge injection of gold, right? Like just, what was it, 5 minutes ago, we were talking about, 400 gold lead. That's the first lead Red has got all game. And now 3.5k gold. They get that dragon. They win it in dominating style. And the next objective, Lev have to think real long and hard about whether or not they can actually fight at said objective.
Absolutely. Now they're at a gold disadvantage on top of that. And it's just been, I mean, Cody, he's gotten kind of nothing done this game. Like you said, they are ready for it. It's been just the CEO show. And when Leviatan are at their best, it is Scary and Pro Delta making things happen all over the map, with Cody and CEO being that 2-headed monster, right? That Leviathan, for lack of a better term. And you're not going to compete with the 100% KP, almost 75% KP of Grevthar. And just sitting in the Chaos Storm there as Brunsey just right-clicks him. Zothvi can't really do much on that. They get another kill. They get another tower. Another 2,000 gold ahead for Red Canids. It's death by 1,000 cuts, RMC. This feels a little bit like kind of that mid to late game we saw last game.
Yeah, and we've got to stop getting baited. That Sion's not going to die. because Sion will die, as we've seen. Greftar will melt him with that Chaos Storm. So next time we see any catch on any member of Leviatan, that's probably a kill that will go down. Yep. Now, Atakan going to be the prize for what Red managed to get, as well as that massive push into the bot lane. And the gold lead continues to grow. 3.5k, now 5,000 gold. And for Leviatan, I'm trying to figure out how they come back into this. You got to find picks, right? You've got the Pantheon, you've got the man drop. You can still drop off a cliff onto the face of the opponents, but you've got to have a numbers advantage. And for team fights, it's got to be Zothby kicking it off. Like, yes, he melts, but he's the only one who can even get in there. Scary and Cody can't do squat. And heck, Pro Delta and CO right now, that bot lane is doing work in team fights if they can survive. But somebody needs to tank up the cooldowns first to let CEO start hopping into the fight.
Yeah, he just has no way in. No, like you said, it's been catches. It hasn't been creating space with Zothby, creating a distraction with Cody. It's been a whole lot of this. Scary actually could maybe get something back here, but a nice ultimate by Aegis leaves him locked in his tracks. Can't really do much with that, but actually they do get a kill back from that. I'm surprised that went the way that it did. Now Cody's got his Leandry. He's going to be able to chew through Aegis a little bit better, but he might be stuck here. He's going to be retreating to the safety of his own tower, but the rest of his team getting something done on the other side of the map. Yeah, just buying a little bit of time. Aegis actually blows his flash. Okay, they got the flash out of the Maokai. Not the most valuable, but it is still a flash. Cody burned his in the fight earlier. Scary blew his earlier as well, but Red just making mincemeat of the base right now. You got one kill there on FNB. Congratulations, but at what cost? It's going to be a mid-tier 3 and a top tier 2.
And they get the outer turret in the bot lane, but that's it. And Aegis knows his job. Him flashing out of there is fine. He's just trying to buy time, and him being alive buys more safety and time for his team to do work. So Red just kind of snowballing the advantages they have. And for Leviatan, it's a rough trade, but you understand what they were trying to do. They are so far behind in making any sort of plays they can, and the amount of time they invested into Sep on the bot side meant that they needed some sort of payoff. Even if it ends up being 1-for-1, so be it. At least they give the kill over to Aegis, who's going tank, and Cody gets the kill, and Cody needs to be the one to carry for this team. So for Leviatan, the initial trade was good. Everything after that, not so much. Red are more than happy to get all those structures for just one outer.
Chipping away, or I should say growing this lead little by little by little. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, because I still do think that in a straight up 5v5, Leviatan could make something happen, but Red Canids, so really like we talked about last game, really aren't giving them a way into a straight up 5v5. The vision has been pretty good by Red, and Leviatan just overcommitting just a little bit too much in one lane here and another lane there. Cody trying to get something going here in the top lane. But let's see if Red see that and are able to take advantage. Handshake lands onto Frosty, but not much after that. Pro Delta takes a ton of damage, and now they're pulling the trigger. They recognize they've got a 5v4 here. Going in on a Zothby, rip through that tower. Cody's still wailing away on the top lane, tier 1, I should say. And Hib will go down as well. So finally that tower goes down, and he will join the rest of his team. But again, another trade where Leviatan gets something, but Red get twice as much.
Tier 1 for tier 3. Red are going to be able to base and hold off any further push from Cody while threatening the dragon, because FNB has teleport, can go back and answer top side as well, and it's all just going Red's way. We talk about Red as a messy team. We talk about Red as a team that can throw games. Do we, after this series, change our minds?
I mean, you know, like on the podcast, we talk about like, you know, okay, did this team actually get better, or did they just play Fluxo? Are Red actually a more well-controlled team, or are they just playing Leviatan? I'm not putting Leviatan and Fluxo in the exact same category, but they have both been pretty rough. Yeah, max range stun, that's not gonna... Goodbye. They do look better here, though. And to give credit to Red, we've seen them, you know, play down to teams, right? I think that's another thing we sometimes accuse Red of, is playing up or down to their competition, because they have been giant killers in the past, but then they'll just drop a random-ass game to, you know, to... Los Grandes, right? And they can't string together a consistent split. But no, look, when this team is on, they are really good. And to be fair to Red, to your point, RMC, they have looked a lot better this game, right? And even stuff like this, right? Just being very intentional about, okay, not just everybody hit the Baron. It's, no, can we get a pick off the end of this, because we have an open lane? So if we get a win in this team fight, if we turn on this objective, we could win the game, recognizing that and setting up the vision beforehand so that it is an easier proposition. Cody just getting bullied out of this fight completely. Scary joining here with the Grand Starfall. CEO trying to get some help there on the bottom side, but he gets CC chained to hell and back. Down he goes. FNB goes down, but again, it's a trade where Red come out on top, 2-for-1. The minions wailing away on that Nexus tower. They respawn, guys.
It's gone.
Guys, they respawn. Don't worry.
Well, the response, what, 4 minutes, I think is how long it takes. I don't know if the game will go on that long. If they find Scary here, they can just push in and look to end. Bruncey's back in base. He's healed back up. Zoffy trying to create space right now.
Oh, it's a 2v3, but it's just a whole lot of too little, too late. Cody tried to bail out the rest of his team, but it was already cooked, my friend. There was nothing to be done as he watches as his team burns to the ground. Yeah, if this isn't game, this is effectively game. Maybe they go back around and grab themselves another objective, but Red like playing with their food. Again, for better or for worse, they're going to chase Cody down to the ends of the earth, get themselves the stat pad, get themselves a little bit more comfort here as they look to end this one out. RMC, look, Red look good, man. To answer your first question, they look good in this series. It's not over just yet, but they look a lot sharper.
They do. Lev just kind of buying more time, but they still losing more kills. There's still more gold going over Red. And Baron's still on the table. Yeah, and they're not going to be able to stop that right now. Scary did just respawn. Doesn't have Grand Starfall this time, so actually has to walk all the way there. To be fair, Red need to reset as well. But you just lost the previous team fight. You don't have Fate's Call for CEO, which has been so critical in keeping Pro Delta alive and giving you any sort of chance back in. And I'm just looking at those cooldowns for Red. Once that Chaos Storm's back up, that's the door. Nailed and sealed.
So back to Baron we go. Let's see if they want a full commit on this one. I think we might see another sort of half commit, and that's not a slight by any means. But I think that's what we're going to see here. Yeah, they got the far side alteration down. Zoffy trying to do his best to clear away. Yeah, there's nothing they can do. They only need Aegis for the smite, Bruncey for the damage. Everybody else is just play a bodyguard at this point. Leviatan going to arrive too little, too late. There's nothing they can do here. CEO just trying to push a lane out. Grand Starfall goes up, and he goes into the pit. There's no way he gets this right. Whoa, that came down to 41 HP. That was a little too close for comfort, but the kill goes on to Bruncey. Fair enough. Look, you've got that tool. You should use it like that.
Just saying, it's a better man drop than Shinny. God Callister.
Yep.
Almost like at 40 health. But yeah, him going down does make this really, really tough. Cody, again, props to Cody. Sure, CEO has the most kills and might have the most damage, especially in team fights, but I do feel like Cody's been doing the most to try and slow down this juggernaut of Red. But I think we've just hit critical mass. Red is just charging in. Yeah, there's one inhibitor left standing. They do not care about it.
Nope, they are going for the turrets that, hey guys, they respawn now. Don't worry. But RMC, looks like your prediction was right. It will not respawn in time. In goes Zothby, flashes right back out immediately. Will not get anything done. Cody, I agree with you, RMC. He's been the straw that stirs the drink for this composition. And in another universe, he would have been the game changer for this composition. But that is not the universe that we occupy. In this reality, Red Canids come out on top. They 2-0 Leviatan, and they will move on to playoffs. Leviatan, they will wait until Split 3 to play some more competitive League of Legends.
And really solid play coming through from Red. Yes, Smiles, you deserve it, boys, because, yeah, solid, clean game. I think that's the main thing we have to focus on for Red. It's not just the win. It's clean, and that's what they're going to need enter the playoffs, because while they survive this time, they will be starting on the lower bracket. So that means single elimination compared to what the top 4 teams are able to find. And really rough for Leviatan. I think they need to take a long, hard look during the break, during the offseason.
They're like just freezing the wave in front of their turret, and you have to farm.
Yeah.
So you get fake data. Let's talk about C9 a little bit, because they 2-0'd TL last week. They're 3-0. Before we talk to FlyQuest, who do you think is going to win their first place series next week? C9 versus FlyQuest.
I think it depends really heavily on how FlyQuest solos perform, because I think that if C9 wins, a lot of the time it comes from their top laner having an individual lead and then playing through him. I think that C9 is pretty good as a team, but I think that they're less consistent. Like, Blauer is less consistent than Inspired in the way that he plays the game. He has his int moments, whereas Inspired doesn't really do that. So I think if the game is really stable, bad things might happen for C9. And I think it just depends like how the games are played on the day. It can go either way, honestly.
Yeah. Any thoughts, Shaden? You guys have scrimmed FlyQuest and C9.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, okay.
Yo, I don't think we've ever won against FlyQuest, but
That's true, actually. We've beaten C9, but we haven't won versus Fly.
yeah, I think FlyQuest will win.
Okay. Any reason? Just better?
They're just better. Yeah.
Good answer. Perfect.
And I think C9 like ends sometimes randomly.
Yeah.
Fly doesn't really do that. I think. Well, never mind. Yeah.
No, do you think there's a difference between Blabber and Inspired? Like, do you think one of them is better than the other?
I think it's a lot easier playing against Blabber. But Inspired is like. It's really hard to get a lead against him because he doesn't like do like random like mistakes. I think Blabber does that more, so it's easier to play against Blabber.
Is Blabber still doing like really aggressive kind of random counter jungling and scrims?
No, he just randomly ends sometimes, and I don't think Inspired ever does that, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah. I want to get your thoughts on this. I'm thinking about it earlier today, that I feel like the way C9 wins and the way you guys win are just are different. C9 on stage is Blabber full clearing mostly on repeat, and their laners, Thanatos, Loki, just getting a lot of farm, and then they'll like get to a team fight or an objective with like a 2,000 gold lead and win. Whereas look at the way you guys win, and like game one you got the advantage by getting 3 kills under the enemy turret. Like you're actually doing risky stuff to advance the game, whereas C9 is doing passive stuff to advance the game. Is that accurate, do you think?
Sometimes. It just depends.
It just depends on the comp and the state of the game.
It's just game to game, you know? We just do what we think is good. Like,
right,
we
for
don't,
the state and for the draft.
Yeah, like today we dove them because we could, even though it's like a little risky, but we can if we just play reasonably, and we did, so it went well. We're not really, like we still play, like honestly, I'd say not too risky on stage. So it's just case by case.
Yeah, they beat you last time. I don't 100% remember that game. Does that factor into the all for the rematch, or is it more just new patch, new opponent?
I don't really think that factors too much.
Yeah.
The draft or the patches are different, but the champs are mostly the same. But the way you play early now with only 1 grubs and with objectives being like different timers changed. So I mean, I think you're right. I think C9 plays more of a standard game, which I think we do a lot too. But we are able to make more creative plays, I would say.
Yeah.
Our team knows how to find more creative angles.
Yeah.
And I think C9, they just play a standard game. Like their solo lanes get ahead in lane. Their bot lane is very stable. Then they know how to move around the map well. They know which side to pressure, stuff like that. So I think as long as we just play focused and we play to our win cons, I think we can win.
Yeah, I almost feel like the way you play, and these are overgeneralizations to your point because it will depend on the draft, is like has a higher ceiling because you're more willing to take risks and do exactly what's optimal. Whereas I feel like C9 is kind of like, well, if they're not winning lanes, then they don't really run plays. Like they're not really setting up dives. They're not really advancing the game. They're just kind of letting the game win, which I hope they change because I do want to see, if they manage to win the split, I want to see them be able to do well at MSI. But I like, this is a long way of me saying I like the way you guys play.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I like how you play Jab.
Oh, thanks,
9-1 on Lulu, that's pretty impressive.
That's a good record,
90%,
right? Yeah.
Stats don't lie. You should cue it up more.
Yeah, it's, I need to find the time. Anyway, 100 Thieves. What happened to 100 Thieves? Did you guys see the games yesterday?
Who were they versus 100 Thieves SR?
SR.
Oh yeah, I remember if 100 Thieves won that game, then we would have been guaranteed third, which would have meant that we would be playing DSG to advance into playoffs. Now we're playing Lyon, because we had to see who won between DSG and Lyon today, since we're now fourth.
Right.
I watched the games. Well, I watched some of them. We were scrimming at the time, so like it's kind of hard to watch all of them. I saw Irelia get locked in, and bad things happen. And I mean, I think everybody knows that champion is completely useless if you are not up an exorbitant amount of gold.
Yeah.
You have to snowball so hard to make that champ useful, and then one hard CC ability, and it's just worthless again. I don't think it can be picked in competitive.
And he was 0-4-0 to start the game, so
yeah,
that didn't help. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not what you want to happen in the matchup, but it can happen in competitive because the Gnar will actually have people helping him.
Yeah.
He's not on his own like he would be in solo queue.
Shay, did you watch the game?
A little bit. I saw the early one. I think it's too hard to play.
Yeah.
So.
What do you think of 100 Thieves in general? Because this is, I'm interested to get your take. In the first part of the split, it seemed like really clear that we had like a top 4, bottom 4. But it doesn't really feel that way anymore, especially with Shopify. You guys have had a bunch of close games. We had Licorice on. It's kind of FlyQuest and C9 are the clear top.
Yeah.
TL maybe a little bit below them. Then there's almost just like the rest of the teams and then DSG at the bottom.
Yeah, basically.
But how do you feel about like 100 Thieves? And do you feel like they were kind of top 4 or are they just the same as everybody else?
I think, yeah, they're all the same, except C9 and Fly. Maybe TL. Sometimes they're really good in play, when it matters, I think. But yeah, the rest are just the same, I think.
Is 100 Thieves similar in scrims compared to stage?
I don't think we've ever actually... Have we ever scrimmed them?
You haven't
100
scrimmed
Thieves?
split?
Yeah. First split only, no? I don't think...
No, we scrimmed them in this split as well. We beat them in scrims actually that day.
Nice.
I don't remember.
I think...
But yeah.
100 is probably the easiest team of like the preconceived top 4 for us to beat because the way that they play is just so chaotic that it's like, okay, if we individually play well, we just win. They don't have any structure and they haven't really improved. We've not improved as much as we would like because our practice has been bad. Not using an excuse, that's everybody's responsibility on the team, mine included. But I think that the reason that 100 has now fallen into this like clump, where they're like with everybody else, is just because they haven't changed the way that they play. They haven't improved upon their issues. The same things are still happening.
Pretty solo queuey and then like hand checky in team fights?
And they're just not that smart about how they play the map, I think.
Do you guys have any thoughts on 100 Thieves? I feel like we probably asked you about... We've had the same 100 Thieves conversation for like a year.
Yeah.
It's like, what is going on? Because they were winning and then they fall back. Has it actually just been the same team for the past year?
Yeah, they just don't have many tactics, so they're just kind of fighting and vibing. I saw in one interview, River was saying like, he thinks they're worse because they're playing too controlled in scrims, so then on stage they're not playing loose enough.
Yeah.
So clearly their coaching staff and their players disagree with how they should be practicing and playing. Yeah. So yeah, they have issues.
They've scaled back scrim flipping too much, and now it's hurting.
According to their player. The coaches, we don't know what they think.
They're anonymous player. Or did you...
River said it.
River said
I don't know where I saw it, but I saw him say it in an interview.
Oh, it was an interview. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were like leaking some...
No. It's public, yeah.
Okay. Any additional thoughts?
I mean, yeah, they're just inconsistent.
Yeah.
Because of the nature of the way they play. If the first few plays they make in the game don't work out, then they just keep snowballing it and they lose. And if the first few plays work out and they're actually stronger than you, so then they can take every fight, then they do well. So.
Yeah. Are there any thoughts on Shopify? Because they're the weirdest team to me up until last week. Sorry, up until they beat 100 Thieves. I was thinking, and this isn't meant to be too much of a backhanded compliment. They were like, by far the best team that hasn't won. Like, because they were literally winless. But their series against you was super competitive. Their series against you was actually pretty competitive. Or Shopify, and it's too hard to really know, but like, do you feel like they're better than 100 Thieves? They did beat them in a best of 3, but it was super close. But if they were to play again, do you think they would be favored in the matchup?
Yeah, I would say so. It looks like Shopify's improving. And 100 Thieves, I can't really tell the difference week to week. So yeah, I'd say Shopify is better than them.
What about Shopify versus Team Liquid? They play next week. Who would you favor?
Team Liquid.
I think TL would. Yeah.
All 4 TL?
I think TL would win.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think TL is going to continue to improve? I know there's a meme that C9 has that no matter how much you beat TL in scrims, they're still going to win the split. Do you feel that? Are they weak in scrims right now?
They've gotten better in scrims recently, I think. I don't know what you guys think. I don't know if you guys have scrimmed them in a while because they're in your group, right? So maybe you haven't?
They're not in our group.
Oh, wait, yeah, you're in our group.
Yeah,
sorry, I'm dumb.
But we've scrimmed them occasionally. They don't like to scrim us that much, so we have a small sample size, but they don't seem better in scrims this split or even recently than they were at the start of the split.
Interesting. Maybe it's just because we're low then. We can't really tell. But I feel like they've gotten better in scrims.
Yeah. It's an interesting format we have for the next week because it feels like playoffs are starting. I mean, you're playing an elimination match against Lyon.
Yes.
You guys are playing for first seed. Technically, Team Liquid and Shopify are playing for 3rd and 4th seed, but the number 1 seed gets to pick their side of the bracket anyway.
Oh, so that doesn't matter.
So like, if they end up playing each other later in the playoffs, then it'll matter for like who gets side selection. That's pretty much it.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of an exhibition game. It matters a tiny little bit. But like, if you're picking between the two, you're probably picking Shopify. If you beat C9, you're probably picking Shopify next week. You don't need to answer, but like, I'm
not the one that makes that decision.
The team will make it as a collective.
Yeah.
I mean, one final thing I want to talk about is the game, because we did have like a mini preseason in the middle of the split, and that's kind of disrupted things. Grub timers moving back, Otacon changing. How has that influenced the way that you've been making decisions in game?
I think it made it easier for our team because we've been notoriously bad at swaps. I think everybody on the team has a very bad idea about how to approach them. And as a result, when nobody has like a clear POV on what to do in those situations, the number of times they happen during a game being reduced is good for us, which might be part of why we're looking a little bit better than we were before. But yeah, I'd say it made the early game a little slower.
Right. Shaden, what do you think?
We're still bad. I don't think it did anything.
Sure.
How has it changed the way you play, though? Has it made it easier? Has it made it more difficult? Because you've played in, like, is it just the same as what Rift Herald was like when it spawned at 8 minutes, or is it different?
It's kind of not like as easy to get level 6 now, I guess. That's the difference.
Because you were relying on grubs to get level 6 as a jungler?
Yeah, if you fulcred twice and got Void, or one Scout ulti, you got 6 up while doing it. Then you can look for that to fight with it or something.
What do you do instead now?
Try not to give Jag or do Jag early.
Okay.
And maybe you can swap for his Void.
Yeah. How's it changed for you guys?
I think now like junglers, them lose, like it's not as snowbally because before like the jungler who got 6 first, then like they could get grubs, get 6, then they automatically win that fight, and then they could kind of push that lead pretty hard. They could get the second scuttle spawn and like keep snowballing pretty hard. I think now like certain jungle champs are better because they don't have to fight grubs early. And then I think in terms of laning, I don't think it's changed as much as I would have thought at the beginning of this patch, but the variables kind of like swapped around in a way where you have to still make the same decisions as if there were grubs, but now like you get more creativity in how you decide. I don't really want to say like too much.
Yeah, of course, because you're still figuring it out and you want to use it for your advantage. Yeah. Okay, final thing, we know all the matchups. I want to hear your just gut feeling of who's going to win, and then like very quickly why. Could be just better, could be an actual reason. So we'll start FlyQuest versus C9. Who do you think wins next week?
FlyQuest.
Why?
I think they're more controlled.
Okay, Shaden.
FlyQuest.
Why?
Better, I guess.
I knew it. And FlyQuest.
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
No
If
soft
we're
play?
playing well.
Okay, TL Shopify.
TL?
Why?
I think Shopify have an issue where they drop too many waves in mid-game. And I think that although TL has a tendency to group, if they're smart about how they're playing the map, the time is where Shopify does overgroup or when they misuse their TPs by TPing to a lane for no reason and things like that. If they get punished for that, they just can't win.
Right. Shaden?
TL.
And you can't say, once you say better, you can't use it twice. So you need a different word.
They're just locked in when it matters. They just play really well, I think, when it matters the most, maybe.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. They're like a clutch team.
Yeah.
Lucio?
TL, they're just a better team.
Yeah. Okay, you get one.
Yeah, that's my one.
Yeah.
TL, I think they have a lot of game players. I think their bot lane, especially if they have like a good matchup and they can snowball the lead into the rest of the game, I think they take over pretty well. I think Shopify's bot lane has been recently more like on the very passive side. So I would say TL.
Yeah. We're going to start on this side. Lyon versus Dig.
Just say it, bro. Just get over it.
I'm sorry. I think Lyon.
Okay, why?
I think their AD and mid are very strong. So again, like if they have a good position in the game and their comp is like even decent, then they're able to carry.
Saint and Henna. Saint smurfed today on Ari and Yone.
He's making some movies, some banana
He
combos
actually
and
was.
such.
Yeah.
I would say Lyon, but I think Dig can also win because Lyon doesn't seem to play that well every stage game. Like the past season, just excluding this week, they weren't looking like they looked in scrims on stage. So maybe they have an off week again.
Fair enough. Shaden?
Dig.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because? How are you going to do it?
Just better.
We will practice better this week.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's completely reliant on how this week's practice goes. I think that we can win because I'm not going to like leak what happened in scrims, but the last time we got some in scrims, it went good for us. But I think it depends entirely on if we can manage to play with each other and all be on the same page for the day of the match. If we can't do that, we're going to lose. And if we can, I think that we will win. Because I think that when it comes to Lyon, if the mid and AD aren't in good positions, they just crumble.
Final matchup is DSG versus 100 Thieves. No one has faith in DSG at the moment. Anyone? Any hands?
Ooh.
No? I mean,
That's
it's been rough. It's been rough for them. Plus, 100 Thieves has been a higher tier team. They can probably just hands check them.
Yeah.
Is there any window where DSG wins? How? No?
DSG can't fight well enough to beat 100, and their macro revolves around fighting with things like how they always move their ADC up to the side lane tower and then 4-man it. And then they lose both mid and side towers. That happens a lot in their games.
Yeah.
But if they're opting in to fighting against 100 and they have weak macro against 100, then they're just going to lose because their players are worse individually.
Yeah. Shane, do you have any thoughts on DSG or 100?
100.
Yeah. What's?
I think we're pretty bad. We scrimmed DSG yesterday, so I think 100 will just win.
Fair enough. Thanks for joining us. I'm out of questions unless you have anything else to add.
Yeah, why is your name Jat? Isn't your first name Josh?
It is.
So what's Jat?
It was a save. So back in the olden times on the Nintendo, you needed like little save files that you put in the back of the controller cartridge, and you played games with friends, right?
Yeah.
I had a friend named Matt, and when we played a game together, that was the save file name. It was J.
This is your couple name.
Yeah, much better than Mosh.
Very cute.
Much better than Mosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was Jat or Mosh.
Okay.
And then I just started using it when I started playing Guild Wars, the original game. And then branding was important. And I was a good Guild Wars player.
Okay.
So when I started League, a lot of people actually knew me from Guild Wars. And then it just carried on until today. Yeah.
Okay.
Not bad.
Good to know.
It's not a great name, honestly.
That was
now.
pretty good.
So listen, it's good unless you're Punjabi.
What does it mean?
There's a whole like class of people that are called Jat in India.
Okay.
It never like reaches the SEO, but like if I was to make the name again, I never would have done that because of like any chance of possible appropriation.
That's fair.
But it's like too late to change at this point.
Yeah.
So I feel a bit bad about it, but the origins were innocent.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't have known.
I couldn't have known.
Yeah.
I was 12 years old. So it was like 25 years ago. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the question. Shaden, thanks for joining us. I hope we continue to interview you for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I love doing this. I'll do more.
Okay, good stuff. That's it for pros. LTA, final week of the regular season, a couple elimination matches, a couple seeding matches happen next week. We'll see you then.
I'm going on this guy, okay? He'll have to ult.
Yeah.
I'm done.
I have ulti on 30.
Actually, I'm up. I'm killing him.
I saw Tulia. I have ult still.
I'm reaching.
I'll reach.
I'll reach. No flash on
No
thingy.
flash.
Yeah, I'm ulting in.
I'm tanking. I can tank.
Yeah, we got it.
maybe? GG.
Nice job, Pete. Well played. I'm going.
No flash AD.
Nice. Well played.
Okay, I'm going on Xin Zhao. We just win. Fight with me. We kill everyone. Okay, bye. I'm done. You got both.
That was fun.
Well played, team.
Look, it's alive. Oh, nice flash. What the?
It's okay. It's not bad. She's on it. Slow here, guys. Slow here. Careful chasing. I have ult in 4 seconds.
We win. It's good.
Slow.
You can end. We can end. It's over. Ayundi, guys. Go Victor side. Victor side. Yeah. Chase no flash. Look here. Let's go.
We can Nashor, no?
Keep slow. Where is he? Torre field.
Okay, go Nashor after. Oh, we can win.
Nice, guys.
Nice, one more, guys.
I want flash ulti. Okay. I don't have a start by flash. Seal. Quick.
I come rise. It's bad blue, I think.
Come back.
It's fireball.
Good job. Really strong in.
Good job.
No push, Shiny.
It's good.
Yeah. It's good.
Go. Good. Up.
Zeri dead. He's tagged.
We win.
I killed that one.
Nice, guys. Wait, did we go Baron?
Yeah.
No flash.
Look Nash.
No, we need more practice.
All right, that's the Shade and Jungle list.
Wait, that's it?
That's it. That's all we needed. Thank you. That's perfect.
Dude, why did I say I'm horrible? What?
He lives to fight another day. Dignitas.
The best part about him saying he's horrible is now he can use it to flame other teams. You know what I mean? It's like, you're losing to a horrible tier jungler. What are you doing?
I wouldn't lose that kind of.
Yes, you would.
That's crazy. But no, there was a lot that happened yesterday. It was, for me, the shocker was at the very beginning. The fact that FlyQuest stomped Cloud9 in the fastest series of the split. The way the games played out, it didn't feel real with how we had anticipated it.
35-4.
Yeah.
Was the overall series kill score.
Yeah.
That's insane.
17-1 kill the death ratio. or no, sorry, 8 or 9 to 1 kill the death ratio. Insane.
Yeah, it was a little bit anticlimactic because I feel like we'd all been hyping this up, and then FlyQuest against other opponents, right? We've seen this happen where they just make it, even if the game state itself might be closer than it looks, they just make it so that the opponent is forced into making either bad or risky decisions. I just didn't expect it to be this lopsided against Cloud9 specifically.
I felt like FlyQuest just played amazing. The drafts I thought were really clever, especially game 1 draft.
Yeah.
Where they do this like, oh, we're blinding Rumble, you know, they're giving Thanatos counter pick. Nope, it's actually going support. Then they move the Volibear top to neutralize the matchup. You know, Vivo talked about in the content that we saw them, where they were watching all the C9 highlights. He said, you know, the most important thing about playing C9 is the draft. And then when I interviewed him, he also said, you know, my job is to neutralize Thanatos. Like, that's all I have to do. Stop him in the laning phase. I think they did that super well. Then going into game 2, they ban out his champs. They take away the Renekton. He goes towards Ornn, and it's like got absolutely dumpstered.
Yeah.
And I just felt like FlyQuest were playing incredible, drafting really well. It was really impressive.
And it definitely felt like C9, you can even hear from the FlyQuest players, like, they didn't show up. Like, there were so many moments where I felt like they were trying to break the rules. Like, game 1, a lot of the times they had, FlyQuest had push mid, they already had gold leads, but they were still trying to make plays on the other side of the map, and it was like, well, you're going to get collapsed on quickly. It doesn't really make sense of what's happening. Thanatos getting kind of abused in the Pantheon game that Inspire was constantly looking for ult spot lane because he was trying to find kills. Like, I think a lot of the times, when you are getting smashed early game, FlyQuest is basically always having great positioning around dragons. They thought they could try to find something different on sides, but FlyQuest was always there and ready for them. So it will be different, I'm assuming, in playoffs.
Yeah.
Cloud9 is going to be pissed off of their own performance.
Surely.
Yeah.
Surely.
They're still the 2 seed. Cloud9 is still the 2 seed. They're still in the upper bracket. There's a lot of league left to be played. Dignitas, though, most of us thought that was going to be their last game this split, but they pull off what was the upset against Lyon. I'd say a very scrappy game 1, and then the Olaf value with the final pick of the game 3 draft from Shaden was just remarkable.
Yeah, it was really inspired, no pun intended. I really liked it. Like, we were casting this game. I could not believe how Dignitas, like, this was a really inspired pick from Shaden. I think in their games where they have looked good, it's when he's been able to get involved with his lanes early, right? And that has been, in my opinion, the biggest difference maker watching this team improve over time.
Yeah, 100%. Like, even in the some of the games where they were behind by Lyon and Lyon were making great plays, like, Dig just scrapped and team fought better.
Yeah.
So.
And they did not throw Baron.
They didn't.
They just took it.
They just took it.
Theirs.
Yeah.
It was theirs whenever they needed it.
So, I mean, that was all great what happened yesterday. We should probably just see how the group stage panned out. Now you're throwing away. That's what, look, that was all yesterday.
We're moving on to today.
We're going on to today. So just to check out, of course, what the standings actually look like today coming into this. This is the context of what happened throughout the group stage. And now we're playing the final day of the the cross group battles.
Yeah, Team Liquid's playing Shopify, and DSG is playing 100 Thieves. 1 elimination match, 1 seeding match, and then we'll have our full playoff bracket at the end of the day.
Something else coming up as the regular season. This is the final day of the regular season. We got to talk a bit about All-Pro. First team All-Pro, second team All-Pro, I think everyone kind of knows is going to be dominated by FlyQuest and C9. So maybe we can talk a little bit about third team.
And it's interesting when you have 2 dominant teams, how contentious the third team ends up being.
Yeah.
Because there are some years where you'd say, okay, Team Liquid was the 3rd place team. They're going to be most of the third team All-Pro. But that's not really how it feels because Team Liquid's been slumping so much. So maybe it's their Team Liquid's bottom lane, but like Jungle would be a really contentious role, which might end up being decided today. Contracts won Player of the Week last week, but River has also been a really strong jungler for 100 Thieves. So a lot of it could depend on the swinginess of today.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've been pretty obvious in terms of the fact that I really love both of these junglers, but River in particular, I feel like he does so many like sight unseen small things for his team and for his lanes, both in interacting with them, but then also in team fights. Like watching his team fight targeting in some of the 100 Thieves team fights across has been absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I think both these guys have been major carries for their team, especially on the Neferi. For Contracts, the amount of smite steals that he was able to get, honestly, was a big tipping point. And also just, even earlier on the split, when the team was losing, I felt like the big playmaker and real big winning point for the team was Contracts.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm leaning towards him. But it's going to definitely be, when the All-Pro voting comes out, it's going to be between those 2 junglers, in my opinion.
I mean, it's also really interesting to talk about top lane, because top lane, I feel like, you know, coming into the split, I think everyone would have thought it would be pretty straightforward. That would probably be Thanatos, Bwipo, and Impact. But I don't think that Impact had nearly as consistent of a split as we were expecting. So while he's still in the running, I think you have to start really looking at other players and considering them as well. Guys like Fudge, who has really been on the come up and I think playing a lot better. Guys like Sniper, who I think has been, you know, playing better. It's like there's things you can kind of give as far as credit, but there's also points to kind of detract from all their cases as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for Fudge for me is, yes, he had a really rough start to in the positioning phase, right? But I think even as early as that series they had against Dig, where yes, he did fat finger his Zhonya's twice. It was not a good look. I actually thought his performance in those games had already improved a lot from where he was previously.
And against Bwipo.
He's been, and then he's been really strong since then.
And I'd say his performance against 100 Thieves, which ended up getting Shopify into the 2nd seed of that group, which gives them upper bracket in playoffs, was the difference in that series. And even though these are going to be split-long awards, I always weigh the more recent games heavier than the previous games. Some people say every game is equal. I'm always going to say that your current form is more important than your past form, which for me, Fudge is one of the top laners if I just look at the last 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, and I'm definitely the part of the every game is equal kind of person, and I care so we're going to look at it thoroughly. That's why I think Impact for me is somebody that I'm still looking towards, but that's just going to be a tomorrow kind of a decision.
It's a future Raz problem.
It's a future Raz problem, not a today Raz problem, but if we're just talking about consistency, looking at the AD carry position, FBI is somebody that has been such a value add for 100 Thieves, and I think someone like him for sure is going to be a discussion point for top 3. And I've just loved how consistent he has been able to be in lane, and I feel like within the team fights, he's been solid. Split 1, for sure. I think this split has just been tough for 100 Thieves as a whole. God, I still look back in that Smolder game that he was on fire versus Shopify. And then the team fight just didn't work out for the team.
One thing that's a little bit weird, though, is it's like we've mentioned a number of 100 Thieves players, right? And it's like if you're considering, okay, people are all going to consider Quid as potentially an All-Pro. They're talking about River as an All-Pro. Sniper got mentioned as maybe an All-Pro. Just that FBI is you know what I mean? It's like, okay, well, how can they all be in the running for All-Pro, but they didn't even get top 2 in their group, right? You know, so whose fault is it? Like, is it all Ayla's fault? No, I don't think so. So it's like, at what point, you know, do you kind of make them, you know, pay the price a little bit for not performing on stage, right? Like, is it just this kind of nebulous, oh, well, those are just like the team calls. So like, no one's at fault, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. 100% that's true. Like, they were doing well in positioning phase, and then, of course, like, it's the series that matters that gets you here. So that's rough. But from now until May 28th, fans can cast their ballots for the Kia most, valuable player and the Kia All-Pro teams using the QR code on your screen. Participating fans can enter a chance to win a trip to the 2025 LTA Championships. Terms do apply.
And I'm going to say fans aren't going to be voting FBI. It's Jan, Masu, and Sven. Those are the top 380 carries.
That's true.
FBI's been great, but there's no 4th team. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. Let's check out the schedule for the final day of the regular season where players can make their final push for the All-Pro team and also get their seeding in the playoffs. First up is Team Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion to fight for the 3rd and 4th seed. And then 100 Thieves versus GSD to see who gets that last slot in the playoffs.
Imagine GSD wins.
Yeah.
Interesting tweet.
What I felt like was a miracle for Dignitas.
Based on the tiebreakers, if 100 Thieves wins, they'll be 5th seed. If DSG wins, they'll be 6th seeds. There's rules for why that exists, but that's the way it's going to work.
Look, I cannot wait. I cannot wait.
If DSG makes it after winning 1 game, all split.
Yeah. The miracle.
They triple their win count.
They would. They're just good when it matters.
Yeah. It's funny because in Split 1, the first series that happened for 100 Thieves was 100 Thieves versus DSG, and it was close, but 100 Thieves are just a much better team fighting team. But that's going to be the second series of the day. It's, of course, as you can already see, Team Liquid walking in, and they're going to be facing Shopify Rebellion today.
Yeah, but Contracts is one of the big reasons they're in the upper bracket. He won Player of the Week last week, and Raz, you sat down with him earlier for an interview.
Wow. I did. What's up, everyone, and congratulations, Contracts, for winning Week 6 Match Card Player of the Week. How does it feel? You guys are riding a high right now.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, honestly, this is the second time I've ever won Player of the Week, but the last time I won it, it was in the COVID era, and I was in Academy, so I didn't do the statue thing. So now I get a statue, so that feels pretty good.
That's pretty nice. Great pose, too. Since it's been a long time, you haven't had this game. Basically, what we've been doing here is rapid fire questions. If you don't like don't like an answer or don't like the question or you can't think of something, you can move on to the next one. You ready for this one?
Let's do it.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Favorite One Piece character?
Luffy.
That was fast. Biggest inter on your team? Scrim inter, honestly.
Myself.
Oh, that was very honest. Who's lying on their scrim scores? Because you guys that have that board that you guys rate your scrim performance on.
I think everyone's pretty truthful. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah?
We're very honest people.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna ask you again next time. Reaction on trading Debo Samuel.
I mean, we had one the last off season. He was already kind of like, there's some trade rumors because he was getting his contract deal going on. So it was like, it was the inevitable. You know, you saw it coming.
Yeah.
You already prepared yourself.
You happy about it or not?
I mean, I'll miss him. He's a good player.
Okay. One more Baron steal and you gain sole possession of first most Smite steals in North American history. Message to Xmithy.
Actually, I talked to Xmithy after. It's actually a funny coincidence because it was his birthday the day that I tied his record.
Yeah?
Yeah, so I said, happy birthday, old man. I'm gonna pass you soon. So.
Man, you're killing his birthday. Next one. Favorite musical artist?
Probably like Justin Bieber.
Last question, honestly. 3 tips for Ludwig to climb in the jungle.
In the meta nowadays, you just gotta full clear. Just be efficient, be strong, show up to fights, kill people.
Honestly, I lied about the last question. I just want to ask you this one. You're gonna be facing against Yuji today.
Yeah.
Any tips for him?
I mean, I think Yuji's a solid player. I've scrimmed versus him a couple times. he's consistent, makes very low risk plays, and makes like minimal mistakes. So I think he'll fit in well. Excited to see his debut.
Hell yeah. Congratulations one more time. Pick up that damn thing and show it to the camera.
Wow. Thank you.
Man, I love contracts.
That was very cute.
I like that reaction.
Yeah. Wow.
Look how cool I am.
He didn't get a statue. He didn't get a statue last time, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, ripped off.
Now you did.
Raz probably has that statue.
Hey, it's not on me, but do not check my house.
You're the official MasterCard Player of the Week interviewer.
Yeah.
Who else would have it?
He has all the statues.
We just show up to Raz's apartment and he has
Just don't get a warrant.
every single statue. Contracts has kind of been the engine of this team, but I do want to return it to Fudge, right? Because I do think the big thing, we once had Fudge rate all top laners, and he did a scales of himself back when he was on C9. But here are some of his statistics going through, as we talked about, recency bias versus, like overall. He has looked so much better recently.
And I also think that we didn't give Fudge enough time to scale up at the start of the year when we were writing him off. He took a whole split off of pro play, so he wasn't on stage for about 8 months. He did start very slow, but he's getting back to the form that made him a great top laner. I think that was on the biggest display last week with the way he was controlling the games with slight gold leads, and I'm just looking forward to see what he can continue to do.
And we've talked about contract, we've talked about Fudge, but perhaps the most important player is the sixth man. When Ludwig is streaming, 100% win rate. Does he just not want them to win? Is that why he isn't streaming every week?
That's a great question.
Does he hate his own team?
So yeah, 100%, but 3 of 20 games, if I'm reading that right,
it's a very,
not a high
very
rate.
small sample size.
That is not a high rate.
People are asking, what will it take for NA to win Worlds? Clearly, based on the math here, he just needs to co-stream all of the playoff games and then the whole Worlds.
I'm only seeing facts and science in front of me. So I feel like we need to see a little bit more, personally.
Yeah, Team Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion, though, as teams across the split, looking at some of their stats, Team Liquid has been the third place team for the most part. So a lot of their stats are a little bit higher than Shopify. And Shopify, if you're going to make the bet for them to win, it will be they're scaling into it, because looking at just these numbers, it would seem fairly one-sided.
And that's the thing. I think a lot of criticism towards Team Liquid comes from the fact that they were at the peak just last year, right? They were perceived as the strongest team, and a lot of that comes towards their map play, how they played around Ziggs. Hell, we saw a little bit of that just like last week. So for this team right now to find the struggles that they have been, there's been heavy criticism levied toward them. But at the end of the day, they are still like one of the best teams in the league that will scale back up. Now, I'm interested to see how they'll do with UG on their lineup, but they're going to be going up against Shopify that is scaling as Fudge is also scaling individually.
Yeah, and you can see this is how they got into the upper bracket. They won the game score tiebreaker against 100 Thieves because they were all sitting at 1 and 2 match score.
And Raz just touched on it, but the big news for Team Liquid is that they are welcoming UG to the starting roster today. He's coming in for Umpty. He's going to play. We'll see how he does. Here's a little video to get to know him.
Hi, I'm Yuji. I was a jungler for Maribel University. Last week, I just took my last final exam. Now, I'll be flying to Los Angeles to join Team Liquid Honda as a jungler.
He's not gonna hit anybody. Oh, he flashes for it, gets three people, and they get Dragon again! He gets the kill, and now he's on to Lens, too. He's throwing a little hand out, and this is that conversation. The man is just pushing the limits of NACL.
I'm super excited to have UG on the team. I think UG brings a bunch of fresh ideas and perspectives. He's a player that is brimming with confidence after what has been an incredibly successful last few years in the North American Challenger League. And I think that he's going to be someone that comes in and has immediate impact.
So UG's always kind of been the Mongolian monster, right? And we all knew here that he had a ton of potential.
I started playing League in Season 3, and I got Challenger. When I entered high school, I started taking English lessons a lot, and I decided that I should come to NA. After FlyQuest Challenges, I joined Maribel to finish my degree.
Yuji is the most calculated and the smartest player that I've ever worked with. He does not make fundamentally large mistakes. He is very cool. He makes good decisions.
He's been very foundational in the program's success.
During that time, I got double MVP, and we also won NACL. Joining Team Liquid Honda means a lot to me, just because I've been Team Liquid Honda fan for so many years, and also feel like Team Liquid Honda is probably one of the best Rs in NA. And I'm also excited to play with, honestly, like everyone. I scrimmed with Team Liquid Honda for a bit, and my first impressions were I found that when I talked to Impact, he seems like a very funny guy. I felt like he got like the dad jokes.
So I think he immediately picked up with the humor in the team as well, worked really well with Rainover. And then when he comes into review, like he balances it with being, you know, a serious personality that's able to take and give feedback quite well. So really well put together young man, and someone that I'm very interested in working with.
When I joined the league, I expect to be at least a top 4 jungler. I just want to play against like everyone, especially, you know, maybe some of my old teammates, Tomo, Scary Jerry, Masu.
I think Yuji's going to be a monster in the LTA.
Is joining a team with a lot of great infrastructure, a lot of great coaching, and the players around him, you know, there's no real question to their caliber. So he just needs to be focused on doing his job. If he just relies on his teammates and he doesn't feel like he has to do anything too special, that he'll do great.
We're cheering for you, bud. You're going to do a great job. Just do what you've always done, and you're going to be great. People are going to love you.
To everyone who is watching, I just want to say thank you. And I also want to say that, you know, it might be weird, you know, we are getting like a new jungler in the middle of the split, but I'll try my best to be the best jungler in the LTA.
Congrats to Yuji. I'm really excited to see his debut today. He's also the only person to have won NACL MVP twice, so it should be really interesting. And I did want to talk a little bit about something that TL did last week that I was prepared to present before they ended up losing to C9. But it's basically how they're going to end up taking 4 turrets in 3 minutes. The setup for this is obviously you have APA Ziggs here. is waiting in the bush for Aurora to come up here, and then Yon has just had to back. He's going to be returning to this lane to clear that out. So we'll play through, and basically this is just a very simple gank onto here. They end up killing Loki, and then this is when the first turret goes down. Again, anytime that TL are able to get APA Ziggs up against a turret, it pretty much just means that that turret is going to die very, very quickly. Now we're going to go down to bot side, where Impact kind of messes this up a little bit. He ends up being able to save the Maiden, which ends up being important here. is going to recognize that they can take this, and more importantly, APA has TP'd in here, so he's already coming up to set up this dive. They're going to end up being able to kill off Thanatos here. And once again, this turret is dead. That's the second turret down in our turret taking destruction. What happens next is actually really important here, because Blabber is going to end up taking a ton of damage from Yon, who's going to use his culling. Blabber actually ends up having to blow Flash, almost dies. He's going to flash over here. So that removes him from this Herald take, right? So Sven and Vulcan come to cover this wave. They're going to end up taking the Rift Herald, and then they're going to immediately pop it mid to destroy this turret and then the next turret. So again, 4 turrets in 3 minutes from the first turret take. Absolutely insane, like mid-game run of play from TL, just being able to recognize where they could press their advantages, using Yon, using the Ziggs from APA. You really just shouldn't give this team Ziggs.
I mean, I feel like APA, when he can play this style, when he can play through side lanes, attack towers, that is what he is absolutely the best at, right? Whether it's Ziggs or when he was playing Tristana, or even like champions like Asol that can kind of escape pretty easily in side lanes, it is something that they have consistently been very, very good at. And TL always excels when they can get a lot of gold through those side lanes and a lot of gold on their solo laners.
Yeah, even just ask the C9 players after the game. They're like, we should just ban Ziggs, but also like Team Liquid is so great at being able to play that style. And one person that really helped them in being able to do that, you can already see him on the screen, right to the, hey, that's that bald head right there. Hands up. Spawn Buff is in the building. He always has such an impact on the team when he's in person, and he flew in just recently to get that job done.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting also to see because they are integrating UG into this existing team, right? So we're going to see how he fits. We're going to see the Spawn buff potentially continue. I think the biggest takeaway from Spawn himself is something he said last split, where he was like, I kind of create this lightning rod for criticism so that we can then move on in our discussions. And I think that's actually super important for a team to have.
Yeah, and a little bit of context about Yuji. He had been on his student visa from playing with Maryville, so he was allowed to be here and he's been practicing with the team, but his work visa hadn't come in to play on stage with the team. That happened, so they're getting him in as soon as possible in order to have the flexibility come playoffs.
And I think the real question now, taking all of this into consideration, talking about how Shopify is getting better and all these things, is just who do we think is going to win? Because for me, I have it as Team Liquid still coming out with the victory. And I could see a lot of us do have that as a big point of contention. So that's pretty shocking to see that.
Listen. I think the general consensus is that Team Liquid is the third strongest team.
Yeah.
But I've had this feeling with Shopify. I had this before they beat 100 Thieves last week, that we're just going to look up one day and they're going to be in finals weekend. It's just a feeling. So, and here's why. They have had some of the closest games the entire split. So look at this. They have been early on in split 2 in the positioning phase. They had so what close means is what percentage of the game is the goal close. And in the last 2 weeks, 82% of their games have been close. They're just constantly in the scrap. They're not falling far behind. They're not blowing people away, which is a lot of high pressure practice. The other thing is the weakest part of this team by far has been Palafox. Contracts and Fudge have been popping off. I'd say B-Boy's been good enough, and they're still pretty cohesive as a team. But who's going to punish Palafox in this series? I'd argue APA has been mediocre. So he's middle of the pack mid lane. I don't necessarily think, especially if Sigla's taken away from him, that he's going to be able to father APA in this series. This is a bet. But I don't think that's going to be a massive mismatch. And then the third thing would be Fudge's scaling. His glow up has been so strong, and he is always doing the right thing in order to win the games. His growth from the first 4 weeks where he was playing poorly to the last 2 weeks where he's been one of the best top players in the league, those things together, and I say they can squeak out a win. That's why I'm putting 2 on for Shopify.
Wow.
Okay, Azael, Emily, the defendant has made their case. Thoughts?
Well, okay, so there's been a lot of close games, and now what happens at the end of all those close games? They lose.
43% of them.
In the group stage, not the positioning phase.
Well, that was so long ago. You're going to count that?
It was like 2 weeks ago.
4 wins, 5 losses. They were in the harder group, by the way.
Yeah.
There's probably all 4 of those teams are going to be in the playoffs from that group.
I'm with you. I gave Shopify a game. I think even additionally, I thought TL would definitely win if they were playing with Umti. This is the first LTA stage game for UG. I feel like the biggest mismatch is going to be in the jungle. Contracts could blow them out. If Contracts blows them out, I could easily see them winning the series.
Emily?
I just think their map play is better, right? Like, obviously, I think you should still ban the Ziggs. Don't give APA Ziggs. But I do think even with slotting UG in, that shouldn't necessarily change how they move around the map. I think a lot of that comes from core and impact and then APA. So, yeah.
But I'm getting a feeling that the defendant is incorrect here. We already have 2 people that disagree with him. I disagree with him. The jury disagree with him.
Well, who's the jury?
You are guilty! Start the show!
I'm going to be right.
No, you're not!
Welcome back to the LTA. It's the last day of Best of 3 competition here at the Riot Games Arena. And we're heading to playoffs and non-stop Best of 5 League of Legends action next week. Later today, there's only one playoff spot left, and 100 Thieves want to stop their slide down the standings before they miss out on it. The underdogs of Disguise are hungry, though, and it's their last chance to prove themselves this split. But first, Team Liquid and Shopify go head-to-head. Team Liquid has UG signed to the roster, and Coach Spawn is back in person with the team. Can they lock the win here, or will Shopify conquer their demons and lock in to secure the upset heading into next week's bracket? All those questions and more coming your way right now. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe, here for this first one with Team Liquid, bringing in the new guy and the old guy for the stage.
The combo, the Wombo combo, bringing back Spawn from overseas. He's got his belt out on stage, ready to go, and they've got Yuji in. And Yuji is such a cool story because they have been scrimming with him as kind of a 6-man on the roster. Umpty even had given an interview where he kind of liked the motivation at one point, and it allowed them to solve some of the issues that they had and trying to figure out which ones were communication issues, which ones were in-game issues, and basically separate some of the confounding factors and take a little bit more scientific approach to some of the issues that they have had. But we'll see how it looks on stage because this will be Yuji's first performance up here with the big audience. And against Shopify, who have started to go on a bit of a roll, my friend. Fudge is playing a lot better. Big improvements from him. Contracts is stealing Barons. So let's get right into the draft.
Okay, checking it out. We've got the first part of the bans all taken care of. Yone, Nefiri, Ezreal banned out by Team Liquid. Shopify, first 2 bans focusing on Yon there in the AD carry role. Callista and Varus, a couple of his power picks, going to remove those. Alongside the Vi that just remains so ever-present, so popular as just a kind of all-round jungle pick.
Yeah, definitely. It is worth focusing on Yon, by the way. Yon is still the big carry for this team. We, during the success of the team, gave a lot of focus there, but even in their struggles, has been a huge point for them. All right, so the first pick, though, are going to take away the Taliyah. Definitely has been something that Palafox has tried to play a lot more recently, and we'll see. It is certainly one of APA's champions that do rank very highly just as an individual, so see what Palafox wants to play into it. I guess its immediate answer is right into the Ahri, and that with a Xin Zhao means you need to have some really good early skirmishes. That mid jungle is already very strong.
Right, they love those smaller 2v2, 3v3 fights early on with that combo. Over on the other side, I feel like Taliyah is just... You pretty much see her in the first game of Fearless every single time. She's just super popular as one of those go-to mid-lane mages. But I'm really curious here what Team Liquid specifically is going to have Yuji play for his first LTA appearance. That Pantheon, we know that it could go to Core JJ, but we're seeing it a lot more in the jungle these days.
And especially if you do have a Taliyah as your mid laner already, because the point and click is the perfect setup for the seismic shoves. You know, the Vi Taliyah combo is the most well-known. Pantheon Taliyah is like number 2 right behind it. Point and click, and it even comes before level 6. So lots of early skirmishing. We definitely expect already from these drafts for mid jungles to play a prominent role. Interesting here, though, we have a big divergence. Rumble, way more for team fighting. Rise, way more for split pushing. So in our third picks for both of these two teams, a divergence in strategies emerges.
Yeah, we've got both solo laners locked in for both squads, both junglers locked in, and both teams have the setup of the double AP solo lanes plus the physical damage jungler. With junglers like Pantheon and Xin Zhao, I feel like you could have some pretty explosive solo lane opportunities in this one.
Definitely agree. I mean, I expect this first game already just to be a banger because, like you're saying, this team has Taliyah and Pantheon, so there are globals here. There's a lot of movement there. The other team has a Rise, which has Realm Warp and is very good at split pushing. So we expect there to be spread map and lots of spread map plays in this game already. Let's get down to the bottom lane, though, and really figure this out because Senna got one of the changes where this might be one of the funniest changes to champions over the course of the history of the champion, where Senna's soul generation rate for minions that she kills is something that they have gone back and forth on, probably like 8 times.
It's a lot of times.
9 times, where they decide, okay, Senna's going to be an AD carry now, so we're going to pump up the soul generation on minions that you actually last hit and kill. Then they do the opposite the next time around. They want her back on support, so they put it back down. Currently, she is in an AD carry era, and so they do ban that out. It's kind of interesting because has been seeing some popularity in solo queues, so never know what's been going on in scrims there. Regardless, though, on the other side, the extra couple bans towards support here, a lot of those play-making supports with the Nautilus and the Nico.
Whenever you ban Nico, I know you don't want to count that game. Nobody likes to have to count those minions every single time. Make sure there's not a 7th one sneaking in there. The Nautilus are reliable engage band away. Braum, the final ban of the draft here for TL, and we'll see how Shopify want to go with this one. Alistar has been a pretty popular pick recently, and they'll lock that one in for Seos. I really like this, especially with contracts being on a jungler that wants to skirmish like you were talking about with the Xin Zhao. Having one of these CC roam buddy supports always feels good.
Yeah, definitely. Alistar right now is just does so many things so well in the game, since there are so many team fights centered around all these objectives. Really good primary engage support, really good peeling as well, and Seos has played that role exceptionally ever since he was added onto Shopify. Moves around with especially contracts a lot, super actively, so the extra Alistar CC is going to go a long way with jungle as well as with the rest of the team fights. But Poppy is a really good answer into Xin and Ahri and Alistar. Very high value core JJ Poppy here for the steadfast presence.
And we've also got Jan bringing in the Jhin, so if Talia and Pantheon both dive in for a fight to collapse somewhere, Jan can back them up with the curtain call. I know one of the fans in the audience had a sign that said pick Jhin, and already the sign has been fulfilled here in game number 1 by Team Liquid and Jan on that pick. All that's left now is for Shopify to lock in B-Boy's carry, and they're going with the Kai'Sa.
Dude, this game is going to be exciting no matter what, because the map is going to be spread and there will be picks everywhere from both teams.
Yep.
There is so much damage and long range mobility as well as kill opportunities in this game. This definitely should be a fun one. Either team, that means, that gets an early lead, I feel like will have a very good chance at snowballing this game, so you have to be very careful about some of the early kills that do go over. Both these sides could be extremely snowbally.
And I want to go back to what you were talking about when we saw the top laners get locked in, how Rumble loves to team fight, but Ryze loves to split push. I'm very curious how the cat and mouse game of split pushing is going to go this game. Because yeah, Ryze loves to split push. You know who likes to gang up and beat up split pushers? Pantheon, Talia. They're happy to turn a 1v1 into a 3v1, and that kind of back and forth of, can the Ryze find the right positioning and the right timings to push, or is he just going to be a loop pinata for the globals of the other side? That's one of the main stories I'm looking at in this one.
Everybody's looking for picks. Let's get into it. Should be a super exciting one here. Crowd is pumped. Team Liquid and Shopify back on the Rift.
Both of these teams have already secured their spots for the playoffs. They know that they will not be getting eliminated this weekend, but you want to be looking good. You want to go into the best of 5 phase, feeling strong, feeling like one of the teams to beat. Shopify, I think, already surprising a ton of fans by being in this guaranteed playoff spot to begin with, beating out 100 Thieves for one of the top 2 spots in their group.
That is a very good point, Flowers. And you know, one big reason that actually got them over the edge to be in this position for Shopify Rebellion,
what is that?
Has actually been Ludwig co-streaming. They have a crazy win rate when he has been co-streaming, and not as good as a win rate when he has not been co-streaming.
Okay, so it's 100% versus 17%. That's quite a difference.
There is quite a difference. I heard that he was going to co-stream today, so we'll see if that 100% can keep on going for Shopify. Of course, there have also been some other smaller factors, like Fudge playing a lot better, contracts being an absolute beast for them in the jungle. But right into some early action, Core JJ tries to use his sweeper, and Seos almost gets the timing there to defend, but headbutt not enough to defend his ward, and Core JJ wins the support battle.
Core JJ now with the biggest gold lead in the game, the biggest farm lead in the game.
What a beast.
On the support Poppy, just 1.5 minutes into the game, and now he's stopping contracts his first buff. We're joking around, but Core JJ is a menace at level 1 with Poppy. Now Seos is coming in to stop him. Core is just on a Tour de Rift. What is happening? Where is he going? Contracts is going back to the Wolves now.
Flowers, if Contracts is the engine for Shopify, as the analyst has said, then Core JJ is a wrench in the engine. He just delayed Contracts so heavily with this invade from Poppy. It is going to mean a huge lead for UG. Core JJ is helping out their new jungler, and he's even going back to bottom lane to get a cleanse out of B-Boy.
B-Boy dropped down to 100 HP while UG has been stealing away Contracts jungle the whole time.
Yeah, it's so crazy here because Contracts isn't going to have anywhere to go except back bottom for revenge. We'll see if UG's able to cross the entire way because he was seen by that ward. So that's a critical top ward right there. And UG's just going to stay efficient, and he's not going to path over to his red quadrant to defend because Core JJ's got it covered.
He's a menace. He is a public menace for Shopify fans. Core JJ is just completely halting Contracts' jungle progress.
He is halting the whole game, Flowers. Core JJ is this game of League of Legends.
Look at all the wards. Look at all of the wards that Shopify have had to place down. Their side of the jungle looks like a Christmas tree at 3 minutes, and Core JJ is coming down the chimney. He's not going to allow Contracts to take this buff without a battle. Finally, the blue buff secured. Core JJ.
Core JJ is a support, a jungle, a mid lane, an assassin, a tank, a mage, a miracle worker, because they put UG in, and we had all his graphics, prepared for UG, hype him up, and all about his history, and he's a 2-time NACL MVP. But like Core JJ stealing the spotlight. He's making UG's job so easy here.
Yeah.
He got to start on Contracts' red quadrant, steal everything away, while Core JJ made Contracts take 10 years to clear 2 camps.
That is just absolutely crazy. You saw the gold lead. It looks like UG's already got a kill. He's 27 farm to 12. Contracts just had to stand around and wait for his chickens.
And this is the timeline of the history there for UG. A lot of time with Fly Academy, Fly Challengers, plus Maryville, and now finds himself on Team Liquid with the GOAT support, I guess.
Yeah.
My favorite supporting style is when my support goes.
I love it. I hate playing against it, but Core JJ is making sure that UG's entry here to the Tier 1 stage is as comfortable as humanly possible. He is flying first class into the jungle on this one.
That's what you like to see from the veteran players, Flowers.
Yeah, you gotta just welcome him in, teach him the environment, show him the ropes, make sure the first one's a couple of softballs, right? And that's what he's tossing his jungler on this one.
It's actually really cool too, because with Pantheon, of course, your level 6 is a global, so you are going to be able to move that lead around the map. So when Core JJ is like playing for jungle, he's playing for the whole team basically. Oh, goodness.
He's doing it again. He's going back. Contracts.
Also, Core JJ still has his real flash, so he's actually quite safe in doing this.
Yeah, Contracts really wants to try to at least use the smite to secure the Gromp. He gets the Gromp. He survives the Core JJ pressure for now.
But will he survive mentally from this onslaught of the Poppy?
I think that one might already be in play. Like, this is so frustrating to deal with because Core JJ is just not letting Contracts breathe. When you think Xin Zhao, it's like we were talking about in Draft, man. You think skirmishes. You think this guy's getting in the game early. He's putting on some pressure. But now it's Seos under pressure as Yan and Core are going to force out the flash from the enemy support here, too.
Okay, so both flashes traded there for the supports. Of course, Core JJ as well as Seos both have Hex Flash, but that is just so much pressure. It's kind of crazy. We could literally do this game by just doing Core JJ's point of view the entire time. It could have been a pro view here. Dragon is now finally up, and bottom side of the map is just fully controlled by them from the immense amount of pressure and all these invades. And here we go, the level 6 Pantheon already makes a pass towards mid, but Palfox has to ult away from just the seismic shove. UG didn't even get in range there, but of course UG is 2 levels above Contracts at the moment. And the bottom lane should be guaranteed Dragon, and since he's already cleared out that side of the map, Contracts has nowhere to go. Contracts on his Raptors will finally tick over to his level 5, but UG will still retain a full level lead afterwards, plus getting the Dragon for TL.
And Contrax's opportunities to find something are even so much more limited too when you consider the fact Seos doesn't have his flash to try to make an engage play to set it up bottom. In the mid lane, Palafox had to use his ulti to escape Yuji's gank that didn't even require the Grand Starfall. The pressure's in the right places to make it so Contrax's difficult job just becomes more and more strained. We're only 7 minutes into the game and it's a 1,000 gold lead, plus that first dragon uncontested over to the side of TL. We will see how rapidly either side wants to switch their bot lane duos towards that top side of the map with the grubs spawning here in about 45 seconds.
I think it's just so hard for Contrax and Shopify to fight any of these early fights because he's been delayed for level 6 so long. I don't even, like, he can barely get it by 8 minutes, but usually should be 7 by then for sure.
Yeah, it's one camp.
And if Core JJ just roams up there, then I think it's just so dangerous. We'll see about it though, because Rumble Teleport is actually used. Impax wants to do a little bit of a tempo play here. He teleports to get to bottom lane even quicker to hard shove the wave and then have the free roaming time to be able to move over. Of course, Rumble, you don't have to roam quite as close because your ultimate has a very long cast range as well, and you can still have a big impact.
Plus, when you look at Fudge's TP, those teleport timers being desynced means that Impact's not going to get punished there. But let's see if Contrax ends up getting jumped. All of Shopify making sure that their boy can get this crab. Meanwhile, the grubs are uncontested. APA takes a huge chunk of damage there with a Void Seeker from B-Boy combining with Palafox's charm combo. And now, Shopify finally walking their way up into the top side of the river. But the first two grubs have already been claimed by Team Liquid and Yuji, and the third one will be, again, no contest from Shopify. Both of the first two neutral objectives are TLs, free and clear.
Yeah, and I think they got Core JJ's name stamped on them.
Yeah.
He just created such a big difference in this game, and they're still reaping the rewards of that difference. So we'll see if Shopify can come back from this. You have to claw your way back in. They don't want to fight while they're at the deficit, so they're trying to farm it back up, get it into a much more competitive area so they can actually fight, some of these team fights, or, actually find some picks like we were talking about from Champ Select with the Ahri, or maybe some tricky like Rise, Realm Warp plays, and some possibilities there. It's just going to be so much more difficult because Yuji can always answer this comfy blanket of the Pantheon Global coming down to counter any one of your plays that you try and pull off as Shopify. If you try and get sneaky and go for a pick, you really have to make it fast because Pantheon Ultimate can come down very quickly.
I mean, we've been talking about Core JJ helping build up this lead for Yuji and set Contracts behind, but the even bigger lead is in the AD carry role. Yon is up almost 30 farm over B-Boy, as now Palafox goes after APA, but the Weaver's Wall just gets him out in a hurry, so Team Liquid's mid laner happy to just trade the ultis there back and forth as Impact continues the pressure onto Fudge, and Core JJ wants to get involved in something that's not Contracts. Slam into the wall, equalizer over the top, Fudge with the flash out. Realm Warp looks for safety. He does get away. Is Yuji going to go for the crazy YOLO Grand Starfall? Doesn't look like it. Okay. I didn't know. Sometimes you get a new guy on the stage. Sometimes he's looking to shoot from the hip a little bit.
Maybe if you give Core JJ the controls to that, and then he sends it in there. Because he's just nonstop plays. As you point out, when he was harassing Contracts, he also was revisiting back bottom lane, making plays on Seos, making plays on B-Boy. Keeping up pressure there, then transfers it once again over to Fudge. Another flash burned there. No more for the Rise, no more safety, no more Realm Warp, no more flash. And so he's constantly taking away playmaking tools from Shopify through Core JJ's aggression.
And I mean, yeah, the score is still 0-0. None of these Core JJ plays have actually resulted in a champion kill, but they don't need to. He's getting so much, he's denying so much, he's completely controlling the pace of the first 10 minutes of this game. It is less than 60 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Team Liquid with control over the mid lane right now, getting this wave ready to crash as B-Boy has to just try to scramble and defend against this. 20 minions left on the call for Yon. Has way less of a time to go on that one than B-Boy does across the way, still sitting on more than 40 that he needs to pick up. as Contracts is hanging around up here near this top lane, wants to make sure that his mid laner doesn't get dove. As I feel like at this point, Seos is kind of just trying to figure out where Core JJ is going to be and shut down this Team Liquid support machine.
And the problem is, he hasn't been able to shut it down even when he's there. He's trying to headbutt him away. He's trying to like survive, and he still has not been able to match. Core JJ has just had full pressure. They both are going to be pretty low on experience though because of all this movement, you know, through the jungle and away from minions that are dying. But Seos is actually the first one to soak up that level 6. Don't think it's going to mean too much as UG steals away some extra jungle camps here, pilfering some more from Contracts.
Well, we've also got a couple of big purchases. You can see UG already has Sundering Sky completed, got that on his last back. Jan just recalled to purchase the Collector, so fully completed items here on the 2 TL members with the biggest gold leads. Right before this second Drake is about to spawn, it's nearly a 2,000 gold lead for TL as a squad. The only big individual item lead that I'm seeing on the side of Shopify is at least you've got the Rod of Ages already completed for Fudge because Impact wanted to go for the fully completed Mercury Treads before going for the first big ticket item, so that's something, but it's not enough to do anything with, not when Core JJ is still hanging around here near this bottom lane tier 1 turret, and once again, Yuji's just free to take the Drake. There's no contest, there's no resistance from Shopify whatsoever. First 3 neutral objectives, TL.
UG got hired to play PvE the entire time, Flowers. Core JJ is playing enough PvP for the entire team by himself.
Yuji's playing Farm Simulator 2025, the jungle DLC.
Yeah, Core's like, all right, you take care of the busy work. You fill out the paperwork, you get all the objectives. I'm gonna take care of
business.
All the business here. But yeah, it's also like this Jan, you know, this Collector first Jhin. We kind of saw a little bit of this from FlyQuest when Masu played it in their series versus Cloud9, and they had really good early power with it. Of course, there are a lot of other differences in that game and in that series, but you know, it is definitely a very early spike and very, very threatening because you can just pick people off from such long ranges with the TL squad here. Contracts and Seos are here for the counter this time.
Yeah, I don't even know if Shopify wins this 3v2. Contracts going in after APA, who has a flash defensively, but now Shopify Rebellion's got to be careful. Core JJ is ready to keep on fighting. Weaver's Wall flies out. Seos is trapped. A bit more damage will at least force out the Unbreakable Will as Jan opens the curtain call, and Seos has to try to dodge the shots. Fourth one flies out, but Palafox won't get clipped. Team Liquid still moving forward. It's 10 seconds past 14 minutes. That means the turret plates are down. Means this wave crashing into the turret with the 3 Void Grubs already secured for TL should mean first turret going their way.
Yeah, certainly looks like it. The snowball here continues. Fudge tries the Realm Warp away from the play on bottom side, and he does so successfully. So at least the cross map there does not work out. TL were about to make 2 successful plays on opposite sides of the map extremely quickly, and this has been a team that is so good in the early game. 6-0 so far when they are ahead at 14 minutes, tied in the league with, oh, what do you know, Cloud9 and FlyQuest there. But honestly, the scrim groups here, maybe some similarities, as we saw some similar factors from the previous series yesterday, but TL are snowballing very effectively already, and like you said, with no kills.
It's 0 kills on the board. I feel like maybe our stats guy Leo would be able to figure this out. They were at 3,500 gold after they got that first turret in terms of the lead. That has to be the biggest gold lead we've seen all year, and maybe even in a longer period of time than that, without any kills on the board. Team Liquid has just built this out of Core JJ's blood, sweat, and tears, and just everything they've taken away from Shopify.
What's really funny is they also, until now, the objective bounties are turning off, but they also procced objective bounties with no kills. Is super duper crazy because it counts all the neutral objectives that they got, plus the gold lead they got through towers, through tower gold. They're going to increase that gold lead with this tower, so they might turn the objective bounties back on here, still with 0 kills, and controlling the entire Rift. Okay, Shopify, though, they do have contracts up by the Rift Herald. This might be the first thing that they can get. Oh, they also have 1 flower.
Okay, so they have 1 flower petal.
Yeah.
That's more. Yeah!
Whoa!
Yeah, let's
There
go.
we go.
All right. They're
One
on the
petal
board.
at a time.
They're on the board. board. Okay.
Flowers, you win games one petal at a time. Oh, okay.
One petal at a time, but immediately APA throws out the Weaver's Wall, and the Herald fight is not going to be easy. Core JJ tackling in as Seos takes a bunch of damage, and a very nice equalizer down over the top arrives from Impact as the curtain call opens and Contracts is stuck in the front line. Yon's grabbing the first blood, and it's already 2 dead. We're in Shopify jerseys. Team Liquid wants even more as the seismic shove doesn't connect, and the first time Shopify fights for one of these neutral objectives, Team Liquid hits them right in the mouth.
Looking like domination, Flowers. It is looking like complete and utter domination on the Rift from Team Liquid, led by their captain, Core JJ, but now really sealed in a team fight here. And Shopify are getting desperate because of how far they're falling behind. APA walls them off. And then you've got the bottom lane sectioned off here, so they force the flash out of B-Boy. Seos has the ultimate, they're on the run, and Core JJ lives through it all. The Poppy's able to survive on like 70 HP there, runs out through the rest of the team. The long range of the Jhin ult, the Rumble ultimates.
And back to live, we got another fight already as Seos is about to die. APA just firing off a couple more of these rocks, barely misses out on the kill.
My favorite thing about Alistar is Alistar with phase rush and how funny Alistar looks
around.
when he's running away with the phase rush move speed.
He looks like a cartoon. He really does look silly.
It's actually trying to look like all fours, but
not quite.
Not quite. Definitely like the animations. Anyway, Shopify right back to it. They they're trying to fight their way out of it. They know they're in a hole.
Yeah, and it's gonna take some some industrial gear to climb out of this one, man. As Shopify, they've got the Drake down to about 5,000. Team Liquid just waiting for their moment to try and strike. APA goes for the seismic shove, but does not find Fudge. Rift Herald going to be summoned up, at least as a distraction. Yuji leads the charge. Palafox has to try to run. Contracts already looking to create some space, but both solo laners on Shopify are at death's door. The Dragon's going to be overtaken. Yon with a kill on Palafox. Beautiful shooting from the Team Liquid AD carry. Everybody on Shopify's dead. Team Liquid takes the Drake. Team Liquid takes everything. It's a 7-0 game with a 7,000, make it 8,000 gold lead.
Honestly, I'm a believer in Spawn's belt now. Spawn showed up. Spawn showed up for today. He's back in town, and Team Liquid are smashing Shopify here. It's reminiscent of how hard FlyQuest won yesterday versus Cloud9. But again, at this point, they are so far ahead that these fights just look so easy. You saw they immediately went for the flash stun onto Palafox and equalizer, and then he was out of the fight. We're having fun here. APA's running over people with the Rift Herald.
Oh, hold on, Yuji in some danger. Shopify might finally find themselves a kill, a shutdown for B-Boy. They will at least stop Team Liquid from staying on track for a perfect game. But when that's the only thing you can really claim for yourselves after 20 minutes of play, you know Shopify's in a rough spot.
Pick on the new guy, Flowers.
Yeah. They're like, all right, Core JJ's held your hand long enough, buddy.
All right, UG down, but Shopify are going to need more than that. Here they go. They know the only way to get more is to fight for it.
The only way out is in, but they're not going to get there with Steadfast Presence blocking the way. APA now in a little bit of danger as B-Boy wants to continue the chase. Team Liquid falling back with their squad of 3. Palafox wants APA, but he ain't going to find him. Impact arrives. The cavalry is here, and Contracts needs a little more damage. Finally, we'll take out Core JJ, but Palafox and B-Boy have already died for it. Team Liquid looking for more. It's only Fudge and Seos still standing on the Shopify roster, and Team Liquid will be happy with the trade.
Yeah, they will, because they've got the rest of the map open to them. Along with the kill trade, they also gain complete priority over Otacon here. So that thing should get picked up. A couple more flower petals. Of course, if you kill Otacon, it's just going to sweep all those things into your inventory anyway, so no need to spend any time auto-attacking those, and they will pick up the Otacon in the aftermath. Of course, they're still looking 2 minutes, 40 seconds ahead into the future towards the Cloud Soul. Shopify have clearly made the call, okay, let's just full send at every opportunity that we get. We are so far down.
I know what you can do.
Yeah, we have to full send at this point, but honestly, it's too late. Like, it's almost 10,000 gold lead here. Maybe they can pull out a miracle and extend this game. It's gonna have to be 2 minutes into the future here for this Dragon Soul fight, maybe they could find a pick beforehand would be the ideal situation, so you don't actually have to fight a full 5-on-5 because they're so heavily disadvantaged in a full 5-on-5 that you need something else to go your way earlier. It's just really hard because look at the vision coverage from Team Liquid. The top side fully lit up, so the hope for Shopify is to make a bottom side vision surprise play in advance of the arrival of the Dragon Soul, so that then they can start to like compound some small victories into a bigger one.
So before the Otacon was taken, the flower count was 5-5. Now hold on, nice potential play here from Shopify. Need more damage to finish off APA, and Contracts is there to provide. Now with a Realm Warp coming in from Fudge, Shopify may have found their angle. Yuji's in some danger now with no Pantheon shield left. He'll get picked as Palafox wants to flash in for the charm, but he can't land it, and Impact's on a killing spree with a nicely timed equalizer. Fudge trying to keep the Team Liquid top laner away and at bay as Yon continues moving forward. Contracts stuck inside the pit, gonna get cooked up by Impact as Yon is just blasting these guys. Fudge and Seo's gotta run, and right when it looks like Shopify might have found one last shining light in the darkness, Team Liquid puts it out. Triple kill Yon.
Sometimes it is really hard to control and throttle your comeback because they made the ideal bottom side vision surprise play, Flowers. Right here, they're gonna be able to get a couple of kills. At the moment that you start to get kills though, your mind is thinking, is this the best opportunity to push the advantage of a couple of kills and members of TL being down to try and get more? Or when do we need to call this off and take our victory already? Right there was when they stepped a little bit too far, overextending into the rest of the team, you know, flashing forward for the extra charm. In hindsight, you look back and you're like, okay, we needed to call it off at just the original victory and basically take our profits at that point. But it is really easy to feel for them and kind of get into that mentality of, ooh, we are starting to come back.
Oh, hold on. Already the next fight has started up as Contracts in the middle of everybody creates some space, but Yon is just way too strong. Impact's got to try to get back. But Shopify making a 1-for-1 trade here with the start. B-Boy's about to drop, and the Comet Spear from Yuji seals his fate as a double kill for Yon hits Palafox. Yuji's ready to rejoin the fight as the curtain call opens up. Seos, he dodges the first 2 bullets, he dodges the third, but the 4th shot gets it done. Shopify lose 4 out of 5. It's only Fudge alive, and Team Liquid would continue to run the Rift. They've got that next Drake alive. That one's getting picked up once again for free, and that'll be Dragon Soul for TL.
Yep, they finally claim that. All right, now with all the extra move speed, the map, it becomes very, very difficult to spread and to play for Shopify. Cloud Soul just cuts off so many of your options with all the mobility it gives to Team Liquid, and it makes it so easy to use a big gold lead because of that. So there we go. Okay,
we're chilling.
You gotta count those small things, Flowers.
Yeah, we're
every little baby step in the comeback.
Yeah, well,
every little brick on the road.
The problem with the bricks in that road, Kobe, is Yon almost has twice as many kills as the entirety of Shopify put together. He's 11-0-6 here on the Jhin. He's 5,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent. And now Core JJ and Impact have found another one. There's burgers on the grill, and they look like Seos. Team Liquid with a 5v4, 25 minutes into the game. Baron just spawned, and he's about to go lights out.
Huh. I've heard of that where you use like the really hot rocks to cook things.
Oh,
They had the flame spitter on top of the Leo rocks.
Yeah, it's a nice combo.
Yeah.
It works out pretty well.
All
unless you're
natural.
Seos, then you're not happy with it.
No.
He is not looking to go to that restaurant, as we've got the Baron secured. 25 minutes, 30 seconds into the game for TL, pushing that gold lead up to 12,500. I think in yesterday's FlyQuest C9 series, the peak gold lead was like 18K. I think TL are trying to chase that.
It's kind of crazy that we're even considering, like, will this be as much of a stomp as that, FlyQuest Cloud9 series already? Shopify, though, they have been able to fight some kills back for themselves, so you know, they're scrapping a little bit. It's just that they're so far behind. The base basically melts in front of them.
Yeah, this is quite the performance here from Team Liquid as Shopify Rebellion cannot hold their tier 3 turret here in the top lane. That inhibitor is going to fall right after. The Baroned up minions will guarantee it. 2 more shots, I think, from that cannon, or maybe just the little guys will get it done there. It goes. Inhibitor down in top lane. 13,000 gold lead for TL as Shopify are trying to scramble and defend these remaining 2 lanes. Luckily, the bottom lane is all the way down at the TL tier 2 turret, so they don't have to worry about that one right now. But that was one auto attack from Yawn. Now Palafox nearly just burns away to the equalizer. Luckily, did not have to use the ult or the flash to escape there. But with him so critically injured, TL know that there's no way for Shopify to defend. They're going to force down the second lane of super minions to spawn with that inhibitor eliminated. And now it's just the bottom lane, Kobe, and Team Liquid is looking clean.
They certainly are. I feel like them and FlyQuest really focused on early games in the last week of scrims, because they certainly are able to snowball very effectively here. And especially, you know, both of them using the Jhin. It's actually up to a shield bow now, too, for Yawn. So since he's so far ahead, he's even getting some extra survivability on top of all the damage that he already had. He was spiking so hard. I'm becoming a very big fan of this Collector and IE build. You know, of course, we have the rapid fire in there, but see, APA is back out again.
Oh no, they're going after Seos once more. That Alistar tries to escape, but he knows he's just dead. And now the steadfast presence stops B-Boy in his tracks. The bottom lane of Shopify Rebellion eliminated as TL just secure their position with the minion wave. Get ready to push down this last inhibitor that's still standing on the Shopify side. It's a 5v3 for the next 20 seconds, and TL have a 13,000 gold lead to just force the end of the game on those numbers. Fudge, Palafox, and Contracts are going to need more than a miracle here as Yuji just immediately jumps forward. Palafox is taken out. Contracts wants to use his ulti to make some space, but it's not going to work. Impact takes him out of the picture as Fudge drops the Realm Warp. Core JJ tackles him right back out of it, and Team Liquid is looking to farm a couple of fantasy points before this one ends. Those turrets are going to die just to the minions. Seos and B-Boy are back alive, but for how long? B-Boy and Seos just trying to dodge the shots. Team Liquid slams game 1.
15.7 thousand gold lead for Team Liquid here. Dragon Soul in pocket. What a huge snowball. And Flowers, it all started with Core JJ, the Poppy menace. He invaded, he took out Contracts from the game, basically, put him so far behind. He put him so far, like an entire level behind so early on into the game, and then still had a bunch of pressure in bot lane too. That, like, I don't know, I feel like it was almost unplayable for Shopify there, having their jungle and their bottom lane so far behind from so early on into the game. TL did a very good job snowballing off of that early lead and won Poppy's heroics.
First blood didn't happen till the Rift Herald fight. That Poppy heroics, he was winning the Cold War against Shopify. No shots even needed to be fired. He was just winning by
just hammers thrown.
Yeah, he was just in their face non-stop. Team Liquid, they didn't need kills. They controlled the map. Core JJ was controlling everything. It was a delight to see, unless you were wearing a Shopify jersey. Hey, attention all LTA fans. From now until May 28th, fans can cast their ballots for the Kia Most Valuable Player and Kia All-Pro teams using the QR code on your screen right now. Participating fans can enter for a chance to win a trip to the 2025 LTA Championship. Terms apply. And now, with that all taken care of, we're going to send things over to the lounge to break down that Core JJ masterclass.
Thank you, Flowers. That is exactly what I'm going to do, actually. We're just going to revisit the terror that Core JJ's Poppy inflicted onto Contracts and really set up Yuji and his bot lane for success, right? So this is going to end up being really great for Yuji, who this is his first game in here, right? They spot out Core JJ on this ward, and then he is just going to come in and be an absolute menace, pushes Contracts off of his own blue buff, goes all the way up. I thought he might be in trouble here with Seos coming up, but they really can't kill him, so he's going to come back down here. Contracts actually is going to end up having to start up here. And then he is going to come back to the bot side with Seos trailing him. When Yon lands this, immediately goes in. B-Boy has to burn cleanse, and in the meantime, Yuji is up here like straight chilling. He got a complete invade, did enemy raptors, enemy red, enemy krugs, goes to his own gromp, is going to end up at the end of this going through some of his bot side camps and scuttle. Meanwhile, Core is still here. He's still being an absolute pest. Contracts is not able to farm his blue, has to again keep pulling Seos out of this lane, and the end result is that Yon is also going to end up getting ahead. We're gonna skip a little bit further to about 5 minutes here, where again, Contracts just trying to do his own grub. Guess what? Core is still here. He's so annoying, and then yeah, Contracts is gonna have to get the smite on that. Ultimately, the big thing for me is when you have a new jungler coming in, you want to make him comfortable, right? You want to set him up for success. In these early plays, he sets up Yuji for success. He sets up Yon to the point where Yon is so significantly far ahead in this bot lane, gives them Drake control, gives them grub control. It's insane.
Yep. And as we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat. Jungle gap.
No, not defending. Yeah, I will check the blue only. Yeah. Okay. Blue. Blue.
Yeah, that's good.
Kai'Sa going core. Oh,
yeah,
no, not going. She went back. I'm picking jungle.
Yeah, that's very good. Only Alistar move.
Alistar looks like he's going. Yeah, it's okay. I'm gonna just kill this guy. Pressure this guy.
Yeah. Okay.
I will buy time here.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa can move now, Core, but she doesn't want to. Not moving.
I'm the pro.
Yeah, that's
very good. Can you hover?
Not
easy, not easy. Never mind. I just the enemy jungle.
Yeah,
I think he's not hitting blue now.
Yeah, that's
very
good.
Back to bot now.
Yeah, that's very good.
Yon irony. Yeah.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Why are we in Indiana? The retreat's in Nashville, Tennessee.
Put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Bro.
Okay. Let me just figure this out.
Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
I'm going side. I'm looking at it. Yeah. Look at it. Yeah.
Rise hit. Getting rise.
Yeah. I know where it is.
I'm taking it. Forward.
I'm okay.
Don't solo. Herald is coming, guys. Drag.
Yeah. I got the trick, guys.
Well played. Good job.
They're looking at. I think it's by
Ivor. Keep running.
Ivor.
Yeah. Ari, go. We came in.
Flash. I'm walking.
Yeah.
Keep chasing. I can ult them. Keep chasing maybe. Looking in, guys. Yeah. Nowhere.
Yeah.
Ari,
slowly. We gotta get Jin first.
They're looking.
Jin's dead.
Yeah,
Kai'Sa free it, front.
Keep going.
We win. Go.
Our land.
Ari.
Guys.
I'm going Ari.
I'm kind of ulting behind them.
I'm chasing.
I'll turn a flash. Coming in.
Hi, I'm Yuji. I was a jungler for Maribel University. Last week, I just took my last final exam. Now, I'll be flying to Los Angeles to join Team Liquid Honda as a jungler.
He's not gonna hit anybody. Oh, he flashes for it, gets three people, and they get dragged again! Yuji gets the kill. Now he's on to lens, too. He's throwing a little hand out. And this is that conversation. The man is just pushing the limits of NACL.
I'm super excited to have Yuji on the team. I think Yuji brings a bunch of fresh ideas and perspectives. He's a player that is brimming with confidence after what has been an incredibly successful last few years in the North American Challenger League. And I think that he's going to be someone that comes in and has immediate impact.
So Yuji's always kind of been the Mongolian monster, right? And we all knew here that he had a ton of potential.
I started playing League in Season 3, and I got Challenger. When I entered high school, I started taking English lessons a lot, and I decided that I should come to NA. After FlyQuest Challengers, I joined Maribel to finish my degree.
Yuji is the most calculated and the smartest player that I've ever worked with. He does not make fundamentally large mistakes. He is very cool. He makes good decisions.
He's been very foundational in the program's success.
During that time, I got double MVP, and we also won NACL. Joining Team Liquid Honda means a lot to me, just because I've been Team Liquid Honda fan for so many years, and also feel like Team Liquid Honda is probably one of the best Rs in NA. And I'm also excited to play with, honestly, like everyone. I scrimmed with Team Liquid Honda for a bit, and my first impressions were I found that when I talked to Impact, he seems like a very funny guy. I felt like he got like the dad jokes.
So I think he immediately picked up the humor in the team as well, worked really well with Rainover. And then when he comes into review, like he balances it with being, a serious personality that's able to take and give feedback quite well. So really well put together young man, and someone that I'm very interested in working with.
When I joined the league, I expect to be at least a top 4 jungler. I just want to play against like everyone, especially maybe some of my old teammates, Tomo, Scary Jerry, Masu.
I think Yuji's going to be a monster in the LTA.
Is joining a team with a lot of great infrastructure, a lot of great coaching, and the players around him, there's no real question to their caliber. So he just needs to be focused on doing his job. If he just relies on his teammates and he doesn't feel like he has to do anything too special, that he'll do great.
We're cheering for you, bud. You're going to do a great job. Just do what you've always done, and you're going to be great. People are going to love you.
To everyone who is watching, I just want to say thank you. And I also want to say that, it might be weird, we are getting like a new jungler in the middle of the split, but I'll try my best to be the best jungler in the LTA.
Welcome back to the LTA. You just heard a little bit about Yuji joining the roster here for Team Liquid on the Tier 1 stage. Everybody from his alma mater there in Maryville wishing him the best. I love to see that kind of camaraderie there. Knowing that he came from Maryville and then made it up here, that school has had so much success in like the Tier 2 NACL type of ecosystem. And now his first game on stage in the LTA went great.
Yeah, I mean, they said, just do your job, trust your teammates.
Yep.
He did his job in that game and definitely trusted the teammates that did a lot of work there. So let's get into game number 2 and see what Shopify can adjust coming into this one. Now, you can just like tell Core JJ stop and like don't do that again, please help, stop invading.
Hey man, quit.
But they can definitely, draft some support matchup maybe that will give Seo some agency here and truly putting out some lane pressure and keeping Core JJ more pinned down and not allow him so much freedom to invade and keep contracts down, because that strategy from Team Liquid was honestly brilliant, since Contracts has been the primary player for Shopify that like drives a lot of their advantages and their leads. And so not only did TL set up their new player, Yuji, but they also took out basically from the game one of Shopify's strongest and earliest players there in contracts, while still having lane pressure for themselves.
Okay, so Shopify are going to ban out the Callista, the Azir, the Yorick. Varus was banned last time around, but they are going to leave that one open here as the Yone and the Fury remain banned by TL. They want to keep contracts off of the dog. They want to keep Palafox off of the Yone since that's been his most successful champion so far this split. Vi also going to remain banned. I don't know. I think Vi's kind of not the greatest jungle pick right now. People just kind of keep going with it because it's comfortable. It definitely feels like it looks not so hot in a lot of the games it's in.
But she's going to remain on the ban phase.
She's going to remain on the ban list, though. I'm not the pro player. I'm just Scorpion Man.
And you are an admitted Vi hater.
Yes,
so,
I'm a card-carrying member of the Vi hater squad.
All right, well, the classic Varus Ezreal trade is just delayed in the series and will occur in game number 2.
Okay,
instead of game number 1 because of the bans that did go down. So let's see about the follow-up there. Because it can go one of two ways. Okay, and it's very quickly going to go the double poke way here with the very early Nico picked up. And again, this is the team that we stress the most, that Nico is a flex pick and a threatening flex pick for APA, since APA has put a ton of time in on Nico, has played it in many different metas, really comfortable and likes this champion a lot, and likes being an engage and playmaker from mid lane too. So just saying, it is also the flexible early pick here for this Team Liquid squad.
And it was banned out in the second half of the draft in the previous game. Remember in game number 1, it was solo lanes and it was junglers drafted in the first half. So lots of focus on those bot lane duos in the second half of things. Back over on Shopify's side though, it'll be Jace and Nautilus locked in. So a flex pick for the solo lanes and the bottom lane duo for the first half.
Just saying, Nico can also be really annoying as a support Nico invading you.
Yep.
that champ can get very, very troublesome and difficult to deal with. Of course, in lane as well, they both have a lot of poke potential and harassment, but catching back up here, Team Liquid also slammed this Scion for impact. They have begun doing this a lot more frequently after the bumpy road that Team Liquid have gone through so far this year. They've become a lot more willing to just kind of slam some early Scions, some early impact favorite type of champions for themselves into the draft. And of course, this one is just a good matchup into the Jace. You like to basically out-tank the Jace, soak up the damage, scale up your health, and become a super beefy frontline. So it just makes a lot of sense here into the early fudge Jace, which technically can get flexed to Palafox's hand, since Palafox also has a long history with the Jace, but you would presume that it is a top Jace.
Well, it doesn't look like Team Liquid is presuming that, because they're banning the Gwen. They're saying, all right,
because they know.
We think you're going to try to avoid the Jace into Scion matchup.
Palafox, it's funny because when we're talking about the era that he really played a lot of mid lane Jace and liked it a lot, it was back in 2023 and a bit of 2024 when he had a lot of success directly against APA. So if this Jace does go into Palafox's hands, maybe he'll try and recreate those like couple of years ago on Energy when he actually would get a lot of the better of APA, and back then it was like Tristana and Jace meta. But that's a lot very far in the past, and we're not even sure if they are flexing the pick. So we will catch back up with the jungle pick here. I was hoping we would actually get the Talon. We had an owner Talon in LCK a little bit ago, and I'm a huge fan of that pick at the moment for solo queue at the very least, but we're not going to get it. Nope. We're going to get the UG Viego instead.
Okay, Viego locked in for TL for the jungle, which means they are wisely saving that last pick to see, okay, where do we want to send the Nico? Is it going to go mid? Are we going to have it go support? What's going to happen with the enemy team with their potential flex picks? Galio locked in here, and okay, we're going to lock the Kha'Zix.
Oh, we get the assassin for contracts. I mean, this team came into this split finding a lot of success with contracts on the Fury. Carry jungler. Kha'Zix here is an assassin, so we'll okay, well, in the past you can have had some success with Conqueror cooldown reduction builds. Those have definitely dropped off. It is still an option, but I honestly think that he will go Assassin, and he'll just play around the Scion and not through the Scion.
Right. you're not going through him if you're building lethality.
You're going around that wide Scion.
Yeah. Let's
that's the Varus' job to kill that thing.
Well, it is going to be a pretty tough game, though, to play the Kazakhs because you've got two tanky champions in the Scion and the Rel with tons of CC. You've got Nico that just has this giant get the hell out of here circle that you cannot be anywhere near when that ultimate goes off. And Ezreal's a pretty evasive AD. So Contracts is going to have to really be dialed in here on the purple buck.
Yeah, I mean, he might end up still going with that older Conqueror and Black Cleaver style build. But we'll see which angle he does go with it. Viego, definitely a champion that as long as you are wary and you can avoid the stun, then you can definitely come out ahead in some of those duels. A lot of it for Kazakhs relies on getting into position early. When you have Bruss presence, it means you are isolated, plus you are unseen. So a lot of it can be, gained through early invades, warding jungle paths, and having a support help you out. So play for jungle, I think, is going to be a theme once again here. Try and play for jungle advantage. See if you can get a lead there for either one of these carry-style jungles.
Non-subscribers will see you in 30 seconds, but I really just want to see, you're talking about, being there early, getting out on the map, being proactive, focusing on the jungle. I want to see all of that from 30 seconds into the game. Last game, it felt like Shopify just never started playing until the game was already over. They can't afford to do it twice in a row.
Yeah, because Core JJ did it first, and he did it better. Core JJ,
the original.
You were talking about getting there early. Core JJ, he literally started with a level 1 before minions spawn ward kill. Do you remember? You were joking, Flowers. You were like, oh my God, Core JJ, he's got the most, CS. He's got the most everything. But one big factor that we have been talking about and setting up, Spawn is back in person. They have a relationship this year where he coaches some of the time remote to stay with his family and raise his kids. But sometimes when they really need him, they send up the bat signal, they call in Spawn, and he comes back, and they just instantly have success, Flowers.
And that graphic is updated with last game included in there. 9-1 with Spawn here with the team in person. It's got to be studied, man. It really does. The Spawn effect on this team just turns them into an entirely different beast. And Shopify got a little bit of a taste of how tough that beast is to deal with in game 1.
Well, we're going to see if Contracts can make them taste fear with this Kazakhs. He has gone with the first strike, Flowers. It's not the Conqueror cooldown reduction, kind of boring bruiser build. This will be damage Kazakhs, some lethality Kazakhs here. He's got the first strike to try and generate the extra gold, to try and get the early burst damage. So we'll see if he can actually pull it off. It is not that easy in pro play usually. And you mentioned, it is hard to get around a Nico. It is hard to get around Rel sometimes. So, but he's going to have to do that. You don't want to get caught up in a lot of these AoEs. You have to be very, very good with your positioning, using your ultimate to get in and out of these fights and not really get caught up on the Scion in the front line. We're looking for the good openings to get kills on backline. And it does help always, of course, when you've got a Galio and you have a Nautilus on your team. Point and click from Nautilus helps you start things out, and the Galio helps you when you go in with your ultimate, being invisible to get really good positioning for Galio ultimates and allow you to actually play team fights a lot more effectively.
Okay, nice use of the binding there from APA. The Strangle Barbs locks up Palafox, and one more auto attack doesn't do it because Palafox drank his potion. I've never seen a better PSA for remembering the pots than that right there. Palafox barely holds on.
Flowers, I got confirmation that was 4 health left on Palafox. Calculated.
Wow, yeah, exactly.
The genius midfielder Palafox.
Genius midfielder knew that he was going to have that extra 4 to spare.
He was getting the absolute most out of his Doran shield.
That is a lot of value for Palafox, who does not have his flash anymore, though. APA did not have to spend any summoner spells on nearly getting that kill, so he'll have plenty of advantage here in that mid lane matchup for the next 5 minutes, especially with UG prowling around. And I feel like this game is going to be a better test of how well Yuji actually does as an individual.
Yeah.
One of the comments,
without the Core JJ booster.
yeah, one of the comments that I read from the live discussion thread between the games was a guy saying, you know, you could kind of just put anybody, just pluck a random guy from ladder and put him in the jungler chair last game, and Team Liquid's still going to win the game. And that's probably pretty true. Core JJ just won everything. But in this one, you know, Contracts has not been set egregiously far behind from before the minions even spawn. It's going to be a much closer battle. Yuji did have very good stats in that first game, 427 KDA. Obviously up a ton of gold at 14 because of the way the early game went. 2v2 scrap down here on the bottom side as Seos finds a nice dredge line there onto Core, who has to crash down defensively. Seos and Vivo also off to a much better start in this one.
And I want to point out the deeper Team Liquid vision. You see wards on the Raptor brush there for TL, helping try and track Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix, of course, does need to farm a lot early. This champion is item dependent. Yeah. You are an assassin. You need the damage to actually get lethal threshold there so you can actually find the kills. And so farming for both of the junglers so far, but that ward is quite nice to fully track the Kha'Zix. Everybody has been in those solo queue games where Kha'Zix gets a couple early kills and then
out of control,
starts invading, gets all these, you know, isolated kills later on, becomes really hard every time you're like traversing through the jungle. You have to have wards everywhere, have to worry about these brush. So trying to track him early once again, but he is going to take a stop off towards the river here, towards the control ward they have in Dragon Pit, and we'll start that one off. Wrap around here, and with the earlier recall from their bottom lane, it should be, well,
we don't know.
It's going to be answered. That control ward in the middle brush did see them path over, so while TL don't have vision of the health of it,
oh, immediately, Seos is ready to engage on Yuji, who gets a little bit too close. Contracts follows up. As soon as Yuji flashes away, they recognize they don't need to chase, turn right back over to the objective, and Shopify Rebellion are going to claim the first Drake.
This is why junglers probably complain about the support role the most of anyone in League of Legends. I know I certainly do, but this game is a good example. And that time, you know, Seos going over 2 contracts, helping
Game 1
out.
was a great example too.
That, yep. Ignite used, and so they do get the flash, but Core JJ took the opportunity, got some deeper vision. Again, Core JJ placing that control ward there, popped over the back of the blue buff wall. And Seos really taking it upon himself this time around to work along with Contracts. Of course, Rel is not the level 1 terror that Poppy is. Nobody really is, so not as many options there this time around. And we are kind of cruising to those level 6s for the jungles. We'll see if the flash actually makes a difference. You know, UG having no flash on the Viego of Contracts is going to be able to pull something off here with his flash advantage once he gets level 6. Oftentimes, you use your early ultimate charges to get in there for ganks. Try and get that early kill so you can actually get to your first lethality spike and start snowballing.
Now, speaking of flash cooldowns, also worth noting, Palafox has about 45 seconds left on his flash cooldown that he had to spend earlier when he barely survived APA going after him early. So unless TL just has an immediate punish ready to go, that one's mostly going to end up being a non-factor as Fudge still has control over the bot lane wave here, dealing with impact. Both bottom lane duos have already been swapped up to the top side. 7.5 minutes on the clock means that only 30 seconds remain until the grubs spawn. Fudge just taking the chance, move up into the river, grab the honey fruits because he knows that his jungler is already there as Palafox continues to struggle with some of this skill shot dodging versus APA, but the farm stays even, and that's what matters. Contracts just waiting in the jungle as Yuji puts a control ward in the brush to find the Kha'Zix, but now it's Palafox ready to back him up here with a grand entrance. Yuji still just trying to trade with the enemy jungler as he gets away. APA with a nice tangle barb to lock up the Galio as Impact arrives with a big Scion ulti and it's first blood back over to APA. Fudge ain't gonna get anything back because Yuji cuts him down before he can try. Shopify, they wanted to make something happen. They wanted to play around the Kha'Zix. They wanted to play around Yuji not having a flash, but they couldn't outfight Team Liquid, and it's a 2-0 fight for TL.
Yeah, their Galio ultimate doesn't really get anything for them, and Impact comes in huge, closing the exit from the jungle. The Scion ultimate here, so much value, allows the turnaround. Yuji even got to go back in after that.
Oh, Seos misses his dredge line. Team Liquid was using cooldowns. True Shot Barrage was used on the wave. Shattering Strike was used on the wave. Shopify wanted to take the chance to try to at least force something, but the missed dredge line stops it. Here's another look at Contract's invade.
That one really hurts. That brush play should have had dividends. But here's another look at it. So he tries to go get positioning onto him. The stun is then used, but Yuji is able to walk away from the Gallia ult, and then they're kind of out. Then they make the play with the early rotation from Fudge and flash from APA, but Impact's able to make such a huge play with his ulti that APA can then turn with the Nico ult, and Yuji is able to come back. And so they all are able to collapse and kill Shopify on the way out of the jungle. They got so deep trying. Oh my goodness, Spawn is actually hyped. Usually he stays very composed, but he is very, very hyped here for TL with their first series with Yuji being in, and it is almost 10 out of, I'd say 10 out of 10 thus far with this series for UG, for Team Liquid.
CoreJJ on the jungle invade yet again. Contract secures his own blue buff, and with Seos and B-Boy coming up to back him up, Team Liquid does not want to overcommit to this here just yet. Yon going to find some positioning here in the tri-brush as Contracts and Seos are working on this Gromp, but Contracts jumps over the wall, recognizing Team Liquid has to be setting some kind of a trap. They're hanging around way too long. They've got way too many bodies in the area, and now TL finally going to back away without a whole lot more to fight for.
Okay, just another little scrap. No harm, no foul. Another ultimate from Impact here, though. Does get the flash. More high value there. Can he walk away?
Still just trying to escape the Jace. Fudge has a lot of damage. Flashback out from Impact. Wants to try to get away from the accelerated shock blast. Impact just barely holds on. That one was like 60, 70 HP. But this is payback for the earlier Palafox escape. It's now 1-1 on the cheating death for both teams.
Okay. 1-for-1 on flashes, too. So this lane is going to get ganked. Teleport does come in. Those things take pretty long to arrive early.
Yeah. And let's see if APA can get anything here. Goes in immediately for the Pop Blossom. There's the Tangle Barbs. Follow-up is there, and it's Speed of Warfare secured as Team Liquid gets their third kill.
They take a long time to arrive, but not too long.
Still arrives.
Plenty
gets
there for APA. He makes it happen, and there's a primed turret plate. Look at that. One little sliver.
Oh, that always feels so good.
Thank you, Impact.
It's just primed and waiting. You pick up it's the next best thing to last hitting a kill that you did none of the work for. Feels good, man.
Thank you. Juicy turret plate money on top of the kill that was basically served up with those flashes being exchanged. And Team Liquid, they just continue to capitalize, Flowers. Another play where they're able to have the extra person coming through. APA's teleport. Thank you, observers. We got a nice look at it. Of course, Proto Belt being cheaper is so nice for so many champions, definitely for Nico, because APA's got, boots plus the Dark Seal plus the, Proto Belt, so you have the luxury of all this extra stuff. But the key thing is when you play Dark Seal, get that thing early so you get stacks on it. And he got it early. So he's already at 5 from the earlier play where they countered the invade from Shopify. And then this play where they again counter the aggression in the side lane from Shopify. And these Team Liquid counter plays so far this game have had huge rewards, especially for APA on his Nico.
He's halfway to a book already. Only 12 minutes into the game, and Team Liquid is starting up this second Drake as it spawns. Shopify may have secured the first and got the grubs, but Team Liquid is not about to let them have this third neutral objective, at least not without a fight. Over the wall, though. Nicely done from Contract, stealing away the Drake. That's going to secure them the neutral objective feat as Seos has to try to escape. Yuji going in a little bit further, uses the Viego ulti to try to buffer through some of the CC as CoreJJ sets it up. Yuji is going to immune the rain of arrows there by possessing the body at the right moment. So Team Liquid gets their 4th kill, but Shopify critically stealing away that Drake to make it not a total loss.
Yeah, nice combo there from Contracts. Q plus Smite takes away the Dragon, but TL combo takes away Seos. So extra gold, extra kill there for the TL squad, kind of in payment. Shopify, they're looking at this game and they're thinking, we need this Dragon Soul. We definitely are going to need this one in the game. We need that burst damage. We need the extra power from Infernal. Palafox, he stops APA Galio's not going to be a type of champion that's going to get a kill off that, but it does interrupt your recall. It does mean that APA does have to stick around with a little bit of extra gold in his pocket and delay that recall before he can get up to the other side of the map a little bit.
Exactly. Just caught him window shopping a bit, slows down his tempo, makes sure that he can't keep playing the game exactly the way he wants to play it. And after game number 1 was just TL playing their game exactly how they wanted to play it from start to finish. I'm glad we are seeing a more active Shopify this game. I'm glad they tried to make the play that we saw with the invade with contracts. Obviously, Team Liquid was able to outplay it, but Shopify is having a much more active early game than they did in that first head-to-head that we just saw. Yes, they still have no kills, but the total control over the neutral objectives, including the 1 steal, is a much better look.
Yeah, let's see what they can do with it.
Exactly. It's not just getting the stuff, it's using the stuff.
You can steal some stuff, and then you got to use that stuff.
Use that stuff to make sure you win the game.
Can you sell off all the stolen goods?
Yes. They need to treat Summoner's Rift like a pawn shop, and they need to sell all of this crap and make sure that they can find their vengeance against TL, who's just immediately looking for another one here on Fudge. Last little bit of damage from the Scion isn't quite going to find the target, but TL ain't done yet. Flash in from Yuji. Needs one more hit there with a big Viego sword, and he stabs Fudge right in the back. 5-0 TL.
All right, this time around, UG gonna be collecting a lot of the kills. Trinity Force here, power spike for him, so the comms are, we definitely want to use this. They actually re-burned Fudge's flash almost as quickly as it came up. I think that thing had just come off cooldown. Because Impact's is really short to follow too, but regardless, with the bot side play, Shopify try and counter on top side.
Ooh, nice grab there on the core. JJ, Seos hits that one, and they find the pick on TL's support. That was so close, the Mystic Shot got it down to 1. That was nearly stolen by Jan, just barely misses it. What is this game, man? Okay, so now it's
League of Legends.
It's 1 survival for Shopify that thought they looked like it shouldn't happen, 1 for TL, and 1 for neutral creeps. We've got 1 point for everybody. And Impact is going to take first turret of the game here for TL. That will be the decider in who gets the nicer shoes. So TL going to claim feats in back-to-back games here. Still have over a 2,000 gold lead 16 minutes in. But Shopify are maintaining their absolute control over neutral objectives. 4 for 4 with all 3 grubs. They've got the Herald. They've got both of the first Drakes. And they've got to keep that momentum going as Jan keeps putting the pressure on, this time in the Tier 1 turret mid.
Yeah, Ezreal with double buffs on his Trinity Force, feeling quite nice, very safe in the mid lane. Core JJ just trying to get some wards around the outside. I mean, this time, Shopify, at least it feels very cathartic to be able to get their 1 kill, their counter kill onto Core JJ. Yeah. Some revenge for last game. It was a very nice hook out of the brush this time around, you know, by that Rift Herald that got them that kill, but they're still down fairly heavily in gold. At least they have their item spikes, though. You know, early game, it's all about, can you get your first item power spike here, and then you can be competitive for a while before a lot of the second ones start to come in for TL, who will get there a bit quicker.
Yeah.
But see what they can actually do with it here. Contracts on the Kha'Zix. Level 11 is really, really, really big for Kha'Zix. So maybe once he gets his level 11, and then he can make at least his second serrated Dirk, which as far as like the smaller piece items is definitely one of the stronger ones, especially for a Kha'Zix that really needs to be a big part of this team comp, where they've got Nautilus ult to start out, plus Galio ults that are supposed to come in on top of it. See if they can actually pull off that fight that they envisioned when they picked up this pick.
Plus he gets his second bug power. Very important.
Yeah, that's why the level 11 is always so big.
Yeah. Massive for him as Core JJ jumps over the wall, and B-Boy is going to be your target, but Yuji can't follow it enough just yet. That's okay. Impact has already arrived, and Seos has already died. Team Liquid sends everything in the kitchen sink, and they'll find their kill, but Shopify are taking back a Tier 1 turret in the top lane at the same time. TL, though, about to stop that soul stack.
Yes, they are, and it doesn't look like there's going to be too much of an answer on the other side, even with the 3 grubs buff. Fudge only gets a little chunk there. The Rift Herald's coming over to help, though.
Yeah, that Rift Herald going to put some serious damage into the tier 2, even take it down. Nicely done by Fudge. The gold lead for TL was almost up to 2,500, but after Fudge takes down that tier 1 and tier 2 turret combo, it's back down to 1.5k. So still playable, still manageable for Shopify, but we're going to have to see them win a fight, and it don't happen like this. APA picking up another one as Contracts falls. Palafox wanted to reinforce him, and they're going to get the kill back on CoreJJ to make it a 1-for-1. Now even further damage finds APA, who's got to try to escape, but the winds of war are blowing, and they are knocking him right over. Shutdown credit over to Seos on that one, and Shopify gets a nice punish, 2-for-1.
All right, well, the bug body is a good Galio ult sight, at least. Even with the bug going down really quickly. Very squishy there.
Rip dead bug.
Yeah, the Galio does come down on top. APA got over here, placed the ward, saw him come in, and boom. It's a full wombo combo, but this is when you have the full commitment onto the bug. It's perfect positioning for Palafox. They come in, they have the Nautilus hook as well from Seos afterwards to get 2 for themselves. 2-for-1 trade. So even though they do lose the mid turret from the siege, they still get an extra kill. And, you know, like you were saying, Fudge actually did a lot of work, even though he's 0-3 on the Jace, pushing hard on the top side to actually get a lot of gold back for the squad here, to get them in position for some of these 2 item power spikes could be critical to the hopes for the comeback for Shopify. I mean, at least they've got double items here on B-Voy. B-Voy no longer has any summoner spells, but does have the ability now with Rage Blade plus the Blade of the Ruin King to actually work through some of the front line. And that is this is the guy that they were going to rely on to deal with the beefier members on TL.
And speaking of those meatballs on Team Liquid, Sion is looking like he belongs in the middle of a whole plate of spaghetti right about now. 2 fully completed armor items. You got the Sunfire, you got the Frozen Heart, and you got nearly 1,000 HP gained from Soul Furnace. The man is an entire entree, and I don't think anybody on Shopify is hungry enough to chew through them. As Team Liquid is already going to start up the Thornbound Otacon, it has just now spawned. Contracts stepping up to try to challenge a little bit for this. He does have his evolved rockets. I believe it's also the evolved ulti. CoreJJ trying to escape a little bit down here on the bottom side as Team Liquid scrambles to look to join back up with them. The Otacon likely to reset the aggro. Palafox stranded a little bit, tries to go in after APA, but he can't find the lockdown he needs. Team Liquid still looking for the chance to fight as Yon fires the Mystic shots back towards Seos. Palafox is about to die before the fight even really starts. Seos should probably be the next one. True Shot Barrage going to force him back over to the side as Impact's in the middle of everybody, just buying time. Shut down over to B-Boy, who continues to try to escape, but it's CoreJJ with a massive crash down, Magnet Storm, and nobody on Shopify's walking away from that one. Ace for Team Liquid.
Team Liquid does it again, and that's going to be the Otacon rewards for them this time around. Flowers, I think you said it. The key was Palafox right here, going for APA, but nobody in range, even with Contracts popping his Ghost and ulti to try and get over there to follow up. Nobody was in range to follow up with damage in the attempted flash play. And then since the flash was used as an engage mechanism there for Palafox, he was so deep past the Otacon and into the entire Team Liquid team that TL had a very good opening for a counter engage. And even though Impact sacrifices himself going on the front line to ensure that that counter engage does go off, and he opens up, an avenue for CoreJJ to get over.
Okay,
Let's
nice. Good job. Nice fight, guys. Good patient. Yeah.
Yep, they patience, and then they see the Galio flashing on in super deep, past the Otacon. With the rest of Shopify like being on the outside edges, they were giving respect to the Otacon ability, the big circle thing that it casts. Yeah, nobody was able to follow up on damage, and so Team Liquid have a really good turn there.
Palafox now gets stunned up again. The follow-up from CoreJJ is right there. Palafox is struggling, and Team Liquid are not ones to show any mercy towards him. The Galio falls again. 30 seconds until the Drake spawns. Palafox is going to be alive just about as that makes its way onto the Rift. Yes, he has TP to join up, but this is 30 seconds, Kobe, where TL can do exactly what you're seeing right now. They move into the enemy jungle, they clear out the vision, they place down their own, they make it so scary for anybody on Shopify to try to come contest this.
Yeah, and at this point, it's it's kind of spent as far as the idea with the comp for Shopify. It's very risky, like we said, to try and play a Kha'Zix game, but their Kha'Zix plus Galio combo that they really wanted to try and get some early money, and when they went for that invade, they were unable to get their kill, and they actually got counter-killed. With multiple kills going over. Now, basically, if you play Kha'Zix in this, well, never mind, here we go.
They try to grab somebody, but it's only Impact. The Scion now going to use the ulti to disengage off to the side, down towards that bottom side river, where Yuji is already working on the next Drake. Now, last time around, yes, Contracts was able to steal one of these away, but not this time. There's no way to get close enough. It's what I was talking about earlier. The whole bottom side jungle for Shopify belongs to Team Liquid right now, and they guarantee that next Drake because of it.
Yep. Really hard for their Shopify to get in range for a steal or anything. If you could, like, that's one thing you still can do with this Kha'Zix. You're basically like, I can steal stuff. I am a W spamming bot with my missiles.
Yeah, you got evolved
range.
rockets.
Oh, yeah. You pretty much, W evolve is almost, it's like 99% always your second evolve, just because it allows you to play some of these areas. But see if they can pick anyone off, because surprise counter kills, I guess, are something they can still hope for. Like we kind of saw in the last game, where you get a little bit to this point, and then you're thinking, well, we got to roll our dice on another one of these vision plays where we get surprise assassination on somebody who's isolated. Because if they have vision, then you're basically just spamming W to try and get the slow and tiny bits of poke damage and the tiniest of first strikes.
Yeah, it's not looking great, man. Shopify trying to defend this tier 2 turret down here in bottom lane. Impact and Yawn, the ones positioned as the forward targets, and we know how bad it goes when Impact gets targeted. There's just no way to deal with this guy in a reasonable manner, and you can see with the items in inventory, now Negatron Cloak to provide some of the defense against the magic damage in the Galio and Varus kits as well. He's only going to become more and more unkillable. Over 1,100 health now, just from Soul Furnace alone, 1, 1, and 8 on this frontline tank. You even mentioned in draft, they're kind of falling back to these old tried and true Impact picks, right? We've seen a lot of complaints. We've had a lot of our own complaints about Impact on split pushers or more selfish champions, wanting to see him more on the traditional frontliner tank role for the team, and he just looks so damn good doing it.
Certainly does, and it makes it nice for TL as far as how you want to play out the rest of the game, because they can have him push off on the side. Your ultimate means that you can get to the team fight very quickly, and he is going, like, it's very hard for Shopify basically to soak the Scion ultimate.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
So they kind of have to play around it, and Team Liquid here with really strong options as far as front to back, having Nico coverage as well, and having the threat of that big crash down like you saw from Core JJ last time around with the ultimate plus the crash down. Getting a bunch of members means TL, they have a lot of threat when you get vision coverage over Baron, because Shopify have to continue to like poke around, try and check for vision. It's definitely dangerous.
Ooh. Contracts with the Edge of Night completed, at least feels a little bit more comfortable walking up to these brushes to try to see if he can retake the vision on the Shopify side, but it's still really dangerous. As soon as you lose that spell shield, all of a sudden you are one click away from instant doom.
Yeah, can Shopify still find an angle to assassinate Yawn? It has to be through barrier,
and
through flat. Well, yeah, through or around, or I guess following flash, plus the E, plus the locket that comes from Core JJ's rel.
Plus Nico ulti that's going to be protecting him.
Yeah, through a lot of peel that's going to happen.
Well, they're going after him right now. Contracts coming around from the side, but Team Liquid is undeterred. Yawn just immediately forcing Contracts away, and now Palafox again is too far forward. He tries to get out, but the crash down Magnet Storm from Core JJ is ready to seal the deal. Palafox dead again as Contracts tries to separate from the rest of the team and disengage down into the river, but we are not done yet. Yuji with the stolen Galio body, and APA sets up 2 more. Team Liquid 3 for nothing. The enemy jungler barely hobbling away means he can't try to steal this Baron. It's another objective going the way of TL, 16-5 on the scoreboard.
He can handle a blue buff though, Flowers.
Okay, he can beat, I would hope he could beat the blue buff. That would be some real dire straits as Fudge jumps in after Core JJ with a 2 to the skies. APA doing a good job blocking that one up, and now Fudge knows there's not a whole lot more for him to try to do. Baron at 28 minutes for Team Liquid.
Let's see, yeah, and Dragon Timer, it's perfect. They can just do Baron-empowered recalls, get their control wards, reset, spend all your money, get back over for the Dragon as well. Here's another look at it. Shopify were like, okay, you know, we see Yawn under a low health tower. You know, maybe there's some sort of look there, so they try and get into position. But yeah, TL, another really good counter. They run them down, push them off, and then here's another look where he's actually so tanky there, Yuji, when he picked up the Galio body, and it opened up space for APA to go make another Nico play. One of the reasons he really likes that champion. Spawn likes what he sees here.
But he is also perplexed at something. He is confused somewhere as Core JJ. It's a crash down Magnet Storm, but the follow-up isn't there. Not yet. As now Seos and B-Boy have to try to get away because Impact's made his way forward. Young gets over the wall with just 50 HP, but he finally dies this time. Impact keeps on looking for more as Shopify have already given a double kill over to Yuji, who goes in for the triple on his first day in the LTA.
He's 10-0 this time around, Flowers.
Yeah.
10-0 Viego gameplay from Yuji in his first day in the LTA on the stage. Yeah, game number 1 was a nice little booster from Core JJ, but this one was really nicely played from the very beginning.
That's what I'm saying, man. You give him those first couple of softballs in game number 1, and now he's ready to knock this thing clean out of the park. Contracts jumps in after APA, looking to take him down. Contract's about to die. It'll be a 1-for-1, even with Palafox's help. APA makes sure he doesn't die alone.
Well. Let's see.
What do we got?
There's not going to be any objectives coming up soon, so you kind of just have to sit in this Team Liquid lead if you're Shopify. I have a feeling that they're going to continue to try and go for assassinations like this because they don't have a lot of other options, but see if they actually, they never even got vision until he jumped all the way in, but APA did react very quickly, and so APA at least gets his counter kill. And he's like, yeah, when a Kha'Zix and a Galio come at you like that, you're smiling when you get a counter kill. He was able to get through the spell shield from the Edge of Night, and still good for 1.
And remember Nico's Q, those, I'm trying to remember the name of it. For some reason, it's completely escaping me.
The Tangle Barbs? Is
no, the Tangle Barbs is the E.
The Blooming Burst.
Yeah, the Blooming Burst. I was going to say Blooming Blows because that's Lilia's. Devs, we need to change the blooming to something else. There's too much blooming. But whenever that Q hits, it re-pops up to 3 times. Yeah. And so when you're stuck on top of the Tangle Barbs, it doesn't matter if you have the Galio shield. You are in some real deep water on that one as Team Liquid just continues their push, 20-8 on the scoreboard. About to have a 6,000 gold lead if they get any of these kills. Palafox makes distance with the Justice Punch, and the TP arrives. APA is ready to join the rest of the team. The clone just runs forward to its doom as Impact provides the split lane pressure up here in the top side. TL continuing to try to move this forward into the enemy base, but they don't have the Baron any longer. It is a little bit difficult. Still with a 5,000 gold lead, though. Seos tries to start things up, but Core JJ is happy to turn it right back around. Shopify needs to send their support back to the fountain and heal him up. Yes, Core is low as well, but it's not going to matter too much. Beautiful shot from Yawn straight through the back. Palafox about to die now as well as Team Liquid just continues finding opportunities again and again and again. Now moving back to that tier 3 turret up there in the top lane. The tier 3 in mid is below half HP. They just need the wave to arrive. Inhibitor in top lane, the target, and nobody on Shopify is ready to try to stop it. The main direct engage mechanism was Seos on the Nautilus, but he's still dead for another 15 seconds, and mid lane inhib is the target.
And that target is down. New target.
Immediately APA jumps in after Fudge. They aren't going to find the kill there, but now Contract's in danger. Has to try to hop out on the Kha'Zix. Just barely survives as the Mystic Shot hits him. True Shot Barrage will not claim a second snipe, but the damage is done, Kobe. It's a 7,000 gold lead for TL. It's 2 inhibitors down in the Shopify base.
And what a good look for Team Liquid it has been, Flowers. Spawn flown back in, Yuji put in the front line, and Team Liquid looking like they're going to 2-0 here versus Shopify. I mean, can't ask for much more from Yuji this time around.
No,
Really,
he's having an awesome game.
he was able to evade the early Galio Kha'Zix combo invading, even when he didn't have his flash from it being blown earlier on in the game. And from that point on, just collecting kills. Really good turns from Team Liquid. A lot of the early plays were counter plays, countering some Shopify aggression that they were able to pull off. Also big props to Impact, picking up the Scion pick into the Jace.
Nearly 1,500 HP on Soul Furnace, by the way. That's Scion's W is a very balanced ability. So much HP from this thing. Impact is just a brick wall. 4 fully completed items as he immediately jumps in after the Shopify carries. Palafox and B-Boy scrambling to try to stay alive. Palafox wants to have a heroic entrance and he knocks off 3. The shutdown on Yuji is there. Core falls through, but it's APA to save the day as Contracts and Palafox can't escape. And that'll do it. APA saw Shopify about to win a fight and said, hell no! Team Liquid now going straight for the enemy Nexus. The Nexus turrets aren't going to last long. It's only Fudge to try to defend him. With APA, Yon, and Impact on the push, the Jace has no way to deal with this threat. He's already dead. The ace for Yon and Team Liquid, 26-10. Game 2 is another thrashing, and Team Liquid will 2-0 Shopify Rebellion.
Good looks from Team Liquid.
Damn!
Yuji in the front lines here on the main squad, having a very good opening day. They set him up in game number 1. And he pays him back in game number 2.
He had not died until the very end of that game. So close to a perfect game there on the Viego. You already pointed out how well he did being able to deal with the early pressure. When Shopify wanted to try to make the move in the jungle, be like, hey, this is the new guy. Pick on the new kid. Put the pressure on him, right? Make him sweat a little bit. He's calm, he's cool, he's collected, and he's got the whole Team Liquid machine at his back. TL, we talk so much, it's not even jokes, even though it might have initially started out at it, that just the effect of Spawn on this team being here in person, and you're seeing it again as they just look so cohesive as a team against Shopify.
Definitely did. APA looking good on his Nico again as well. Some of those big ultimates there
to save the game. Well, not even, well, I guess not save the game. It's not like Shopify was going to come back and march straight to Nexus after that.
Definitely to finish the game.
To keep the game on the trajectory it was for the entire time. Just that absolutely massive pop blossom at the end. We always say whenever somebody locks in Nico, man, your ultis better be on point. Nico misses her ultis, not really a real champion. And APA is like, all right, for sure. And just time after time, landing big results on those pop blossoms.
And he built some of the newly discounted items. You know, the Proto Belt, the Storm Surge, big damage. He did not go low damage Nico build here. It was full DPS. Here's another look at that fight. Starts out, you get a crash down, forcing the immunity. It all started with another Impact engage, by the way. He was definitely a big part of starting a lot of these fights out. And then Shopify, they actually burst down, and this is where they do get their 1 kill onto Yuji. Yep. Very good CC combo and focus fire from Shopify. And that's where you start to bleed, Flowers. But here's where you stopped believing.
Yeah,
APA slips in. A very nice Proto Belt from him. Nico with Flash and Proto Belt can cover a lot of distance. He got every last one of them chased down here. Yon was able to arcane shift over the wall. And Team Liquid cleaned up game number 2.
That was a good final fight there from APA to seal the deal. And now it's time to join Raz at the fan zone for an interview.
We can win the fight with me.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just one shot.
I'm flashing forward.
Yeah. It's good, it's good. We move. Harris! Wow. Oh, nice.
For Kha'Zix. 1 HP.
Ah,
nice.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Nice.
Yeah. Well played, guys. Well played. Yuji, good job. Yeah, thank you. Good first game.
That's right, I got the victorious Yuji right next to me. I have to start with
how incredible that debut was. Because there hasn't been like a debut, a setup like that. First of all, just talk me through how game one went, because it felt like everybody had your back. I mean, Core JJ had that invade. You had that 2-level lead. Talk me through that.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't know what to expect coming into this match. And I just, tried to just do my job. And I think my team was doing very good job of just like, I guess, playing for jungle. And so, yeah, everything was easy.
Now talk me through kind of the process of even getting here. Because offseason, I'm sure, was like a roller coaster for you. And then even this last week, being able to know that you got your visa and that you're playing for what is positioning for playoffs. Tell me about that journey.
Honestly, I guess after last offseason, I was kind of sad because, I couldn't get into Tier 1. So I was thinking about maybe not playing next year. And I guess, I'm happy that Team Leviatan, gave me this chance.
And now that you're here, I mean, I want you to just like be able to look down the camera, make a case. You guys are looking incredibly strong for FlyQuest, because FlyQuest gets to choose their opponents. Make a case why they shouldn't choose you.
Well, I don't know, to be honest, because, we scrimed against them. They kind of, played good against us. So I don't know, just if you watched, I guess, today's match, you know who to choose.
There's a lot of Maryville fans of you, being able to see you make this journey and be on the stage like this. Any message for the fans that are out there cheering you on?
Yeah, I guess I just want to say thank you, to people at Maryville. I guess I'm always like lucky to be surrounded by, good people. So yeah, I'm just happy.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the interview, 100%. Would love to see more of you. That being said, we got a commercial after this, and right after that commercial, 100 Thieves versus DSG.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie, use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed.
Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
I'm waiting. Yeah. I'm waiting.
Pushing early.
Yeah, I'm looking at this side. Yeah, this is.
Jace,
Go to the fruit.
Sure. Nice guys. Has flash.
Good job, guys. On me.
Rare, no flash.
I'm looking. We can still fight.
Rare. It's not bad. Hit roll. I can fight off.
Nico. Nico no flash.
No flash.
Shield die.
I go mid.
Nice.
Do Galio, guys.
Yeah, Galio. I'm pinning the Dodger side.
Galio.
Yeah, I'm pinning by Galio side. Go down. Keep going.
Yeah,
I'm looking. Dodger 1 HP. Yeah, pass on flash.
I'm going fire side still.
Yeah.
Going still.
I'm zombie.
Looking Jace, guys.
Yeah, keep going.
Nice guys. We go out of corner after.
Oh, this one. Okay. Nice. Good job. Nice fight, guys.
Look, guys. This guy trolling.
Yeah. We playing 2 kill route here?
Yeah, route dead.
Kind of. Oh, looks kind of bad. Just try it out. Just try to leave. Oh, man.
Just dead.
I'm looking.
Oh, dead?
I'm going for it, sir.
Chase to flash.
Yeah.
Kill them all.
Yeah.
Clark's on dragon, guys.
Still look.
Yeah.
Nice job. Good job.
Back. Reds.
He's taking too much
He's
space.
getting crowded.
Oh, he's taking a lot of space. Even out of game, this guy. he's
in mid lane. He's just trying to expand his map pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
we have a comm on Team Liquid right now. It's called Conquering Our Land.
Yeah.
So anytime we're like taking division, we're like, this is our land. They're not allowed to be on our land. Push them out. Push them out.
Push them out. The Conquerors.
How did that game feel to play? Playing with the jungler on stage.
No, both games felt really smooth. I'm sure if you ask UG, game one felt really easy.
Yeah.
Because Core was just playing bodyguard on the bot side, and then Contracts ran top side, and I'm just playing bodyguard on the top side.
Yeah.
So, like, that game probably felt really easy for UG. And then I think all of us just one lane. UG won jungle really hard because of what we did to Contracts. And then game two was a little bit closer, but it still just came down to team fights. And I think in a lot of the fights, it was like Core was landing a good engage, or like the last team fight, I landed a really good engage. It was someone doing a miracle play.
Did you guys, is this something you specifically prepped to kind of get UG ahead, or just how it ended up?
Well, that level 1 thing is something that Core's been like kind of cooking for a little bit in scrims. And like, he does it every game in solo queue. You go like Poppy or Shen, or like a very strong jungler or support and do that level 1. And we thought it was troll, because like I would play versus Core, and I'm like, Core, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like play for real. And then it turns out to just be good, I guess.
Nice.
And I'm glad we have you, because the next series coming up, DSG versus 100 Thieves. Like, just talk about 100 Thieves for a little bit. River has been a player that has been, I think, the backbone for that squad alongside Quid. So what are your thoughts like for this team going into DSG? It feels a lot of people are going to think it's going to be a free ride for 100, but what are your thoughts about River's performance so far this play?
I mean, River's been solid. I think he's been like kind of the same River he's always been. Yeah, he's just been solid. I'm not too big of a fan of the format. Like, I think the fact that Shopify can be potentially third place after today, and that 100 Thieves after like a moderately successful regular season cannot even make playoffs. Not the biggest fan. So honestly, it's just like how the format dishes out.
Yeah, how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, because a lot of these highlights are just talking about basically what
River got picked off.
them here. Yeah, getting picked off. A lot of those mistakes from the team, yes, but River having some mistakes versus Shopify that even made it like them now fighting for their lives versus DSG.
But I think in the matchup, they should like smash them. I don't think DSG is particularly that good. They might have, other than maybe top lane, have like worst player in every role. It's looking rough for them, in my opinion.
Yeah, talk to us about these two mid laners, right? Because I do feel like we just talked about River. I think when you look at these two teams going up against each other, the biggest discrepancies are going to be mid jungle. So like, just talk to me about your estimation, Quid, and then Abadage.
I mean, I think Quid's still insane. I think he's not having the same like high peaks he's had, but consistently he's been like pretty solid, and then he hasn't been having like the really rough lows he's had. And I think, I mean, I said earlier, I'm a hater of Abadage. I don't think he's that good. Like,
yeah. Like Quid's still putting up some really significant numbers.
Yeah, no, I think he's still insane.
He's still been smurfing.
Even just expanding on it just a little bit, like what about Abadage do you feel like he should be doing more of in his games, or that he's not doing?
Everything.
All right.
Speaking of trash talk, since you're doing that, why aren't you talking in game as much as you used to?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Well, it is regular season, so the stakes aren't that high.
Yeah.
But also, everyone has me muted.
You think it's from mute, so you're actually just typing to the board.
What happens in scrims is like we'll pause, someone has to use the restroom or whatever reason, and then I'll be the person to type ready. Like, you know, Jan will come back from the restroom. I'll type ready. The game won't start. And then anyone else on my team will type ready, and they'll instantly type on.
No shot!
So I'm pretty sure I'm just muted by like 80% of the league right now.
What the hell? You just gotta make it a point that no one else types R, so they have to unmute you. Actually, it's a great idea.
This scrim is not starting until you unmute me.
It's not nearly as fun to type when no one can hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we all think that 100 Thieves is the favorite in this matchup. They will probably make playoffs, but what do you think faltered for them to not end up being top 4?
I mean, I said a little bit, like, I think the format, and then I think, like, some people just had off games. Like, I think Sniper's Aurelia game. Like, I mean, I don't want to say never let him on Aurelia again, because he's kind of in Aurelia one trick back before he was a pro.
Yeah.
But it was a really trash game from him.
Bad game.
And then I think River didn't have the like the best series.
Yeah, pretty much just an off day. Otherwise, to me, they were performing about at expectation.
Yeah.
They lost to the top team in the group. They had an off day against Shopify, and then they just ended up now in this situation where even with the win, they would be the 5 seed in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's also great to just take a step back and look at 100 Thieves as a whole because their early games have been really good. And I feel like this is something that we always forget about because, yes, they're in the position that they are. You talk about the format being, like, pretty rough for them, that the fact that they can lose one series and they're in this spot. But I remember Game 2 versus Shopify. Like, FBI was having an incredible Smolder game. Like, I had like 400 stacks or something. And then a lot of it just came down to their team fighting squad, and then didn't team fight well. So that's one thing that I think for me was very clear. We could even like head towards the jungle a little bit because we did talk about that quite a bit. We haven't talked about, yes, we talked about River, but going up against XU. XU is someone that I'm really excited about. Like coming into this split, coming into the year, he's someone that was like very active when I was Dignitas, but this has been a pretty rough split.
Yeah, I mean, he's made a lot of very questionable plays. There's one that sticks in my mind where he did like, he's red side on Sejuani, he did blue, and invaded, I think it was River actually, he invaded River.
Yeah.
Like started leashing Raptors for River, and then just ran away, like caught with his pants down. He's had some rough moments in my opinion.
I feel like he's tried to take really big swings with some of his early paths. So like he'll do a 3-camp gank into top, but he hasn't protected the other side of his jungle, so he'll just end up falling like 3 or 4 camps behind early in the game. River, for me, I know his reputation in the past has been the guy who's just really creative at finding gank paths or really good at teamfight angles. But the thing that stood out to me this split about him is his team fighting is just good. His mechanics within the fight are really top tier, and I think that's one of the things that allows 100 Thieves to win is even if they're in a fairly even game state, just the mechanics and the hands of River, Quid, Sniper, FBI, and team fights is what gives them a lot of windows to win these games.
And it's how they were so good last split. Like last split, if you remember, they're first in regular season, and then they finished second right below me.
Yeah.
Just had to put that out there.
Reminder to people.
But they're like, that's how they were so good, is they were just the scrappy team that could, like, you know, you step up to the plate, you have to make sure your fingers are like in tune, you're going to get finger checked by them.
In looking at 100 Thieves, if we are predicting them to win as their, I'm pretty sure that's
stage?
Rosemary.
Yeah.
A great.
Hey, what is he doing? He switched it up.
Yeah, a great herb. But with that, we'll discover why that's there. We'll see if casters know. Take it away, Kangas.
Emily, I hate to break it to you, I have no idea why there's rosemary on the desk. Ale, do you have any
Everyone
idea?
brings one ingredient, you know, for the.
okay.
They're just gonna cook a dish together at the end.
Oh, you're thinking
They'll be
cooking
like-
food. I was
they'll
thinking
be
it's some
like-
kind of ritual because this is an elimination match. You
Castle
gotta
will
make
have like
sure.
a chicken wing, you know. He brings some rosemary.
Some around lemon or
Maybe Scary Jerry has some salt or something, you know.
Okay, some butter. Yeah,
exactly.
You know what? That sounds like a well-balanced meal.
Yeah.
Maybe some more veggies, actually. Let's get some
we
like
need someone
salad
else
on the
to bring
side.
Yeah, unless you're just gonna eat the rosemary. Which I don't know how good that
I'm pretty
would
sure
taste.
that's seasoning that goes on the
That's
chicken.
what I would
Ale.
think, yeah.
You are the
Yeah.
chef on this broadcast, so
I mean,
I would
each
hope
their
you
own,
would
you
know
know,
that.
different tastes.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You've been making too many noodles lately. But we do have a match ahead of us. We got Disguised taking on 100 Thieves, and this is an elimination match. The winner will go on to playoffs. The loser will bid a early farewell to their split 2.
Not a fond farewell.
Not a fond farewell,
You will
yeah.
not be thinking fondly of the split that you were one of the first teams eliminated in, I will
Probably
definitely say.
not. Probably not.
DSG, definitely big underdogs, but it is surprising the 100 Thieves are even here fighting for a lower bracket spot. everyone was talking about them as kind of one of these teams that is locked in the top 4, you know, really one of those championship contender teams, but they did struggle in the group phase, absolutely. Now, as a result, they are here playing for their playoff lives, but they are going up against DSG, who absolutely is a massive underdog. They went 1-12 so far in this split.
Yep.
So they are going to need to triple their total wins if they want to be able to actually make it to playoffs.
That's wild to think about. Their one win was against Team Liquid, and it looked pretty good. They've had a couple other closer games, but they are still heavy underdogs here. Speaking of, we got a dog locked in right there. Catching up on bans, it's Rumble, Jace, Poppy on 100 Thieves side, with Gwen, Yone, and Vi on Disguise side, and that's Nefiri locked in early for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Talia means you're going to get Pantheon or you're going to get Xin Zhao. They are going to go for Pantheon as that point-and-click CC. I will say giving Nefiri over to River is very dangerous. I think he's the best Nefiri in the league. This guy has made magic happen in the team fights. He is so incredibly aggressive, uses the W so well to really draw spells, to draw pressure in these fights, create openings for his teammates. So I do think that is very risky to be giving that over. Varus and Ezreal are up, so I think we're likely to just have a trade of the two. Varus, I think, is the higher priority, but some teams do disagree. So it is going to be Varus. You're looking for a mid laner. It needs to be AP. Ahri definitely fits the bill as something that matches well with the Nefiri. Then on the other side, you are probably expecting just an Ezreal, but instead they are going to go for a blind pick top laner and then use their bans to try to protect that top laner here.
Interesting.
Saying that the Mbessa is pretty high prio. So this is interesting to see that Mbessa get locked in. Castle has been someone who has been so incredibly flexible, has played so many different champions. So I am surprised to see him on red side and picking both your soul laners in that first 3. This will allow them to have counterpick for bot lane, support counterpick on 5. But Sniper hasn't even played Mbessa so far this split. So
yeah, it's one of the ones that he hasn't picked up.
Yeah, so it's surprising because Mbessa would be available later. I would have thought you'd just go AD on 3, and then you go top laner on 4 if you want to support counterpick. But either way, I guess they're not too concerned about having the Ezreal, having the Kalista, which are probably the expected bans here.
Yeah, you know that you're against the Varus, so Scary Jerry can lock in something, and they do play a lot through Huhi. When Disguise do look good, it's Huhi making plays, looking for roams, so I think getting him a counter pick, it does seem to be the name of the game for them here, as we expect the AD carry then support afterwards, and they get to ban out some of those top laners like you were talking about, the Renekton, the Gnar banned away.
Yeah, that's pretty standard stuff. If you are going to pick on 3 there, obviously you are picking blind, but you do get those protection bans for top lane. So they already banned out the Gwen. They already have the Rumble and the Jace taken away on the other side, and now they're going to throw double bans here. The Ezreal, not something that 100 Thieves is concerned about. I did expect it to be Ezreal Kalista as the bans. Instead, they ban away Lucian. Lucian Milio has been getting quite popular. So they are more concerned about that. Does mean you can still go towards Ezreal if you want to here. Of course, that is not the only option by any means. Instead, they're going to go Ziggs bot.
Wow.
So this is pretty interesting. So they are playing, more physical damage heavy on the top side with the Pantheon and the Mbessa. So they're going to lock in the Ziggs. And that makes me curious if he's going to play, really kind of poke heavy for lane, or if he's just going to play more of a roam heavy style and try to get on the map, really affect these lanes.
See, that's what I like about the Ziggs, is that you can answer it as support to try and poke him down, but I like it more that Ziggs can just wave clear from a full screen away. That frees up Huhi to make plays on the map like we know he likes to, backing up a Pantheon who also can make a lot of plays.
And Talia. I mean, it's like you have 3 semi-globals.
The difficulty here is that this composition requires a decent amount of setup and everybody being on the same page, making plays together. The Weaver's Wall, the Pantheon Grand Starfall, whatever he ends up going for, and it's Ribbon locked in for Sniper.
Okay, $20 if you pick Ribbon.
All right, pay up, buddy.
Yeah, you got the cash on you? Let's see it. Better have a crisp 20 there for him.
He's reaching in his pocket. I'm looking at him right now. I think it might be coming out. We'll give an update on that shortly.
Sniper, please don't give first blood. Well, if he does, he can give you the $20 that he just made.
There we go. And I see him holding the $20 in the air. There we go.
Right,
it's in the audience right now.
Okay. This is going to be exciting. He has yet to lose in pro play on the Ribbon. Only has a couple games in the LTA/LCS on it, but has been winning on it. Leona going to be that final pick, so it is more that roam style, move around the map. They do need hard engage, and it's another great pairing with the Talia. They are really setting up Avadaga for success here with point-and-click CC from both the Leona as well as from the Pantheon. Lots of great pairings there to lock people down for that seismic shove. But this is pretty exciting. It's a different style here for DSG, and it feels like so much of the emphasis is going to be put onto Castle. I think Castle is really going to have to do well in the 1v1 here. If he can create a big advantage and they can consistently attack the Riven in the side lane with Ziggs ult and Taliyah ult and Pantheon ult and a roaming Leona, you could maybe put the Riven in the dirt and try to really win the game in that way.
A reminder for non-subscribers that we will see you in 30 seconds, but for everybody else sticking around, what a new look for Disguise in an elimination match. Pulling out new tricks out of the bag. Sniper pulling out Old Reliable in the Riven, because this is a best of 3 where the winner advances to playoffs and the loser goes home. Everything on the line for Split 2. All the work, all the effort, all the weeks of scrims has led to this moment. Both of these teams highly motivated, I would say, on that stage.
And Riven, I gotta say, I feel like Riven, at least, you know, as far as solo queue is concerned, is really strong right now. This champion is quite powerful. There's a lot of Riven 1 tricks out there that are definitely thriving these days, we shall say. I do think, you know, when you are playing Ambessa into the Riven, you have to play it fairly defensively early on. It's more about, you know, not taking any all-ins, any extended trades. You want to just be poking and prodding with your Qs and staying out of range of the Riven, because if you allow the Riven to stack Conquer and be able to actually get in on top of you with the third Q, get these stuns, you will just get run over. Like, the amount of damage this champion does is ridiculous. But with Castle playing Grasp, he clearly knows that it's going to be about short trades and using your mobility to just dodge out from these stuns and not allow Riven to have these really extended trades.
And we saw already Sniper giving a little high five to Castle up in the top lane. That's why I call it when they just throw out one ability and then walk away. So just saying, hey, I see you up there. But now we see the jungler starting on opposite sides. XU will be on Vision right now. Currently, River is not, but they'll be pathing to opposite sides of the Rift regardless.
Yeah, and River's going to get spotted when he goes over towards the Raptors, so there should be no real surprises here on what either team is doing. As Hui stepping forward there, and Ayla just going to be able to take a nice little Aftershock trade. Hui responds in kind.
See, it's a little high five.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what it looks like also. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Just with the shield, you know. Shield to anchor high five. I guess it's a high 2, high 1. We'll get back to you on that one. Bot lane, I expect to have a little bit more priority coming in from the Ziggs, the ability to clear the wave, to hit level 2 right here. And there it is. So FBI and Ayla walking back slightly, but no big advantage either way currently.
Yeah, no massive advantage. I'm going to be really interested to see how Scary Jerry actually does perform on the Ziggs. It will be, you know, the first one for him this split. But looking career long,
it's not one that I think of when I think of Scary Jerry. Yeah.
So he has 6 games played, 50% win rate. So he has played it a little bit, you know, in Tier 2 and in Collegiate and so on, but you know, not yet in Tier 1, having played it. And it's always interesting to watch, because some players come in and they look really, really comfortable. Other players come in and they're just hitting minions, right? They're just kind of playing that wave clear style. But Ziggs can actually play fairly aggressive. You can find these windows of opportunity. And I feel like a lot of the skill expression is around how you use your satchel, right? Can you actually use the satchel to interrupt dashes? Can you use the satchel to find picks and to find these aggressive plays? Because Ziggs really does have opportunities to go pretty aggressive. It's not just about sitting and wave clearing and looking for poke.
But when I think about Scary Jerry as a player and, you know, the strengths of him, the weaknesses of him, he's gotten picked off quite a few times this split so far. Ziggs can also play with great range in team fights. Harder to actually pick off a Ziggs than something like a Misfortune, which I know he's gotten a little more criticism on positioning for. So I think that, you know, theoretically, I see the angle. I see why DSG would go for something like this for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think, like I was touching on earlier, when you're going to play a comp that's built heavily around globals, often you want to play around side lanes. And something that enables you to play side lanes is wave clear, right? Yeah. So that is something that is quite powerful. A lot of this series, though, very likely to come down to 100 Thieves dynamic duo. Quid and River, they are the stars of the team. These guys really have been the ones, ever since they've kind of joined up as a duo, to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. There was a ton of excitement when FBI joined, because it was kind of this thought that, okay, now they have another lane that can really be carrying. It's not just going to be about River and Quid. But though they have had their struggles, they have had some really bright moments still this split. And I think, you know, River and Quid, when they're at their best, are super aggressive and can just dominate in team fights.
Yeah, and also not afraid to make action happen. They're the trigger pulls for the team quite often, as Quid actually takes a big chunk from Abadaga right there, who's been trying his best to kind of make a comeback in the region. Abadaga, I know we saw him a couple of years ago in the North, But now rejoining us here, he's very motivated to show that he has improved from the last time we saw him.
Absolutely. And though Quid did take a big chunk there, he had not yet used his TP where Abadaga had already done it. So, what you often try to do is if you can force your opponent to take an early TP, then you spend your health and your mana to try to chunk them prior to you TPing back to force them to base or to try to lock them in lane where you have then that HP or mana advantage. In this case, Abadaga was able to get the wave in, so not really a concern. But that's why Quid, I think, wasn't too worried about taking a bit of a bad trade there. He goes back to base. He grabs a Null Magic. Is going to need Merc Treads. Absolutely. Probably pretty much everyone is going to need Merc Treads when you look over at the amount of point and click CC that DSG do have. Generally, Leona alone is like enough to force it. But when there's Leona, Pantheon, that is really starting to get to those dangerous levels where if you don't have Merc Treads and you go forward, you just get stuns 100-0.
Yeah, and to that mid lane point you were just making, Abadaga was able to get it back off and get into lane fast enough to contest the wave. That means that XU's confident enough to start this up, and with teleport on Scary Jerry Ziggs, this seems to be a confirmed early dragon for Disguise, but River's now over the wall. He might just look for the steal. Ayla and FBI walking up, Dredgeline lands onto Scary Jerry. They picked off the Ziggs through everybody. Weaver's Wall now coming in, but not quite far enough forward. Now Abadaga's trying to get in there. Quid looking for the engage onto Huhi, and the dragon goes to 100 Thieves. They'll also get a kill to start things off. Traded back onto Ayla, flash from Abadaga. Quid continues the chase. He's able to get one. Looking for another one. Still Spirit Rushing over the wall. Scary Jerry in full retreat, and 100 Thieves just crush the fight and get the dragon.
Yeah, 100 Thieves did not agree that that was going to be Disguised Dragon. They show up, they jump over the wall here, and they just position aggressively, and Scary Jerry is way too far forward. I'm not sure if there was confusion on if they were going to be fighting or what, but he was ahead of where XU and Huhi were. Either they need to all back up, he needs to get out there earlier, or someone needs to block that hook, because immediately Scary Jerry loses so much health. He does satchel out, but then not only do you lose the dragon, XU goes down first, Hui's caught in the back of the pit, Abadaga has to flash out, trying to get away, but Quid is always going to be there, gets the kill, gets the reset, is able to chase down Scary Jerry as well. It's an absolute disaster fight here for DSG. And when we talked about it in draft, you're trying to play with this kind of composition around Castle and around what he's doing in the top lane. Well, you just took an all-in fight and went 1 for 4, where Castle's not even involved.
We call that one not ideal right there. And yeah, again, the position.
Unless you're 100 Thieves.
Unless you're 100 Thieves, true. It depends on context. It depends on, which side you're looking from here. Scary Jerry getting hooked did start all that off, though, so looking for more defensive plays from the Ziggs as Ayla's just walking him down. We have Quid walking from mid lane, but no Spirit Rush, no Flash means that Scary Jerry and Huhi can back off. Quid's just going to try and clear some vision. Now Quid actually needs Rivers back up here to get back into the mid lane, and Rivers also pushing Abadaga off. So 100 Thieves just working as a pretty well-oiled machine here. Everybody covering each other's roams, covering each other's looks.
Yep, so far so good. And when you get ahead with this kind of composition that does have so much of an ability to really get aggressive to play in their opponent's face, it is going to be very hard for DSG. The Ahri is quite fed already, and River here on the Nefiri, like I said, I feel like he is the best Nefiri in the league. This guy just plays it so aggressively, really knows how to play it to that limit, and I feel like you have to do that to really be an effective Nefiri. You just dive in the middle of everyone, you jump backwards, dodging skill shots, you use the W to draw ultimates, to draw pressure, and it creates so much space for your opponents because you can't just ignore the Nefiri or the Nefiri kills you, and if you spend everything on the Nefiri and he's just dodging it all, then you're kind of just losing the fight anyway. So it's one of those champions where you really have to have confidence that you're going to be able to go in and just straight up outplay.
One of the most annoying champions to do exactly what River did at that dragon, just jumping over the wall. It's like, what are you going to do? You just commit fully onto him, and instead it's actually making a play onto the bot side. FBI throws the Chains of Corruption. Cleanse and Flash gets to safety.
Yep, good little bit of pressure there from DSG. Is able to cleanse out of the Pantheon stun, but then with Huhi flashing forward, he knows if the follow-up CC does hit him, he is cooked, so it costs him his flash as well. Now, this is going to mean DSG do get the push, though, and maybe Scary Jerry can farm a plate or something. Quid is moving down here, though, and the rest of the DSG team is moving up towards mid-side, so Ayla might actually just catch Scary Jerry.
Just flash forward with the auto. Scary Jerry does use the satchel, but the dredge line lands, and Quid follows up. 100 Thieves find another kill in the bot lane.
Yeah, they just didn't expect that Quid would already be down there. I think the thought process from XU and Huhi was, okay, now we push FBI back, so Quid will be roaming down and we'll cut him off in the river. We'll cut him off in the river, we'll catch him in the jungle or something like that. Quid was already past them. And so Scary Jerry is just walking up thinking it's only Nautilus here. I'm going to be able to farm and play. Ends up dying again, which is definitely costly. It's already a 2.4k gold lead. We're at 9.5 minutes into the game. This one is getting away from DSG very, very quickly. And even in the isolated top lane matchup, it's looking better for Sniper. And he's going to be going towards Eclipse, which is a cheaper item. So he's going to have that one item power spike even faster. And it's just kind of looking like 100 Thieves wins all across the board.
Yeah, and this is what you wanted to see from a team like 100 Thieves, is this resurgence. They had a couple of rough weeks. They did not do as well in the group as we were expecting. But up against DSG, I mean, if we had just said how close do you think this series would be, I'd say I'm predicting a 2-0 for 100 Thieves. Now, this is very one-sided for game number 1 here, but I'm happy to see that they are playing together. They're playing around the bottom side of the map exceptionally well. And like you had highlighted at the beginning, River and Quid kind of being the engine. It's River just being there first, and then Quid being the firepower to back up the plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is going to be very difficult for them to come back, but DSG definitely not out of it just yet. We'll see if they can find some opportunities here to make some plays. And when you do have Ziggs, if you win a team fight, sometimes you can knock down some towers pretty quickly thereafter and try to find a way in that way. The top side, though, for 100 Thieves, definitely on their power spikes. Double Eclipse now completed. It is such cheap items. They are going to have those a lot faster, especially when you have that good start here. And Quid, who got 3 early kills, you know, he's almost got his full first item, plus already built up his Merc Treads. So things are looking good. And Sniper
7-0.
7-0. Not all of those are in Tier 1. You know, some of those are in other leagues, but he has yet to lose on the Riven. It's a signature pick for him. It was a signature pick for his brother as well.
Yeah.
You know, when Viper was in the league, their whole family, it feels like,
they all compete to see who's the
ridiculous.
best. I know Crimson, throw his name in there as well. They always compete to see who's the best Riven. Sniper does believe it's him, as you know.
I'm sure they all believe it's him.
I bet you if you asked any of them, yeah. But either way, it hasn't been the focal point so far, but we do expect it to do a lot of work as now that first item is completed. But instead he's fading bot side. 100 Thieves are starting up the Dragon, and now they're trying to block off Huhi.
Look at the Riven TP, though. It's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, very far forward. The rest of the team's not quite there, but Quid is looking over the wall. Ooh. Talia does not land the seismic shove. Is now re-engaged here in onto Castle. Now he's all alone. A Sniper jumps in on a Scary Jerry. Finds the assassination. 100 Thieves' top laner getting a lot of work done with that teleport.
Yeah, nicely done there. Huhi got poked out. He had to retreat. And then even with that difficult TP location from Sniper, they couldn't actually combo up. Abadaga missed the seismic shove.
Yeah.
It wasn't quick enough off of XU's stun there, and that allowed Sniper to have some free time. Castle tries to go in. He's kind of sectioned out, and then Sniper finds the angle to flash in to get a kill onto Scary Jerry, picking him off again, getting themselves the Dragon. 100 Thieves winning out even more, and now they have the feats accomplished, so they got the upgraded boots, and we can see it one more time.
Yeah, he doesn't have to flash the initial seismic shove, and that's huge for the play that happens right afterward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they go in, they get the charm, they get the combo down on the Huhi. He's looking like he's already in a dangerous spot. Huhi doesn't have the confidence to move over to that TP. There is the stun, but it's just too little, too late. He's able to just straight up walk out of it there. And Huhi was too low to feel like he could move over. Then as Castle goes forward, the rest of the team is saying, okay, we need to actually step forward and try to support him. But Scary Jerry gets caught by Sniper, as does Abadaga. The Ziggs goes down again in a hurry, and Ayla's enjoying this one.
And you could tell with the Broken Wings third cast plus the flash forward, not a lot of reaction time there. So Sniper understanding the champion very well and showing what you can do on the Riven. 2,500 gold lead for 100 Thieves, plus 2 Dragons in their pocket. And everything going their way. They even got the grubs as well. So that's already feats of strength claimed very early. We've seen a couple of late feats of strength this weekend. Not in this game number 1.
Nope, about as fast as you can get it, pretty much. Grabbing all those objectives instantly. They did not need the first hour, but they got the first 3 objectives of the game, plus they got the first 3 kills in their very first fight at the first objective. So check, check, check. And they have those upgraded shoes looking really good.
Did you draft any 100 Thieves players for your fantasy?
I actually drafted all 100 Thieves players for my
all
fantasy,
100 Thieves
yes.
players. Well, you know what? Maybe we can get a tracker as the game goes on.
I think they're going to do me proud this week. I'm hoping.
Yeah, at least Quid so far. A lot of it comes down to the kill participation. Not 100%, but 4 there. As Abadaga is in a 1v1 versus Sniper. Not enough damage, but now Grand Starfall comes through. Instead, Sniper's now fading upwards towards Ayla. Flashboard from XU. Ayla is right there, but Sniper's in trouble. Sniper will go down. Abadaga with the kill, but Huhi will be sacrificed as well. 1-for-1 trade.
Yep, 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day, but it is going to be the Pantheon ult, the flash as well from XU to be able to chase down Sniper and kill him. River's going to be able to push them back. On the top side, though, they are trading for the damage that Castle is getting down on this tower. They're going to push up mid with the Ahri, and you can see the FBI is down to the bot side as well. When Sniper spawns, he has no teleport, so Castle will have some alone time up there, but they're looking for a potential redive, and they're going to teleport to support.
Yeah, XU is going to stick around here because they want to save their turret. If they can get that first turret top side, that gets Castle a little bit more back in the game, because Sniper got that earlier kill. Taking him out buys time. Castle won't actually stick around for the full turret, though. So I would assume that this means that this reset will get him a completed item.
Yeah, I already have the Shojin completed, so is feeling okay about that.
Oh, flash from Abadaga. Gets the flick that time. Ayla under the turret. Has the ultimate. Now FBI's looking for the kill. Will tank 2 turret shots and get out of there. 100 Thieves, successful dive.
They're going to be pretty happy about the trade. Even though Ayla goes down, it was the flash off Abadaga, and they get the kill, so he's going to lose some of that farm. FBI picks up the kill. Doesn't have to spend any of his summoners, so he is really happy about his position. 4 kills on your AD carry, 3 kills on your mid laner. They've got early items.
Not bad.
They are way ahead of the pace of the game. It is looking so good for 100 Thieves, and it's just going to be a question of how quickly can they continue to snowball this game. You know, if DSG doesn't put a stop to it, it is going to be really tough. And it's third dragon here already in a minute and a half. They are looking at a potential soul point at 17-ish minutes if they can grab that. And then you're facing soul at 22 minutes. And so that is going to be very difficult for DSG. They either need to be able to stall out the game or, you know, somehow steal away one of these dragons to really buy them some time.
I do like what they're doing right now because Abadaga, remember, he died after TPing bot side, so they sent him top. They have now Castle bot side. If there's a play at the Herald, now they can at least get Castle there. So I think DSG... yeah, like you said, they're trying to stall out the game and not give as many angles for 100 Thieves to make plays here.
One thing I will say is I would like to see, you know, Abadaga being able to maybe hover Castle, have XU playing more around mid, and then you can kind of try to use these double globals to get a 3v1 on the side.
Okay.
Because if you have the Pantheon just playing exclusively towards Abadaga, then Abadaga's not really getting any value out of his ultimate.
Sure.
And I feel like they need to make some kind of odd man plays, right? Like if it's a 1v1, if it's 2v2, you can expect them to lose every single one of those. So I feel like at this point, you want to try to overload one side of the map and just try to pile on someone like Quid, who's now in an isolated 1v1.
Yeah.
Don't even bother trying to fight this because I just feel like there's no way you're going to win.
This is what Disguise do. They like to scrap, and this was the concern coming into this because 100 Thieves do as well, and usually they're able to pull it off here. So if Disguise do want to contest this, they're teleporting in. Castle's joining Grand Starfall. FBI could be in some trouble, but instead they focus down in on the river. Hound's Pursuit to try and survive, but River flashes out of there. He's alive. Quid now goes for his own play here, chasing down Scary Jerry while Sniper's frontlining for 100 Thieves. That is the Herald secured by FBI. Now Quid links up. They get 1, they get 2. Who he's in trouble, make it 3. 100 Thieves
make it 5.
Yet again are just crushing this. 4 fall, Abadaga alone under the top turret. We are going to get a clean ace potentially. 100 Thieves, they want to go for the dive. Abadaga does not have summoner spells. He is in a lot of trouble right here. Hex Flash from Ayla. Dredgeline lands, tanking up the turret. There it is. Clean ace to the Thieves.
Yes, how you feel about those side lane plays now? I mean, it's tough. I get it. You want to try to fight for these objectives, but I just don't think they were really in a position to do so. And now we're going to see the Tokyo Drift here. FBI drives it from mid lane all the way down the bot lane, but he jumps out on the wrong side here as he was bouncing to the back of the tower.
So who's teleporting? That's going to be Scary Jerry. So only
not
the
scariest teleport.
Not the scariest, yeah. Satchel charge
it is
will
the
land,
Jariest, though.
Oh, no. Is that going to be... Is that a thing now? Scariest versus the Jariest. But either way, the Dragon is up here. Not 17 minutes exactly, but 18. They were slightly delayed. They had other things to do, like reset and spend 10,000 gold. Yeah. But Disguise now are starting this one up here. Let's see if 100 Thieves can actually get in there. And yet again, River jumps over the wall. No flash this time, but Hound's Pursuit still available. Hasn't used it yet. XU's not enough damage to threaten immediately. There it is. He was over the wall. They're onto River. Everything committed onto the Nefiri, but that means that Quid can unleash on the Abadaga. And River's still alive. Finally falls down. But is that enough? XU's over the wall, can't get in onto the Dragon, who he's gonna fall, and everything is falling apart for Disguise. Another Dragon to the Thieves.
I mean, look at how much they spent on River there. It's just ridiculous how much he's actually soaking. You know, you're flash stunning him, you're throwing all your ultimates at him, you're throwing the seismic shove at him, you're just spending everything on this Nefiri, who doesn't really even have a lot of kills. River's just going to get in your face. He's going to force you to target him. He's going to be able to deal with that very easily on the Nefiri. But we are looking back to this previous fight. Again, it was River that was the target. They just didn't quite have the damage to burst him down. Pantheon comes in. There's the stun into the flick, into the follow-up CC. But the W there immunes the follow-up stun from the Leona. as well as the public execution from Castle. And when you don't kill him initially there's not much going on. You can see Quid was 1v1ing Scary Jerry very easily on the top side, forces the flash. We're back to live again, back to that replay more recently, as again, he's able to just eat so much CC, uses his W to immune the seismic shove here, and just tanks basically everything. Like, yes, you eventually kill him, but the fight is so lost because everyone else from 100 Thieves are just free hitting you during it, and this game is just such a stomp.
Yeah, it's a hard game, guys.
It is a hard game. I think we just have to keep look.
It's a bit of a hard game.
You see his expression when he started explaining how they could come back, he's just like,
But this was the concern coming in, is that when Disguised play the game, they like the fight. They will group at almost every objective. They will contest you for everything. And 100 Thieves, in a way, does the same thing, but just do it a little cleaner.
Yeah, I mean, I would say a lot cleaner. 100 Thieves, they are kind of known for their team fights. Even the very best team in the league will give them the credit. They are really good at team fighting. They do have their mistakes where they'll throw something away. Yeah, exactly. But they are very good as far as the hands. Generally when people beat them, they try to play more around the map. They try to capitalize on mistakes. If you just scrap with 100 Thieves, that is their game plan, man. That is what they love to do.
Look at it. 5 members of Disguised in their bottom jungle. Otacon's there. I guess they're doing it for the blue buff, but nobody's in the top wave. Nobody's in the mid wave. Disguised, this is just what they're doing right now. They're grouping up and trying to just kind of force control certain areas of the map, and they're not even going to stop 100 Thieves from starting the Otacon.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves want to fight, so great, you're grouped. That means we can kill you all. Well, come to us. We're going to fight the Otacon here as Quid is just going to be chunking Castle. And
public execution misses. Just a sidestep from Quid. Now the Weaver's wall. Quid just spear rushes over, says, all right, I'm going to actually take this fight. Charm lands. Quid styling on Abadaga.
Oh, he's just embarrassing him.
Oh, no. He even looks for more. The satchel charge does not come back, but Quid with the outplay.
Oh my God, Quid is just styling on him out there, man. That is tough.
He spear rushed away. It was like, wait a minute, I could take this 1v4. This works for me. And now the team says we're just gonna jump between turrets, take out Exy real quick. Make this a very fast game of League of Legends. Dragon's Soul point picked up for 100 Thieves, and now they're pushing in onto turrets. There's an inhibitor turret available for them. They make it 2. Sniper's going to get another tier 2 turret bot side. This is a stop.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to get the tier 2 top at the same time. We are well over a 10,000 gold lead here. It's about to be over 11,000 if they do actually finish this off. And it is 22 minutes into the game. That is absolutely crazy there. Quid definitely having some fun. 7-0-6. He's already got a 16 stack Mage Eyes here. And he is just dancing on him, man. It's like, it's tough. It's tough out there for DSG.
Shout out to Sniper. I mean, you look at the kill participation, like 11 for River, 13 for Quid. Everybody doing their part. Sniper's like, I'm here, guys. Still 4-1-1. Yeah, top lane life.
Surprised you've been involved in a kill. But he's going to be able to dodge out on the public execution here. He goes back there saying, all right, you know what? We just got to send it. They already know they're in a horrible, horrible spot. So Abadaga looks, can't find it. Quid's just going to come right back over the wall, nails him with the charm. Yeah. Just going so aggressive in their face because he knows if they ever try to actually turn around and fight me, the rest of my team arrives, they all die, right? So DSG doesn't really have any recourse there. Golden Glue's like, oh my God, what is he doing to him?
Quid, he ate his Wheaties for breakfast. Yeah. He's got his vitamins in this morning.
Now they're going to do it, man. This is, you just said, this is what they should have done instead of fighting the Herald all that time ago. Yeah. You just send 3 to a side lane, and you use your semi-globals, and you look for picks. Like, that is your only realistic way to come back in a game where you're already that far behind.
Probably, he just walks away. They didn't actually pull the trigger, and he's got Spear Rush, he's got Flash, so, like, Quid's a hard one to lock down.
He really is, and it just gets harder as you get later in the game because it becomes so obvious when you're not answering waves. It's like, okay, you're not answering waves bot, you're not answering waves mid. Where could you be, right? So you're just going to play it really, really safe because at this point, 100 Thieves know that as long as we push out our waves and we walk in together, it's basically unlosable, right? You just have to make sure that there's not a 3v1, a 4v1, that type of play. And now they see all that play revealed on top side, so they're just going to hard shove. They're going to take away jungle camps. They can retreat back and take the dragon here, no problem. And that would be Soul that's on the table for them. So River is just going to solo this up. I don't think there's even going to be a contest for DSG. They are just going to have to seed the Dragon Soul.
One of the fastest Dragon Souls I've seen this split, and could be one of the fastest games as well. The current fastest game, 25-20. If 100 Thieves just go rush, win a team fight in the end, maybe they can do it?
Nah.
Okay.
They got a minute. They're basing. They don't have Baron.
I believe that was FlyQuest versus C9 yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think they could do it unless. Yeah, no, actually, there's just no way. There's no way. But it is looking like a very fast game, and we'll see if they could beat the series record.
Yeah, yesterday that was a whole 6 minutes ahead of the previous fastest series. And they're going to go for another play right now, so looking to start it up. There we go, River going in with the ultimate. Scary Jerry has to flash away, but the flash follow. Quid is just unstoppable in these team fights. Ayla CC's Abadaga. River picks up that kill as the rest of DSG in full retreat mode. XU trying to get back to the safety of the turret and just cannot get there. Quid Spirit rushing over the wall into the base of Disguised. Oh no, Disguised up to who members left? The charm lands again. We're diving past the inhib turret, and 100 Thieves are just crushing Disguised in their own base.
Yeah, I mean, they're just having fun at this point. They didn't have a minion wave. Who needs it? Just go back and grab the Baron after it. Keep the good times rolling.
Oh,
it's 22-4. You know what? Go for a 15-minute game. This could really work out well for my fantasy
You're
points.
right, actually. I wasn't thinking about it that way. This is where you do just farm up those points
type
here.
them in game.
I don't think you're allowed to.
Too fast. Slow it down. Hey, Jat has been trying to coerce
really
players
has been,
into going for his picks.
Every time. It's crazy. We got to
Jat's allowed to match
on that
fix.
guy.
Why can't I? You know?
Seniority? I don't know. I'm not going to question that one. Either way, though, this is a stomp in game number 1. 100 Thieves are making quick work of Disguise, and now with the Baron, I'm expecting a swift victory for the remainder of this one. If 100 Thieves can't close this one out,
you know? And think of all the fantasy points, Kankus.
Yo, you're really still on this
leaving
one.
so many on the table.
Well, see, I'm a true fan, Azale. Fantasy points aside, I want to see some good League of Legends, and that includes a team that has a 13,000 gold lead closing out the game in clean fashion. They get Abadaga's flash right there. Ayla was looking for it.
Yeah, Sniper thought he was going to be able to get him locked down, but unfortunately, Ayla couldn't actually lock him down, so Sniper ends up using the ultimate for not too much. They do have some okay wave clear, but of course, they are definitely very easily within diving territory. 14k advantage. Ooh. We'll see if they want to try to force it. I mean, FBI now spent his ult, as did Sniper, so the tools are a little bit more risky now to try to go for it, but they are still feeling incredibly confident. I mean, River's just going to hop in and start harassing them in the base.
Yeah, I'm going to say I don't think it really matters if they don't have as many ultimate cooldowns. That gold lead is enough on its own. They break the middle turret. That inhibitor's now exposed. Abadaga does land the flick that time onto River, but now Scary Jerry again, just getting popped by Quid. Already takes down He's Scary Jerry to follow. Quid locked down under the turret, but gets out of there. A double kill to Quid, another double to FBI, and 100 Thieves make quick work of Disguised in game number 1, but they do for your favor, Azale. Want to pad the fantasy stats a little bit more. I imagine they're going to dive. They have to go for it. Abadaga is not long for this world if I know our pro players. Okay, oh, there was the dredge line. Focus up, oh no, he's into the stasis, that's cheated. Chains of Corruption, they got him. There we go, 100 Thieves take game 1.
But not too shabby, 27-5, 18,000 gold lead at 27 minutes. Let's be honest, this one was over after the first dragon fight. They smashed him in the fights, and Quid got so ridiculously fed. He was styling on him on this one. 100 Thieves looking crispy clean in their first game, and now only 1 game away from playoffs.
And a reminder, this is elimination. 100 Thieves, we did not expect them to be down here in this elimination match, and I think they're showing that they do not want to be down here in this elimination match. Hoping to make quick work of their opponents here, lock in a playoff spot, and send DSG packing. But make sure that you don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat, or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the Champions Shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off of Uber Eats. That's going to be it from us. Now let's hear from 100 Thieves before we head to the lounge.
Wow. That was a absolute shellacking.
After that first Drake fight, it was over.
Yeah.
I drew this picture.
What is the picture?
It's a fox and a dog by the river. See,
why do they look
Ari and
non-threatening?
Fury. I
Yeah,
mean,
'cause River was rather threatening
honestly,
that game.
they look non-threatening to lull you into a false sense of security because they lost, and so now they're here fighting for their lives, and this is them lulling you to false sense of security before they murder you.
Yeah, it feels like, dragon fights happening and everything. Wait a minute, get the camera on me.
That's beautiful.
That is beautiful. It actually is beautiful. Because this is like, oh, we're luring you into the dragon fight. And then 5 seconds later, this is exactly what's happening. You think that's a snake tongue? That's a demon dog, by the way, from River.
It's beautiful.
Let's get into some of the highlights because it started close technically until this fight. Right away, River getting the smite steal, but then also 100 Thieves always playing these from winning positions. Quid being able to roam into this fight when there's no cooldowns left to track him and having all 3 charges of his Ariel to just kind of chase down whoever he wants. And after this, even though this is so early in the game, it felt like there was just no way back for DSG.
Yeah, it's like, thanks for the Drake. River survives on the back half of that. I'm shocked that he actually got this Nefiri because he's done so well with it, right, across the split. But yeah, then every successive fight, even when it did seem like, okay, they might have a window back in, they being DSG, they don't.
In terms of River tanking as much as possible with the untargetability of Nefiri, that's one of the best fights I've ever seen.
100%. The W that he also had just to be able to cancel out the ulti from Castle. In every Drake fight, it felt like even though DSG was trying to approach, couldn't really look into it. But I must ask a question to all of you guys. I must ask a question.
What's the question?
What's the greater gap? Is it a mid gap or a jungle gap?
Okay, I'm going to argue here, Raz, that it is going to be a mid gap.
Yes.
Because he broke their soul later in the game. Yes, he did have the lead, but the 1v4 solo kill he had onto Abadage and then just dashing through their base at the end of the game, I don't know how you come back from that.
I got to stand up for my boy River. Look, you even said barking, like the Nefiri, he was allowed to have one of his best picks. We saw how well he played around team fights. Jungle diff.
Your Honor, mid gap.
I'm deciding on a mid gap.
What?
I win. Technically, it's Quid. As we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
God, that's so loud.
Me and Bass have TP. Look me. Going back. Me and Bass have TP. Flash. I'm TPing as well. Yeah, me and Bass. Watch him Vessel. Yeah. We can fight. We can fight. Meter. Watch him Vessel. Yeah. They're looking at me. I'm okay. I'm hooked now, okay? Yeah, we can look to fight. Let's look to fight. Cook. Yeah. Yes, flash. Look at them, Bessa. Yeah, I'm on Ziggs.
Take left flash. Take left
flash. Watch him Vessel. Do it. Ziggs on flash.
Okay. Nice. Good fight, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Just remember, the Shura family name is on the line here. If you lose on Riven.
Bro, Viper's Riven isn't even that good. Unironically, bro, my Riven's better, you know?
He's gonna watch this.
When you got stuck in 400 RP.
Okay, that's... Just don't put that in the video. Yo, what's up, guys? It's Sniper, and today I'm gonna be 1v1ing the one and only Quitster. Go Riven.
What do you mean Riven? How can it fair for you? For me. I don't want to break your confidence with your Riven.
Just lock it in, lock it in. What is this?
Oh my
God! What is this?
Oh my
gosh! I'm not playing.
This is really cursed.
Yo, I'm just gonna look at you while I'm like walking to lane.
Oh,
if you move, you go faster. If you move, you go faster. Oh.
This is so dumb.
It's actually like way too slow.
Like,
Punish him! Noob! Get freaking dodged. Bro, like, this is the most boring moment in the world. Like, who made this idea, unironically? Oh! You're getting freaking doo-dooed on, little dog.
Wait, I think I got both.
No, you're just worse, bro.
Oh. What the? I can't. It's gonna take a while to base too.
Bro, I'm just gonna like, can I just like chill for a bit, you know what I'm saying? While I'm just autoing the wave.
5 hours later.
Wait, actually, can we actually go a bit faster or is this chill?
It's 0.5, no?
2x? Oh, this is fun. Okay.
Whoa.
This is more fun, More idiots.
Whoa.
Oh, yo, okay. Bro, I got baited by this guy. Like,
whoa.
Yeah, you're just looking at me with disbelief. You're like, how did I just lose this?
I think I can beat you with normal speed.
Actually?
Yeah, I think your limit is pretty fast.
It's not bad. It's not.
I can tell.
Can we go, guys? Normal speed?
Yeah,
like,
normal speed.
No,
I'm
actually tilted.
Let's see it.
Okay, I'm just gonna wait until I'm level 6 Raz, then I'm gonna kill him.
Okay. Oh, he's just going for it.
No way.
No way.
I'm dead.
No way.
Yes! Yeah! Good try, bro.
You got scared there. Okay, how about reset CD and 1v1 in the river?
Okay. Yo, walk up, bro.
You walk up, bro.
Talking my passive on you. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my freaking go, bro. That's what I'm GG, hey, GG easy, bro. GG easy. My Riven's better than yours, and your Riven sucks.
Shake his hand. Get a handshake in there.
We gotta get a handshake?
We need a handshake in here.
GG.
My PC FPS is lower than you.
Wait, I gotta check. Hold up.
Actually, I would win.
You would win?
Try. Click it.
Oh, it's 144.
You feel that?
Oh, what is this?
Right?
Yeah, what the heck? Wait.
Okay, GG.
GG.
I can take you.
Okay. Thank you. Take my confidence. Let's go.
There we go. We kept the Shura name. Let's go.
All right, we just got to see the slow-mo into fast forward 1v1 between Sniper and Quinn. That was awesome.
How many Kangas Rivens does it take to beat one Sniper Riven?
At least 100. I'm gonna take the 100-to-1 challenge.
Riven versus 100 Kangas Rivens.
Give me Pantheon. Maybe we can do a 5v1. Maybe.
That's cheating.
Yeah, point and clicks. But we're all gonna press at the same time because we're all the same guys. So it's getting wasted. Either way, that was awesome. He did defend the family name. All of him and his brothers all love that champion. Love playing it. Viper especially.
We need to fly in the whole family, have the family Riven battle.
That would be a fun one. The family Riven versus all casters.
Yeah.
So we get like a 5v3 or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. See if they can take us.
I think we lose for sure.
Yeah, you think so? All right. Wow. You were the one I was betting money on could actually take one of them. So that's unfortunate for us.
Not as Riven.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I could not play River.
I just spam the buttons, right? You know,
No,
stuff
sir.
happens. All right. Well, either way, you got to play last game. Not the focal point of last game, if we're being honest. It was still the Quid and River
But
show.
he's still undefeated.
But he's still undefeated. That's a good point. Won't get it this time around as it is Fearless Draft, but now they find themselves on the other side of the rift. And Disguise find themselves with their back against the wall for split to Azale. If they lose this series, they will be going home early.
You got a reverse sweep or it's a go home fast angle. So those are the options here for DSG. We'll see if they can make anything happen here. They are on blue side. A lot of the usual suspects are banned out. It is interesting. I kind of feel like we're just getting a Xin first pick.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's like, when you look through, I honestly am not that big a fan of blue side right now because I feel like a lot of the OPs are not that game defining.
Sure.
That I feel like red side is more valuable for counter picks. And they're just going to slam down Kalista or Renata. They're like, we don't even care what you're going to try to play.
Yeah.
Now, I really wonder if Scary Jerry and Huhi would be willing to play something that's like pretty poke heavy and outrange. Because traditionally that is kind of the option. Like obviously you could go Ezreal Karma or something, but I still think you could play like Ashe plus poke and really just try to outrange. I think those answers can be quite strong. Plus, Renata is very effective into hard engage and really like heavy commitment champs.
Yeah.
And pretty weak into poke and AoE damage. So
And most of what Huhi has been playing is more of that engage, but I don't see Jerry and Huhi being like a Lucian Melio bot lane like we've seen be, you know, the pick into something like this. So instead, they're just going to opt to not go for their bot lane and instead grab the Annie pick here, which I guess theoretically could still go into the support, expecting it more in that mid lane, but I would consider it a flex pick right now.
I think there's definitely a possibility of it, but in pro play, it's almost exclusively, at least in the top regions, been played mid lane. There, it can be played support, can be played top, like you can, but it's just almost always mid lane. And one thing, you know, like I said, AoE damage also can be quite good against Renata because it can make it difficult to know, okay, who do you actually bail out? That being said, if they are spread out and you just try to full combo the Kalista and one-shot them, well, Renata just presses bailout and then it's kind of like, all right, well, I just flashed forward into you.
Or you go for the Renata, Kalista just ults her back in and she's safe. So they both kind of like keep each other alive in that sense.
Exactly. So it can be very, very difficult in that way. But DSG did elect to save what we're assuming are their bot lane picks for last. So we're just going to be seeing some targeted bans thrown down towards that. I feel like you target the support more than the AD carry from this position. Nico makes a lot of sense. Again, AoE engage, good poke. It is one of those really strong poke supports that are quite popular right now. And I feel like that is kind of the weakness when you play Renata. Renata is one of my favorite supports. It's something that I used to play a lot of. But if you're playing against, I don't think we're going to see in pro, but if you end up playing against like Brand and Vel'Koz and champions like that, it's like bailout does nothing and you're just outranged and then it gets really, really hard. So Nico is kind of like the most
middle ground, One Gorilla versus...
Ooh. It's looking like 100 Thieves after last game.
Yeah, it depends on if the early game goes as well.
There wasn't a Wukong in that game, though, to really test the theory.
That's a good point. Hey, there's still chance for Disguise to go for that. Oh, Jad, is this drawing better? That's the same drawing. I'm going to call you out. I'm pretty sure that's the exact same one. You just added some, like, relish onto it or something. Yeah, he's nodding his head. Yeah, I recognize that. It's the legs being on the front end.
That says it's
a
better drawing, though, so congratulations.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, he doesn't speak for me.
You're the jerk.
Yeah. It's okay. I'll be the bad guy on this cast here.
Makes sense. Another poke support here.
Yep.
Ban it out.
And so that means there's not a lot of options available for Huhi. 100 Thieves will have to lock in either their jungler or their mid laner.
Zoe, not something we've seen a lot of in pro play. It hasn't been at all in LTA this split. So it would be pretty exciting if it does get locked in, but I'm not going to get baited just yet. We'll see where Quid wants to take us. It is instead going to be Victor, which makes a lot of sense. You just kind of outrange. You just try to push in the Annie. Champions that don't really interact with you and just kind of outrange you can be.
Oh, we got the whole
difficult.
5-stack here. Wait, this is awesome. Well, at least 80 carry, support, Phil, Amumu. Okay, so that means we got a top laner up there, I guess, was the 100 Thieves sign. That's awesome. What rank are y'all?
Challenger.
Challengers? Yeah. Clearly. No? Yeah. Okay, we're seeing some conflicting messages from that group. But
I'm seeing some confident nods and thumbs up. Ooh, we get Ashe Caitlyn. So they are going to go for something that can outrange a poke. It is Ashe, like I was kind of predicting. But with some of these poke supports banned out, it is instead going to be Caitlyn alongside it. That Riven is sick. Nice drawing.
Beautiful. And you got to get Sniper to sign that later.
Trundle support, or Trundle jungle, excuse me, here. So this is actually a pretty interesting way to round this out. It is going to be Ashe support here for Huhi. So Ashe Caitlyn, this is a throwback to when we used to see this for a while, a couple years ago, where Carrier was really kind of like dominating the meta. We were seeing double Halo Blades bot lanes. People are really cooking. And I'm excited to see if they are going to heavily commit towards it. Like, is it going to be, you know, Comet Ash and Halo Blades, or is it going to be double Halo Blades and like really going all in for the level 1s, and where you're both just kind of putting that pressure on FBI to a point where he can't really fight back?
Yeah.
I also do like, if you are going to play this sort of style, having it with the pairing that they have on the top side, right? They have Annie for initiation, they have Sion and Xin Zhao, you know, for this kind of front line. Obviously, the Ashe can throw arrows as well to help start those fights. So I feel like the comp makes some sense there. I do think Trundle Jungle is pretty interesting. It's not something that's very popular, but when you are playing Trundle Jungle into a champion like Sion, you steal so many stats
and that's the one target you're going to go for. Non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds, but for everybody else sticking around, to your point, you only have that one tank that you need to worry about to steal the resistances.
Exactly. You steal the resistances, but also you're taking a chunk of their health. You're making yourself way more tanky.
Yep.
So you really become a pretty strong front line while shredding your opponent's front line. And it also becomes very, very difficult when you are playing one of these kind of like frontliners like Xin Zhao and like Sion, who kind of don't really have a lot of mobility, because what you can often do is when they go in as the Trundle, you actually just pillar out the back line and you kite back and you just hit front line. You don't need to necessarily pillar off the frontliners. You just push back the Caitlyn and the Ashe, make it so they're having to try to struggle past this pillar to actually come up and hit.
Yeah.
And your whole team is just smacking those frontliners while they're getting Trundle ulted. And it can be very, very difficult to deal with. It is Halo Blades Ashe.
It is Halo Blades Ashe. We have the lethal tempo on Scary Jerry on the Caitlyn. And again, a new look for the bot lane here of Disguise as mid lane, actually. We're still pushing out bot side. I see mid, I think.
They don't want him to get a free recall. This is actually really, really nice, because minions are spawning and still Ayla hasn't been able to base. They're not going to kill him, but they're making it so if he bases now, FBI has to start, you know, in a 1v2. He's not going to actually be back in time for the wave to crash, so he's going to miss, you know, some of the experience when those two waves actually do meet up. Abadaga here, it looked like he had to actually start E to get away, so that really sucks for his level 1.
Yeah.
That is going to be pretty difficult.
But we had a question coming into the series, and we actually saw some Rosemary on the stage earlier. We'll get to that point actually later, because this is more important. River now. Level 1. This is going to be a pure 50-50 smite fight.
Look at him canceling his autos. He's trying to bait XU into hitting it so he can combo it.
And it looks like it was XU, yeah. So failed invade from River and a great early game from Disguise.
I'm kind of like, why? Like, but why? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you already got this huge advantage, you know, down in the bot lane. And you're at the, huge disadvantage for River down in the bot lane. Now actually just going to follow him into the jungle.
Because you know that River is not level 2, only level 1
as well.
No smites. XU's going to go for the invade, push River away from these camps. Oh, this is rough for 100 Thieves jungler.
He's got too many wolves, but he's coming back. He's not willing to give it up. I mean, still, none of them have a smite, so it is just a flip. I mean, River can try to steal it here with his Q, but if he goes in to try to steal it and doesn't get it, he's going to die.
Level 2 on XU means that he can just push River away. Like, River cannot fight him. Conqueror stacked up, so River's got to go to a different camp. Now Smite's coming off cooldown, and XU can just take the bottom quadrant. Oh, are we going for a dive?
Not at level 2. There's no way you're going to go at level 2. But, I mean, you can see Ayla has already been forced to use his heal. FBI already used his pot. And look at FBI's health. He has 3 CS. He has less than half health. And his summoner is down with no heal. So this is the pain from this kind of thing. And because River decided to not do a standard clear and did this kind of flipped invade that he then did not get, the result is Scary Jerry and Hu have literally 0 to be afraid of.
Yeah.
So you just play on their tower, you hit them under their tower, you harass them, because you know exactly where their jungle is, you know he's topside, and you know he's useless. So no one can actually punish you from doing this. It makes the bot lane so much worse now for 100 Thieves.
Fantastic start for Disguise. And this is what we really wanted to see, because they were struggling so far. And flash from Quinn with the flash answer, and it's still first blood. Airy for the kill.
Oh, that sucks for Abadaga.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great start for Disguise, but that solo kill kind of flips that back on its head. Yes, your bot lane's very behind, but mid lane getting that kill. Sniper also heavily chunking out Castle here. Means 100 Thieves have found windows to get back in.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, you know, are trying to get themselves back into it. They are up a little bit of gold here. Obviously, the bot lane is in a really tough spot, but that being said, they can maybe stabilize. XU has no smite, so River is likely to be able to get this if he commits. but doesn't have the confidence to commit, and he doesn't know that he has no smite, so he's not willing to flip it.
Sure. When you don't have that information, flash for it from Sniper, aggressively at Abadaga, and there's that pillar. Abadaga with no flash from the earlier play. Quid gets another kill participation. River with the kill that time, and Abadaga goes down twice.
All right, that's a disaster. The first death sucks, but you TP back. The second death, you have no teleport. You're going to lose all of these minions as you were trying to roam to protect, and they just collapse on him and punish him because they know we have top lane prio. Castle was stuck under his tower on top side, so Sniper just moves down, attacks Abadaga, who has no flash.
How many stacks does Quid have on the Victor right now? Because participating in 2 kills this
93.
early, that's going to be a very fast upgrade.
Yes, sir.
On ability, yeah.
That's tough.
Oh boy, River's going to look for even more now on the top side. Castle
killer after flash.
Has to flash, but still gets knocked up. Nothing to be done. 100 Thieves claim the feat of warfare.
Yep, really well played there. That's all you have to do when you're going for these early ganks as a Trundle jungle. If you were allowed to walk in and start hitting them, you chomp them for the slow. Sniper is hitting him. As soon as you flash, you're just going to get pillared. There's nowhere to go. You don't need to use your pillar on the initial approach if they just let you walk up to them like that. So, yeah, Castle flashes, tries to get out, but there's no real shot of actually escaping from that position. So, yeah, he has no farm. He's on 18 CS, but he is up gold and he has 2 KP. So, River's chilling.
It's just such crazy, like, first 5 minutes of this game. It starts off with Ayla having to take an early back, River trying to contest and failing an invade jungle, and then XU invading, pushing him out. Doesn't matter. 100 Thieves still find themselves with a lead. And I think the Disguise, really all that they have going for them right now is this bot lane slight advantage, as XU's going to play around it. River taking the 1v1, but XU with that Conqueror stacked up is doing a lot of damage here. FBI taking the fight, though, onto Scary Jerry and Huhi. XU's winning his 1v1, but now the pillar comes out, flash away. Ayla's joined up, River in trouble. XU looking for the damage. Will find it, but the bailout saves River. 100 Thieves absorb the play.
Yeah, and all River was trying to do was buy time for Quid to move. He knows that Quid is coming down. Yes, he will lose the eventual fight 100-0, but he's close enough to his tower that XU couldn't actually commit to it. He could always flash back to safety.
Yeah.
And if XU stays around and keeps trading fighting with him, well, Quid's going to arrive first. You're always going to win on the extended fight. So it looks silly because you have a PTA Trundle trading against a Conqueror stacked Xin Zhao, but he knows he has first move from mid lane, so he'll always win out in that eventual fight. And at the end of the day, they do kill off XU. XU uses his flash, and now Huhi walking forward.
And he's going to get engaged on now by FBI. Power to buy the Renata Glass. Not quite enough damage for the kill, but he'll use. So Summoner Spell down for Disguised as Castle runs in. I think that was Disguised, again, trying to just make a Hail Mary play. They are looking for desperation plays on the Rift.
Yeah, that's tough to be in that position when it hadn't even been 7 minutes into the game. So
yeah,
that is looking rough.
And your split lives are on the line here. Abadaga still no flash available. Tibbers down. Quid looking for the extra bit of damage. Oh, the laser misses.
Yeah, laser misses. I don't think it would have been enough. He still has 200 health, so it should have been fine either way, but they put that pressure on, just constantly moving through here. Abadaga trying to burn down the wave, but Tibbers, not what it used to be.
Nope.
It is definitely a lot more of the power from Annie's kit is now just in those basic abilities, a lot less in the Tibbers burn. Now the swap is going to be matched here from 100 Thieves, though it is quite delayed. And you can see Sniper already moving down bot to be able to answer Castle here. Well, their bot lane does head out towards top, but they are kind of late, so likely to get a plate or something for DSG on the top side, and that is going to feel pretty nice, at least for Scary Jerry.
And I was surprised to see the focus on the bot side with the double marksman. Based on how Disguised have been getting some of their leads earlier, is usually around Castle, but to their credit, Scary Jerry and Huki have been actually playing fairly well. Yes, they got pushed out by FBI Alo while XU was taking the fight versus River, but aside from that, I think that overall they've been making a lot happen as they get plates topside. Abadaga absorbing a Chaos Storm from Quid mid lane. Has teleports, so can look to get back into this lane fast. And I think that they will actually get these grubs. So Disguise, they are still looking for plays. They will never give up.
Did you curse them?
Trying to fight.
Nope.
I think they're out of there.
They're okay.
Handshake misses from Ayla. Really would have been the only thing to lock him down.
Yep. And River now hit 6, so he is largely caught up as far as the experience is concerned, though he is still down a lot of farm. But does have quite a bit of kill experience here, and FBI is looking for a trade.
Scary Jerry walks up. FBI gets a couple Ren stacks in. Slowed up. Damage from Ayla right there. As Jerry now down to half health, will try and catch this wave. FBI still just very confident to walk up regardless of this double range marksman.
Yeah, and the big problem is because you didn't really kind of snowball this bot lane, like they have a lead, it's not bad. It's just a lot harder to play out the rest of the game, and like 100 Thieves now have stabilized kind of in this bot lane 2v2 to the point where the advantage is not extending, right? And now you have to play with an Ashe support, you know, and that is going to be very, very difficult. If you miss position whatsoever, you are just going to die for free. You're going to be a free reset for someone like an Aatrox. If you ever get pillared in, you basically have to have flash or you're going to die. So he has to position well. That being said, he does have Hawkshot to kind of track where his opponents are. He can still look for those enchanted crystal arrows to try to find plays, but it's going to be difficult for him.
And, you know, we have a little lull state here, so we wanted to highlight something, because I hear that we have some insider information onto the Rosemary that we saw on the stage earlier. So let's take a listen in.
Yeah. Cherry.
Yeah. Wait, he actually bought the Rosemary.
You got this.
The Rosemary made it on stage.
Wait, let me get some of that.
Let me get a
let me get a little.
Hey, let me get a hit of that Rosemary.
Bro, the camera is watching you. Dude,
so weird, bro.
All right. Well, that was certainly a look into the lore of the
questions than answers after that.
Yeah, if anything, I'm more confused. We also saw a play happen in the mid lane there while that was going on, as the Ashe arrow went a little wide. FBI taking his solo play on the Scary Jerry, not fully committing to it into the wave. The Scary Jerry has the ace in the hole used. And it's just action everywhere, man. These guys are trading aggressively versus each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and they kind of have to, right? That's the thing. If you're going to play a double range bot lane like this, you need to continue extending the advantage, so you've got to keep playing in your opponent's face. And then if they're willing to fight, well, guess what? You're fighting.
Yep. And both of these teams love to fight. Neither one of them willing to back down, as we saw it to Disguise's detriment in the last game. So far, things looking a little more stable, but River will walk in and just smite steal away the Gromp. XU now cannot lock him down, and River will walk away right there. And again, I know it's still a sizable lead for 100 Thieves right now, about 1,500 gold in the lead, but it is a more stable early game than we saw for Disguise last time around. So if you are a Disguised fan, there is still reason to keep cheering right now, because with the pick tools they have, all it takes is a big mistake, one person out of position, suddenly the Annie ult, suddenly the Ashe ult. You can actually try and lock somebody down and get back into this game. But against 100 Thieves, they don't give you a lot of options.
Exactly, and you know, versus teams that are, this is when they beat them, you know, currently. So yes, they did beat some teams that were traditionally considered higher than them in the standings last split when you think about them taking down, you know, some of the teams and getting to the finals. But traditionally, they have been really good against teams below them in the standings and struggled against teams that are higher than them in the standings. I believe this is largely because they are a very good hands team. They are really good at how they actually play out fights and team fights. And if you are not at that level, they will just fight you non-stop, and eventually they're going to outplay you. Eventually they're going to be able to build these incremental advantages, because they're just going to keep trading, and they're just going to be better at it than you are. And that is really the difficulty with 100 Thieves.
Like this, flash, handshake, dodged by Huhi, but now he's got to jump away, misses the Ashe arrow. And FBI trying to lock him down, a lot of damage. Huhi's in trouble, the rend wasn't enough, but the arrow is. FBI now turned out to Scary Jerry. The bailout is enough. 100 Thieves pull off another play.
Yeah, they just straight up go for it. Even with the handshake not hitting, they're able to dodge the crystal arrow. They throw out the hostile takeover, making space. FBI gets lethal tempo stacked up, and River is just behind him, and they get a double kill now on this double range bot lane. Mid lane is just trading ultimates to push waves over and over and over. And Abadag is having to micro the Tibbers just to try to not give over that additional gold, trying to let it regen back up here, to not just give over another 50 gold to his opponent.
But again, it doesn't do as much after the initial cast. Let's get another look, though, at this kind of extended 2v2. Ayla's the one that sees the angle first.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and this is because they see River coming, right? So Flash, reacted Flash there from Huhi, nicely done. Throws out the hostile takeover. Scary Jerry is able to sidestep it with the movement speed from the heal, but then the knock-up from the Callista ultimate. FBI just piles in, uses the barrier, plus the bailout. Scary Jerry trying to flash back to safety, but River is behind him. Just no way out, and you can see it. He knows how bad that is for their game. If they are not pushing, if they are not being able to play aggressively, they're in a tough spot.
Now they're still looking for another play, though, as XU Huhi send everybody up onto Quid. Flash away. Down strike from Quid, XU rather, still trying to lock Quid down. Ayla handshake saves him. Sniper TP flank. DSG find themselves in a fight, and they're actually doing all right to start off. Sniper healing back up a massive amount, though. Bailout used. He's got to find a kill. Doesn't get it. Shut down to Abadaga. DSG did just find a play. That's something in their pocket. A kill picked up as River's now all alone here. The slows from Ashe now going to try and keep him locked into place. as FBI is going to try and keep him alive. Flash forward, flash fall from Castle with the decimate. River goes down, shut down to Castle.
That's really good. A couple quick kills there for them. They try to go for this initial play onto Quid on top side, but Quid has a Roa and Merc Treads early on. He is very tanky, plus the Q shields here coming through.
Oh,
what was that?
He just had, I've seen that before. Yeah. So if you hit the wrong angle, you actually bounce off of it and get a different angle.
I'm not going to lie, that looked crazy.
I've seen the Baus talk about that specific area on the map before.
Sniper TP's in here to try to turn around, but they have so much CC for him, even with the passive Deathbringer stance there. Auto, he's not able to stay alive. River comes in on this flank. He was trying to actually bail him out, but it becomes this really weird disjointed fight where they are able to knock down Sniper. They are able to chase down River, so they at least get themselves some gold here. They have that top lane tower low, and we don't have the feats of strength claimed just yet, so it still is up and available for both teams.
It's signs of life for Disguised, which is really all you can ask for at this point in the series right now. Still behind in gold, but they are...
ask for more.
Oh, okay, well, fair enough. There's always the potential. There's always the potential right there. Shout out Busu.
Hey, I know that guy.
Shout out Basil. Busu, give me a flex right now. Give me a flex. It went off him too fast. He also didn't do it live. I'm looking right at him.
Some FlyQuest goes scouting out the competition here.
True. All right. Now, you said you can ask for more. Disguised are asking for Ash Arrow after Ash Arrow. He's always fishing for them, always looking for them, as now they have priority around the Dragon. Ayla goes for the handshake on the Scary Jerry, though. No summoner spells available. Hit by the hostile takeover, taken down. FBI with that kill.
The FBI going to be able to grab another kill there. They're going to take down the mid lane tier 1. But DSG are moving in. We'll see if they can actually try to punish here.
XU now caught away. Another handshake, this one landing from Ayla. XU has to pop the ultimate just to survive.
Yeah, and you look at bot lane, Sniper's already pushing there, so they know they're winning out on the other side of the map. It's not like 100 Thieves have to force any sort of a play. You can see Castle is moving down, has ultimate available, but Quid is here too. I think DSG are just going to try to force, but there's not really an angle. So you're kind of just losing out mid. You roamed over from top to try to answer the play. You can't find anything there. And on bot side, you're losing all these minion waves. You're going to lose even more tower damage. No one's even heading down to answer, so eventually Sniper will be able to knock this down on this cannon wave.
Yeah, the only way is if Abadai could just flash Tibbers is there, but not willing to go for it. In the extended play here, 100 Thieves just basically got 1,000 worth of gold I saw on the total gold count there, just with Sniper in the side lane.
Is it 1,000 worth of gold or 1,000 gold? Are they? Is it one gold piece, you know, or is it like you just have like a big bar of gold that is worth a differing amount?
I think it's coins, because you always see the little coins pop up.
That's what I would think too.
So you need like a purse, you need something to carry it in. It's a whole process, Azale. Yeah.
If you get rich enough, do you have to get like a backpack, you know?
I think you get a bank, actually, and then they give you a credit card, and then you use that to
Shopkeeper doesn't accept credit cards.
show that you have funds somewhere else.
I don't believe you.
Even though they're not physically there. You know what? I'm not.
Not in my League of Legends. You can't carry around the gold you don't deserve to have it.
Can you take a loan in League of Legends? Do you think that's allowed? Maybe lease your house?
I feel like loan is kind of like getting boosted, you know? You're loaning out some LP.
I don't think we're allowed to talk about that one.
Okay.
There were runes that let you go negative in the past. I guess that's kind of it. Is Abadaga? Oh no! We've seen that happening all game. Finally, Quid's able to pull it off there, yet again. First blood to 8th, 400 Thieves now.
Yeah.
Still the same story. The mid lane gap is Quid now 2-0-2, still on the scaling Victor.
It's kind of just like, how do you even control the map at all at this point, right? You're a support Ashe with no sums. You're losing out on the side lanes. You're kind of losing out everywhere. You can't really even play for vision because you walk in anywhere, you're just going to die.
Yep.
So it is very tough. And you can see the 100 Thieves now just moving up everywhere. After the previous play around mid, they take down the bot lane tier 1. Now Quid obviously gets a kill on top side, so they're pushing in mid. They're going to be able to take the top lane tier 1. And River's just hanging around here, farming camps and pushing that advantage further and further forward. 18 minutes in, 4.5k gold lead. They're going to see if there's anything happening here on Sniper, but Sniper's just going to be able to back it up.
Doing something at least. Overload down to one side of the Rift. They will get a turret here. So a play, again, Disguised will never back down from trying to do something on the Rift. And you got to feel for the situation they're in right now. Yet to pick up series win. Only one win so far this split. One win last split. They've really struggled to come online here. And it's not for lack of trying. You talk to the players, you talk to the team. They are motivated. They are trying to improve, but they just haven't been able to translate that to the Rift itself. And 100 Thieves is a mountain of an opponent to try and tackle here. They are kind of the boogeyman of the bottom 4 teams out of the group stage.
Yeah, it is very difficult, but DSG are stepping forward.
River in some trouble. XU actually jumps back onto Quid instead, who had the flash available, gets back to safety. Gravity Well goes down. Abadaga has not thrown out the Tibbers yet, but there we go. The flash engage from Abadaga isn't enough. River goes down. Abadaga falls. XU will as well. That's a 2-to-1 trade for 100 Thieves as they look for more. Castle has to flash back to the rest of the team. The double marksman, they have space to play with, but they're not walking up to hit. Instead, it's just Castle taking all the damage from the Thieves. FBI's dancing around them. Castle goes into zombie form, but Scary Jerry, who he's still just not confident to walk up as Quid almost falls. 100 Thieves crush another fight.
Yeah, they crush the fight. I mean, Cyan in zombie form has hands, but it does not even matter. Quid is so damn tanky with that early Roa. And 100 Thieves are running away with this one. I feel like as DSG, you know that the game is slipping away for you. You just have to take any opportunity that you can actually find. But unfortunately, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow does get flashed. Then Sniper's coming in from the side. And Quid is just getting so much work done. Abadaga does flash forward, but the follow-up really isn't there. Scary Jerry's not there. Castle's trying to mark Sniper on the other side. So they don't really have the damage to knock down a lot of members.
Yeah.
And with Quid still at full health, with FBI really unthreatened, as long as the carries are hitting, 100 Thieves is winning every single fight. Castle trying his best to make space, but FBI not afraid whatsoever. He's just hopping past him, and then Quid is just straight up ignoring him in zombie form.
Yep.
And just hitting his carries.
That's just so tough to see, you know, that type of play. But 20 minutes on the clock. Otacon has spawned, which has triggered a special Uber Eats offer that you can check out in chat or the Twitch extension. Make sure to check that one out, as Otacon could be the next magnet for action to happen here. Again, both these teams, they love to scrap over everything on the Rift. But despite Disguise kind of staying in it earlier on, 100 Thieves have been winning the team fights.
Well, the arrow hits. I don't think it's going to mean much. Should be able to walk out. But 100 Thieves, it's interesting because, you know, when I talk about them and being able to build their advantages through team fights, this is what I'm talking about. They have by far the highest percentage of their kills are in team fights. Yeah. And we're defining a team fight as kills where at least 3 members on each side are there. So a 3v3, 4v4, 5v5, etc. is all going to count. Almost 75% of their total kills are from that. It's very rarely from like 2v2s, 1v1s. It's always from these big grouped up fights. They are going to group, they are going to fight you, and they are very, very good at it. And DSG is tried to match them at their own game, but you don't beat Steph Curry in a three-point competition, you know?
Hard to do it. Hard to do it. But again, Not For Lack of Trying Disguised are still, you know, attempting a lot on the Rift. They just haven't been able to make it stick there. But I guess to your analogy, does that make it 2's company, 3's a team fight, something like that?
Sure.
Yeah? All right.
I'll just go with that.
Cool. Yeah, I heard a yeah from the audience. Thank you. Thank you for that one.
Let's be clear, that was a pity, yeah.
I'll take what I can get at this point in sale, you know? Sniper, though, might find himself caught out here in the sideline. He still has a turret to fall back on, though. And, okay, actually drops the Herald and will actually jump into it instead. They saw Sniper get too far away, and they will crack another structure.
Got a bounty. That's a W. Unfortunately, losing your mid lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, Scary Jerry having to flash away here as River runs in. Not as ideal, but that, I think, was an Ash arrow that just landed there onto FBI. He's locked down. Throws up the summoner spell, still falls, as now Ayla in trouble as well. 100 Thieves maybe got a little overconfident here. Getting picked in multiple locations.
Yeah, playing a little bit fast and loose there. Ayla was not with his AD carry, so FBI gets tagged by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They followed up with a trap. Nicely done. They CC him, they lock him down, and they are going to try to move down here and grab another objective bounty. Abadaga also has a really good angle here. Tibbers is ready, and he has flash, so or doesn't quite have it. So yeah, if they do contest and he can find someone, maybe there is an opportunity, but they know he's there, and he is caught.
All alone, and unfortunately not able to pull off the flank play. Disguise really don't have another play other than to just keep looking at the Dragon. Instead, they're going to go straight in onto River. They get the Dragon secure. River is still alive! Are you kidding me? He just ults Castle, gets all the resistances. 100 Thieves jungler lives as Snipers in the pit with Scary Jerry and XU. XU cannot keep his carry alive. He has to flash away from Quid, who's looking for the finishing blows on him. XU now all alone in a 1v3. Quid continues the chase. Disguise, they got the Dragon, but Quid will close out the fight with the ace.
Yeah, they're going to be able to grab the ace. He just has no damage to be able to finish off Quid. Abadaga did have a good thought here, but he was unfortunately on a ward. They all collapse on him. And once he gets caught out, it is so hard from this position for him to really do anything. Gets a bit of chip damage down, but that is about that. You can see on the other side, it looked like River was about to go down, but look at that. Low HP, pops the ulti, so much healing comes through, the hostile takeover, the shielding as well from Ayla, plus the bailout. River just takes so long to die, and he's AoEing them down with the Titanic Hydra as well. And then Sniper on the other side is just killing off Scary Jerry. He can put no threat whatsoever onto Sniper here, and they are back onto Otacon. They're going to take it as well.
100 Thieves will not back down. Anytime a fight presents itself, they will take it.
You got the fine, you got the fine. Hey, let me get a bite, guys.
Okay, careful.
Empty.
Nice try. Yeah, I think you can see some of the spark leaving the members of Disguise as they realize the position they're in. They are now looking for a miracle at 24.5 minutes into this game. Asher lands. Quid is able to flash away as it was back off cooldown. Walks back into a trap about half health. Hostile takeover only hits onto 2 members, but Castle does not have the team behind him anymore. He got caught away from the rest of the members. As FBI will pull back in. Ayla still in some trouble, stunned up. Castle has to flash back, does not land the second knock up. But Sniper on the flank hasn't done a lot other than catch the wave here, so 100 Thieves are fighting a 4v5 essentially. As Sniper now jumps away.
DSG never left the tower, so Sniper knows if he tries to go in there, they'll just turn on him, and his team won't really be able to follow up. Thought he had a good flank angle, ends up not really being able to make anything happen with it. And at the end of the day, DSG do just hold on. Fun fact, or not so fun fact, if you're the team in the lower bracket, you would have to win
if you like playing League of
best of
Legends
series in a row to be able to actually win the LTA playoffs, to win that championship.
Go down to time.
You only get into the lower bracket here. The upper bracket is already decided. The teams that got top 2 in the group were already guaranteed upper bracket. They were just playing for seeding. Well, these bottom 4 teams were just playing for those final 2 spots in the lower bracket. And if 100 Thieves win, they would be the 5th seed in playoffs here.
Oh, I think 100 Thieves are making their final play here. Flash forward, knock up on a Scary Jerry. Can't get over the wall as Quid goes godlike. Both bot laners fall. XU now finds himself in a 1v2. Castle trying to help him out, though, as Abadaga has now joined up, but it's too late. XU's down. Abadaga chased underneath the turret. It's just Castle left alive, but not for long, as 100 Thieves will win another team fight, find another ace, and it's all done but the Nexus, as they're also looking at the Baron.
Yeah, Rivers is spamming the Braum emote, pinging the Baron.
They might have been able to end there, but 10 seconds on Jerry. I think the safer play is the Baron instead. The team will back up for it.
Yeah, dead timers are pretty short for sure, so they're just not going to mess around with it. They will go back to the Baron, be able to grab this up, and then get back out on the map. Dragon will be spawning, and DSG looking really, really doomed, honestly, at this point. They are so far down, and you look at the amount of gold that's in pockets as well. There's nearly like 10,000 gold being carried around by 100 Thieves that they haven't even spent. So they have a ridiculous amount of gold to actually go back and spend. So we're going to see items starting to pile in here, and things only going to go from bad to worse as you look across the board and you see, all of these item leads in every single role.
And all you can do is Disguise at this position. Again, backs against the wall, season looking like it's about to end here. Just do something, Fearless, man. Show us something. Show us signs of life. Show us that you got what it takes to at least answer 100 Thieves somewhere on the Rift. They've been looking for plays with the Ashe Arrow. I want to see the full combo. Give me the Flash Timbers. Give me the Scion ulting in there. Give me everybody committing. Because really, at that point, there's nothing else that they can look for.
That's all you can do. Yeah, absolutely. Against the Baron buff, you don't really have any wave clear mage. Like, you have Annie. You're not going to be able to clear out these waves. So you have to just choose a side, fully commit, hope you get a pick, hope that buys you some time to delay the Baron. It is your only real opportunity here. And 100 Thieves, they just have to spread. As long as you're not all getting hit by like a 5-man Timbers or something, there's just no way you're losing these fights.
They do have the Caitlyn traps placed. River's able to actually get around them. Now walks in to try and buy some more space. Chunked out slightly, but should be able to heal that up just fine. As the wave clear is there, Disguise were able to kind of push back. Sniper now getting that Baron buff back onto the mid wave as Cashel will try and catch it. So 100 Thieves, they're playing the 4-1 currently. Chaos Storm goes down. Abadak taking a lot of damage into the pillar, so he can't even jump away from Victor. Ultimate, one more tick. Barely walks out of there. The heal from Huhi keeping him up as 100 Thieves now look to chase forward. FBI dancing around. XU healing up in the fountain with the rest of the team. It's Huhi and Castle under the Nexus turrets. The rest of Disguise now grouped up. This is the series defining moment right here. Disguised on their last ditch effort, the arrow will go wide as 100 Thieves now try and absorb the engage. Quid goes into the stasis. Ayla buying spice for the team. A triple knockup, a double kill to Sniper as 100 Thieves will crush another fight. This one under the Nexus. Some things are stolen, some things are earned. 100 Thieves just crushed Disguise and are going to playoffs.
26-4, 29 minutes in. They're going to close this one out. What a series from Quid. I believe he was 12-0-10 in the first game, 9-0-10 in the second game. Quid deathless in this series, absolutely crushed it here today. And 100 Thieves, even though they slipped up, they didn't get that upper bracket berth into playoffs.
This is what you want to see from them.
They clearly showed, all right, we messed up, but we belong in playoffs. We deserve our spot there. And they have locked in themselves as the 5th seed for playoffs. They will be starting in the lower bracket and have the opportunity to try to go on that miracle run. 5 straight series wins is what it would take them to win the title. But they did make it to finals last split. Who's to say they can't do it again?
Yeah, perennially the underdogs. Now we're joining Emily on stage for an interview.
Thank you very much. I'm joined by victorious top laner Sniper. Sniper, you've talked a lot about how fun River is to play with. When you're up in top lane and you hear that this invade goes wrong, what goes through your mind?
I mean, I'm just playing my 1v1. I'm not even thinking about the map. I'm just like full tunneled on my 1v1, so I don't even know what's going on.
So how does this information come to you through comms? I guess I've been always curious about this because obviously you hear about how Quid then gets a solo kill in mid lane, right? That goes across. But just generally, like, what are your comms like really early on in the game, especially since you guys do try to make so many early map movements?
I think we're all just trying to like be more calm in the early game because obviously we're like a very scrappy team. So we just have to like keep our composure, I guess, and think about like the big picture. And I feel like we did a good job of that today. Yeah.
Speaking of keeping your composure, obviously this is not where you expected to be. I don't think it's where a lot of people, myself included, expected you guys to be. One thing that I have really always enjoyed about this team is your ability to kind of regroup and move forward and do better next time. So talk to me about what this week's worth of practice was like.
It was honestly very good. We were doing pretty good against like, I think most of the teams we played against this week. Obviously the top teams we still aren't like consistent against, so we're just trying to be more consistent, and I feel like just trying to be more consistent, yeah.
What is it going to take to get to that next level of consistency? Because I feel like you can, and we have seen you kind of punch up against the top teams, but your record against them is obviously a lot worse than your record against teams below you in the standings.
I mean, all I want to say real quick is Shopify is 6-12, and we are 10-6, and they're a guaranteed top 4, and we're like bottom 2 of like the playoffs, which makes no sense, like this bracket is so trash. Whoever made it, please, like, bro, just go back to the old one. But I just wanted to say that. I'm sorry for that.
No, speak your truth. Hey, you can say it, right? Yeah. Maybe some other people can't. And then looking ahead, it is looking like you guys will play the loser of, I believe, FlyQuest and Shopify Rebellion. So yeah, how do you feel about preparing for both of those opponents?
I think Fudge and Bippo are obviously really good top laners, especially Fudge has been playing pretty good recently, so I just have to just play my own game, and I feel like I match up against them pretty good. So yeah, I just got to keep playing consistent, just like today. But yeah.
Nice. It's always great to catch up with you. Thank you so much for taking the time. And we will throw it momentarily back to the lounge.
진짜 flash up too. 진짜 flash up too, guys.
Looking Zen.
I don't have.
Hit front.
I'm ulting Sion. Yeah.
Oh my god. Wait, Penta. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, W too?
Yeah, W. Okay.
No flash.
Bro, we should have freaking been top 4, man. If I didn't pick Aurelia. Frick me.
Nice.
We almost got eliminated. But yeah, well played, everyone. Good job, guys. That's some stinky moments. It's all good.
I mean, 100 Thieves was a little perturbed today.
Yeah, they were.
A little angry that they didn't get top 4.
I felt it in the game, too.
Yeah, Disguise definitely felt it. So Disguise goes home. 100 Thieves is going to be the 5th seed in the playoffs, which will start them in the lower bracket. We have all 6 of our teams for the playoffs now. This also means that the 6th seed is going to be Dignitas. Number 1 seed is FlyQuest. They're going to be picking their spot in the bracket, so they're going to decide if they're going to be playing against either Shopify or TL. They have 10 minutes. I think I know what they're going to pick.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure we know that the upper bracket is going to be FlyQuest versus Shopify and TL versus C9.
There was like maybe a chance if TL just looked really bad today. Maybe. But that was not the case whatsoever. Like, it's almost certainly like guaranteed to be Shopify Rebellion that they choose.
Yeah, and now with DSG playing their last game of the split, Emily is standing by with Scary Jerry for an interview.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am joined by Scary Jerry. This was kind of your first full split, right? Because split 1 was so short. Just talk to me about kind of the growth and improvement that you did have across this split.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, something didn't click for me this split. I don't think I played that well, but I think I definitely learned a lot just from playing in Tier 1. You know, I think once you start losing, you can get into like a loser's mindset and you're not like doing the small things as well, but I still feel like I learned a lot.
With this specific team, one thing that did always kind of strike me, especially when listening into your comms, is you guys did seem to have like really good vibes. So just talk to me about this group of guys and what it was like playing with them.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, that's why I wanted to do this interview because, I mean, I don't know if I'll play with this specific group of guys exactly next split or whatever, but it's just been a lot of fun. Like, we have a team house and, you know, we talk all day, every day, basically. Like, you know, we tried really hard to do well this split, but obviously it didn't go that well. But everybody on the team, to the coaching staff and management, like, it's just super fun being with them. Like, I wish we could have won more, but, you know, it was a lot of fun.
All right, well, thank you so much for taking time. I'm going to end it there because I feel like there's no better way to end, right, than shouting out your teammates. So thank you so much, and we will throw it back to the lounge.
Thank you very much, Scary Jerry and Emily. We have FBI with us.
Hello.
Welcome, man. Good to see you.
Thank you.
How was that series was very quick. How was it in your perspective?
Yeah, I think that DSG didn't really put up too much of a fight. I think our mid jungle was kind of smurfing in both games, and you know, just pretty to close out.
Yeah, I heard Quid had 1,300 DPM in that last game.
Oh, really?
Probably helps that he's smacking that like 5,000 health Scion. I do have to ask you about the early game though, with Rivers Invade. It was a total disaster.
Yeah.
Did that, but then it just didn't matter because it's a total disaster. You're laning up against Ash Caitlyn, but then you seem to manage to not make it matter.
Yeah, I mean, Riv does that from time to time. He decides to flip the game on a level 1. Most of the time he wins, sometimes he loses, but for that bot matchup, obviously levels 1 and 2 are pretty hard, but I think once I take a base and stabilize the matchup with more levels, it actually becomes pretty hard for them to lane into us. So.
It seems like we were just having this discussion about River, and I'm curious what your opinion is. To me, it feels like he'd be sometimes the best teammate because he's so just like doesn't seem to care, and he's still so good. But then to me, that would also be really annoying sometimes because he doesn't seem to care. And it's just like flipping the game when you have this terrible bot matchup. But talk to me a bit about that dichotomy.
It's definitely a blessing and a curse, River's mindset. But one thing you can be certain of is on stage, he's never going to be afraid of the moment. And he's the kind of player that if other people are struggling, he's going to just pull the trigger and make something happen for us. So it's definitely good to have that kind of player on your team. Talk
to me about just the week coming into this series, because it doesn't, even hearing from Sniper, it doesn't feel good to feel like, oh, we're playing for in the losers bracket, right? And it all stemmed from losing to Shopify Rebellion. Tell me like what the preparation was like, how practice was like.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're all pretty disappointed with the Shopify series. I think none of us really played too well throughout the series, and the third game was a bit of a disaster, I would say. But it was kind of good for us because I think we learned a lot from that series and the way that we play the game. It's not really a consistent or sustainable way to win. And yeah, we kind of focused a lot more on tempo, and I think it really showed this week.
How was it in the moment? Because now I'm talking about that series. Because you had like a 400 stack Smolder. Like, you were doing so much DPS. You guys are like the team fighting team, but a lot of times it felt like it was fumbling in the moment. Like, looking back on that now, was it to do what you were talking about, or is it some of the team fight kind of like problems coming up that time?
Yeah, I think honestly we did a lot of the hard work in that second game to get to the position where we really shouldn't be able to lose the game. But we got picked a couple of times, and then I decided to fight them after I saw my Nidalee die in the top side, lose both my stomp and die. And then from that point, when we have to contest Baron and they have a flank on us, it's pretty hard for us to play. So I think it's kind of my fault that I was able to carry the game, yeah.
I mean, now looking ahead, just being a little bit more positive, like you guys completely smurfed in this series. And I felt like all the issues that you guys had about like being on the objective all the time, all these things, you guys look incredibly strong. Is that like the fruits of the labor? Do you guys feel confident on, because like even just seeing some of the graphics, 5 series in a row, now that you're in the losers bracket, to be able to get to the finals, that kind of thing, you have to be able to win that. How confident are you guys feeling?
Pretty confident. I think this week of practice, like I said, we fixed up a lot of our fundamental flaws as a team. And honestly, the sky's really the limit with this team. I think the amount of pure mechanical talent is probably one of the best in the league. So it's really just about figuring out our team play and working together as a team well. But I have a lot of confidence in us, yeah.
Nice.
You guys are always willing to fight, which is awesome. We have player of the series from this one. Quid did have a rather good series. I'm sorry, Victor. But he had 1,366 damage per minute in game 2. He didn't die the entire series. I think he had something like 22 kills. Here's the players of the series across the whole week: Inspired Shaden, and then Core JJ and Quid. So really just, I'd say you guys kind of styled on them today.
Jungle gang, gank jungle before they gank you. Yeah, so Core JJ, of course, getting player of the series. There's a reason for that. He may have completely bullied Contracts. Did you watch that series coming in?
I did.
What were you thinking back then?
I felt really bad for Juan. I don't think they covered the level 1 Poppy too well. And Core JJ is a known terrorist, I would say, in the jungle department. So it was pretty sad to watch from Dindal perspective.
It was crazy because not only that, he goes back to lane and then like completely chunks out Kai'Sa too. So they win bot lane, win jungle. Yeah.
Bit of a diffy.
Yeah, a little bit, tiny bit. But yes, I am interested. Like, so far? Playoffs is on like coming ahead of you. Anything that you guys are like working towards or looking forward now that playoffs is on the rise? Best of 5s?
I'm actually really not looking forward to the 2 weeks that we have because I think we don't play for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And honestly, our team, I think the stage games are good for us because sometimes if we scrim too much, it can become a bit draining for our team specifically. But yeah, I'm looking forward to watching the upper bracket series. I think it's going to be a fun watch.
Yeah, here's the bracket to show who your potential opponent would be, because there's a little bit of set stuff here. FlyQuest, pick Shopify, C9, pick TL, and then 100 Thieves there. You are playing, it actually doesn't say in this bracket, but I know that you're going to be playing, since you're the 5th seed, the loser of the 1-4 seed. So you'll play the loser of FlyQuest Shopify, and then Dig is going to play the loser of C9 TL. So in 2 weeks, if you had to guess today, probably a matchup against Shopify, which you'd want the revenge for the previous group stage game, but that's what the players are looking like.
Yeah, for sure. The FlyQuest was looking pretty scary yesterday, so I'm assuming that we're going to beat Shopify, yeah.
Yeah, here's the schedule for next week. It's going to be those 2 upper bracket games. May 24th on the Saturday, the best of 5 between FlyQuest and Shopify, and then the next day we have C9 versus TL. Those are the upper bracket games, so winner goes to winner bracket final. Loser will then play the teams in the lower bracket. And let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week, the last week of the LTA North Split 2 regular season.
You better be on this list, is all I'm saying right now.
Fastest kill?
Yeah.
Bot lane always has to have the exact same category for Samsung SSD Fast 5. And it is! It actually is! Number 1 for FBI, fastest kill. Congratulations.
I think that was the Calista game? I don't remember, honestly.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't
551 is not the fastest, but it is actually the fastest of this week.
True.
So, yeah, I've seen much better. I've seen 48 seconds.
I mean, you guys are doing really well in that specific matchup, so it's nice to see you guys listed up on this list here.
Absolutely. Use code 990PRO LTA 2025 through February 23rd. Unlock 15% off the 990 Pro SSD, available in 1, 2, and 4 terabytes on Samsung.com. And now it's time to reveal our MasterCard Player of the Week.
Any guesses?
Quid?
I mean, close. Because it has to be one of the players of the series.
Yeah.
This time it is Inspired who ended up winning this. I do feel like strength of opponent may have factored into this. If we're just looking at KDA, I would say Quid.
True.
But I did vote for Inspired, I'm sorry. 5-0-22 in that incredibly dominant series that FlyQuest played against C9. I think their entire team only died 4 total times.
Deathless. I mean, if we're just talking about like MVP prospects for this split, Inspired is the first name that really does come up. So like very topical that this is going to be a second player of the week of the split. So pretty crazy to see. Deathless.
Yeah. So that's week 7 done of LTA Split 2.
Yeah.
We're all into best of 5 Fearless after this. I know FlyQuest is very happy about best of 5 Fearless happening because they like to dabble in some unconventional picks from time to time, but these are just some highlights of the Volibear top Rumble support, which was a Game 1 draft that they had against Cloud9.
When you see that as
them.
your Game 1 draft, what do you expect for the rest of the series?
I think Game 2 actually ended up being way more standard.
Yeah, it did.
He ended up just playing Renekton in the second game, but this was a slaughter.
FBI, you need to come up with. I mean, I know Senna got buffed. Is all I'm saying.
Why didn't you play Senna?
You're the Senna player.
I wanted to. I wanted to play Senna today, but I think
Varus and Kalista are pretty good.
Varus and Kalista are pretty good champions.
Yeah, yeah.
It's going to happen. Next week in the best of 5 phase, you're going to be playing it. That's it. Thanks for joining us, Victor. Thank you. Congratulations on extending your season. I know you guys would rather be in the upper bracket, but that's it for us. We'll be back next Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific for the first best of 5 playoff match, FlyQuest versus Shopify Rebellion. See you then.
I'm taking the arrow.
I'm okay.
Go solo. Herald is coming, guys. Drive.
Yeah, I got the trick, guys.
Well played.
Yes.
Good job. Who drive there?
As Yon continues moving forward, Contracts stuck inside the pit, gonna get cooked up by Impact as Yon is just blasting these guys. Fudge and Seo's gotta run, and right when it looks like Shopify might have found one last shining light in the darkness, Team Liquid puts it out. Triple kill Yon.
GG, guys. Good game.
Shut down over to B-Boy, who continues to try to escape, but it's Gore JJ with a massive crash down, Magnet Storm!
Okay. Nice. Good job. Nice fight, guys.
I'm still coming. We can win the fight with me.
Yeah. I'm just one shot.
I'm flashing forward.
Yeah. It's good. We move it. Wow.
Nice.
Good job,
guys. Good job.
Well played, guys. Well played.
Snipers frontlining for 100 Thieves. That is the Herald secured by FBI. Now Quinn links up. They get 1, they get 2. Who he's in trouble, make it 3. 100 Thieves yet again are just crushing this.
Watch it. Nice, good.
That's perfect.
It's all you. Abessa, he has flash. Looking at Abessa. Huh. Kill them. Good try. Nice, good job, guys.
These guys really don't have another play other than to just keep looking at the dragon. Instead, they're going to go straight in onto River. They get the dragon secure. River is still alive. Are you kidding me? He just ults Castle, gets all the resistances. 100 Thieves, jungler lives, and Snipers in the pit with Scary Jerry and XU. XU cannot keep his carry alive.
Hit front.
I'm ulting Sion. Yeah.
Oh my god. Wait, Penta. Oh, never mind.
W2?
Yeah, W2.
Okay.
Nice.
We almost got eliminated. But yeah, well played, everyone. Good job, guys.
Never gonna try to